Arlington County Board, March 23rd, 2021 meeting is now in session. We have all board members here. The county manager is with us. Usually we go with reports from board members first in this recessed meeting on Tuesdays, but we're going to change our order a little bit this time, and we're going to start with a presentation from the county manager on the COVID-19 vaccine and vaccine distribution. So over to the county manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board. We have a lot of information to get through today, and we're going to start off with an update on where we are on cases in the county, talk a little bit about where we are on vaccine, where we are in the process, how the distribution is working with that, and have a short conversation on equity. I know there'll be a later discussion about the complete vaccination committee, so we're going to probably not get into a lot of detail on that. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Varghese to start the presentation. Ruben?
Dr. Varghese.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. DeFiorenti and the rest of the board. Oh, good. Someone has got the slides up. So if we can go to the next slide. So I think people have become familiar with this graphic. Today's graphic is a little bit different for one reason. This is literally a year's worth of data. We had our first case March 19th, 2020, and this is the complete data through March 19th, 2021. And I think it's just something to keep in mind that this is what we've experienced as new cases, and obviously there are deaths associated, and our community has been immensely impacted, as the rest of the region and the world, with this. And so it's a sobering thing to have to look at this. And while we do see that cases have come down, we're back at the level roughly of where we were with the pandemic the first go around. So I am grateful that things have improved. However, I want everyone to remember the virus is still present. And maybe this is the new level. I'd rather not believe that's the case. And I'm hoping that people realize that even with vaccination, we do need to remember that the virus is present and we don't know how long the vaccine will be protective. So that I would be encouraging people to think about using the layers on a routine basis, including reducing who you're interacting with, your home bubbles and so on, and using masking and so on. I realize that may not be a popular thing, and we have to figure out how we do things. People aren't seeing me use my hands at the moment, how we balance priorities. But that is what I think each household has had to do, figure out what levels of risk they're willing to take and the relative nature of those. And then we as a society, public health will tell you what the interventions can maybe do, but it is a societal decision about what people are willing to do together. So there's been some improvement in what we're seeing with cases, and let's continue with protecting each other and ourselves. I'm going to move on to the next slide and let Dr. Miller talk about testing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Dr. Varghese. As we know, testing remains an important tool in the public health's fight against COVID-19. Access to low barrier, no referral, no appointment testing is critically necessary to our community knowing their health status. So with that, we continue to operate our Arlington Mill Community Center walk-up testing site. As we've talked about in the last couple of months, we added Aurora Hills and Tucker Field at Barcroft Park to locations. And to be able to meet the community where they are, we've heard from many of them that this type of no appointment, no referral, closer in the community testing is really what helps them the best. And so we demobilized the Quest site that was the drive-up site at the North Quincy property. We found that the demand there was shrinking as private providers particularly were able to offer more testing services and the advent of more home-based testing kits. And so that solution we are moving throughout the county, spending 2 weeks at a time in areas where we are hearing from our community-based organizations or from members of the community that it would be helpful to have testing more accessible. So starting on next Monday, as a matter of fact, we're going to be at 601 South Carlin Springs Road. So that is the former Virginia Hospital Center clinic site that the county owns. And we'll be there for 2 weeks. We are updating the locations on our social media as well as through our outreach. Just a little bit about testing. To date, we've got 202,990 total PCR tests reported for Arlington County. We still remain sort of the county tests that you see that come from these sites remains about 20% of the overall tests that are provided within the county. So we've done just about 41,000 through our programs to date. The rolling 7-day test positivity rate is about 4.3. We've hovered in the 3 to 4, maybe peaking at the high 4s for the last month, which is good. We're starting to see some stability. Testing demand has leveled off. You may remember that at the end of the year, close to the holidays, we had near record demand for individuals seeking testing. We're now averaging somewhere between 800 and 1,000 tests reported to the health district across all sources, right, per day. So we still have fairly high demand. That is sort of the highest average that we've seen throughout, and we are expecting as spring break, as summer comes on, that we do expect to see a little bit more increase in demand, and so are working to make sure that we, plus up what we have to make more appointments available, but also we'll be publishing some information on our testing website as well as available at the 799 COVID hotline number about the new advancements and additional home test kits, updating our list of private providers in Arlington that offer testing services and things like that. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Varghese, as a matter of fact, to talk a little bit about vaccines specifically.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. So people are becoming familiar with this graphic as well. It's trying to show just the vaccines that have been distributed through the Arlington County Public Health Division. We have utilized 96.96%, 97% of our first doses through this point, and our second doses, we've achieved a 96% average on how many doses have been administered. This is a undercount for the number of Arlingtonians that may have actually received vaccines. And remember, also some of these are employer groups in Arlington. So sometimes people ask about the discrepancy between the VDH, Virginia Department of Health numbers, and Arlington data. And part of it is that because people can get vaccinated elsewhere in Virginia as part of their employer group, not every Arlingtonian, as you know, actually works in Arlington. So if they work in Fairfax or Loudoun and other parts of Virginia, and they were in 1A or 1B, they get vaccinated there, and those numbers would be part of the Virginia numbers. And obviously, our employer group numbers, if they're outside of Arlington, will count towards us and not to the other jurisdictions. So that's sometimes the discrepancies. Data that for employers or people who work in other jurisdictions outside of Virginia, DC and Maryland specifically, they will be vaccinated there, and they will not be part of the Virginia data system. But that doesn't mean Arlingtonians haven't been vaccinated. So there are loopholes in the data, and that's a different discussion about how to get the federal systems to put all that data together. But the good news is we've seen an increase in vaccine, and we've been vaccinating and having a very high throughput. And I know people sometimes get frustrated that it's not on a smaller level, but the fact that we have the ability to do this throughput, we're trying to, in many ways, assure as quickly as we can, as effectively and efficiently we can help this community achieve herd immunity. And by doing that on this scale is one of those efforts. If we can move to the next slide. So this is the graphic that shows which groups are currently being scheduled, and I'll try to address some of the questions that we regularly get about why we're doing things a certain way. So all of the people in green right now are all of the groups that have been invited. As a reminder, there was the Phase 1A group, and those are at the top with healthcare workers and long-term care residents. What's missing on this table is, residents 65 and older do include those 75 and older, my apologies. We're in Group 1B. We've also been inviting those 16 to 64 with underlying medical conditions. The essential workers, we started with the police, fire, hazmat, corrections facility workers, homeless shelter workers, and then the child care employees and pre-K through 12 employees. That was where we were at for the longest time. In the last week and a half, we were able to expand to food and agriculture workers, manufacturing, public transit personnel, and that's narrowly defined. People sometimes ask about airline officials. They're actually in 1C. Mail carriers and the grocery store workers were ahead of continuity of government, just to remind people. And then we've started inviting the continuity of government group as well. So this is the group that we are all currently inviting. And as we get updated information, especially those in groups at risk for complications, which sometimes people ask those questions, if they're in 1A and 1B, we will incorporate them. We try to do it on a weekly basis as we get those updates from the state. Sometimes it's a little bit more than that. We're trying our best to get these things out in a sensible fashion. You can see who's on deck in pre-registration, if they're in the state system for the clergy and faith leaders, as well as the janitorial and custodial staff, they would be next. So I think the system overall is improving and working. And as this slide also says, everyone who lives or works in Virginia should continue to pre-register by visiting vaccinate.virginia.gov or by calling 877-VAXIN-VA. That's 877-829-4682, and that's from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Because we then use those lists from the state to then look to see which groups we've actually invited, and then are there people from those groups that we need to continue to invite, and then when we're done with those, we obviously then figure out, can we then move on to the next group. It's both science and art, and I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that. And our apologies that we can't do it any faster, but we need the vaccine to be able to vaccinate. We keep hiring more people to do the vaccinations, and the state is starting to provide more vaccine. And so I think we will see the floodgates open probably sometime in April if we follow what the federal government has been talking about. We can go on to the next slide. As a reminder, just wanted to talk about the various buckets of vaccine in the county. We've got the Arlington Public Health Division efforts. We sometimes use the Sequoia Complex. That's where we started. We've been at Lubber Run. We've been at Walter Reed, and there may be additional sites that will be coming. 2 areas for the equity focus, Arlington Free Clinic and the Neighborhood Health, which is a federally qualified health center in partnership with Macedonia Baptist Church. And finally, the federal pharmacy programs. They've been giving vaccine to the CVS's, Safeways, Giants, and the Harris Teeters in our community. And so that's yet another way. And they're supposed to be doing those 65 and older, and then those who are 16 to 64 if they have the Pfizer vaccine with underlying medical conditions. So I'm just trying to see where we are in the scheme of things. So if we can go into the next slide. Once again, this is the Advancing Vaccine Equity, and I'm going to leave it there. And Dr. Miller, is there anything else that I'm supposed to be talking about, or should we allow for questions at this point?
I think we can talk a little bit about outreach if the board chair or the manager wants us to talk a little bit about our outreach. Bryna can talk a little bit about what we've done, and then questions.
Sure. Ms. Helfer, we also have the complete vaccination committee update a little later in our list, but if either you or Bryna wanted to speak just briefly to this slide, Dr. Varghese covered quite a bit of it, but
sure.
Maybe if there's a quick summary, go ahead.
Sure. Dr. Varghese covered this pretty well, but just wanted to touch on a couple of other, if my slides will progress. Well, I was going to share a little bit about some of the outreach we were doing with CVC, and also we launched a new series. I'm having some technical difficulties with my slides, but a new series, COVID Conversations. We launched the first one last night in Spanish, and we will have a series that will be with community leaders, Meet the Complete Vaccination Committee. We will be doing one with business leaders, and then also with veterans later in the month. And so we're very excited about that. We're also doing a new series of Q&A with our Public Information Officer from Public Health, Kara O'Donnell, doing a lot on social media. Matt, you've been great about doing some informational pieces, short videos out with the community. And our Complete Vaccination Committee is also airing PSAs on WERA and other places. So with that, I will try to stop sharing my screen. And we'll go to questions. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Helfer. That was the perfect summary. In addition to all of the Dr. Varghese, the high level, as well as Dr. Miller. And it helps because I know there's some people who are tuned in right at 3 who may not want to hear all the detail that we will talk to later. But colleagues, if we have questions, I guess my sort of operating thought had been maybe we do a round of a question per board member or so, question or two. And we'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to sort of verify something. I think I heard Dr. Varghese you say, which it sounds like if things proceed the way we think they will, and they're going so far with the federal government and the supply of vaccines and everything, that pretty much by the end of April, anyone who wants to be getting themselves vaccinated should be pretty much able to. Is that kind of where we're getting?
It's a good question, Ms. Garvey. What I think we can say is hopefully we should be at least in 1C by the end of April, if not before. And then obviously it's really a question at that point of supply. I think hopefully we're all hoping that the general public would start somewhere in May. That's the best prognostication I would give right now. And I'm, as you know, I'm hesitant sometimes to try to read the tea leaves. And so even I'm hoping that that's a possibility, but it won't be a free-for-all. It will still have to be. That's why we're asking people to register in the state system, because it still has to be done by appointment, because we have to know where and keep people safe and so on. So that it's not going to be as convenient as people are usually used to. And this is the new norm with this vaccine at this point, keeping the 6-foot distances and so on. So I think I'm a bit hopeful that we can get there by May, that we may be starting the general public. I'm just not going to commit to when in May, because what we've heard with the J&J vaccine, for example, it was a very good move for the federal government to get J&J to work with other pharmacy manufacturers to produce the vaccine. But what I've seen in reports is that they have forgotten that the FDA still has to make sure those plants are appropriate, that they've followed all the procedures. So, you know, because we want to make sure the vaccine is safe in production as well. So it may add a few more weeks. And yet I think the larger picture is there should be more vaccine coming. And I want people to keep that in mind. And so we have to keep things safe, though, as well. So we do want to make sure the manufacturers other than J&J know what they're doing. And if FDA is part of that process, all the better.
Okay, that's great. Can I slip in one other quick question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Sorry. And this one is another even more prognostication that you won't want to do, Dr. Varghese. But just a general thought, where are we on vaccines for children? Do you have any sense of that at all? And I don't need a, in-depth, but just do you have any sort of sense of it?
So great question, Ms. Garvey. So we know that the various producers are actually testing vaccines in children under 16. What I've seen is many of them are doing 5 and older first. And so that'll be great news for those children 5 and older. There will be parents who will be concerned, well, what about children under 5? there's a stepwise process. So it's in the works. What I can imagine, though, is especially with Pfizer, and hopefully Moderna will come out with this information as well, I can imagine us trying to get the 16-year-olds and the general public vaccinated, hopefully in time for school. That's where I'm hoping that we'll have, for the fall season, at least that would be a possibility that I'm holding out hope for.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. And I'm glad you put that question in there. It's an important one. We won't stick to one as a rule, but one or two, we also want to.
Sorry.
No. I'm glad you asked. I think we all want to know. I know my nephews, that question came up this week in a phone call. So I think it's Mr. Karantonis and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep it to one question that concerns me the most. So based on the graph and given that we are more or less at the same level of cases, of prevalence like last April, but at the same time we have a lot more of inoculated of population right now, how concerned should we be about the presence of mutant variants? We see the news from across the world that it's like the vaccination effort is running a race against infectiousness again.
It's a very good comment, Mr. Karantonis, and it does worry me, not endlessly. I mean, one of the things we have to realize is this is what happens with viruses in general. They will mutate, okay? That is what happens with even during normal flu seasons. The virus at the beginning of a flu season will often look different by the end of a flu season. So it's one of the things we have to realize. Mother Nature is able to evolve, okay? So that is a given. Obviously, the faster we can vaccinate, both here and globally, the ability for mutation to occur will be less. Problem is, it's a daunting task to try to get. I don't know what the world's population is at this point. I know it's some number above 6 or 7 billion people. So we have to first focus on 330 million Americans. But the problem still is not everyone here is even going to get vaccinated. And so when it circulates, the pressure for mutations to occur does happen. Not every mutation is going to make things worse. And so that's one of the things, you can mutate down just as much as mutate to being worse. And so this is one of the reasons why I want to remind people why we still are on the message of layering. Vaccine is a absolutely critical part of why we have gotten to this point. We have been waiting for it. However, with variants and other things, we do need to remember the virus is still present. It's present across the globe. And so if we want to do our part both to reduce the burden here and elsewhere, we need to perform those other activities. I realize that's going to impinge on people's ability to do things. And that's why this time people can see my hands. How do you actually deal with competing priorities? I think people go, there's a science basis for that decision. There isn't. That may scare people because when it's competing priorities, there's no science decision on that. It's really a values-based decision for the community to make that decision. What do we in our various communities, what level of risk are we willing to put up with? Because I wish I could make health maximized and the economy maximized at 100%. It doesn't usually work that way. So how do we do it so that we get to maybe 75% for both? And that's really outside of the realm of science. We can tell you how to maybe control certain things, but then what's the right level? And that's a decision for our community as a collective whole to make that decision. So if that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese and Mr. Karantonis for the question. I find myself in the same category of looking at our numbers and our test positivity rate every day and wondering if it's a competition between getting doses out to limit spread and then perhaps a variant that may be more infectious. So yeah, I think it's an important question. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this can be answered now. If it needs follow-up, that's certainly fine. But do we have any sense of how many people are on the state-administered database in all of the priority groups that we have worked through thus far? Can you give us a sense of scale of what we're looking at? with that state list?
That is a very good question. I will have to get back to you on that, Mr.
That's
Dorsey.
fine.
I have not asked that question yet because we were trying to get through the list that Arlington had, and we know that there are at least, at the end of last week, we knew at least for the 18 or 16 to 64 list that there were at least 20,000 people on just that portion. And that may have grown since we last looked at it, because obviously we continue to encourage people to get signed up. So we will have to follow up on that question.
That's fine. And since that's a follow-up, here's one that maybe can be answered in the immediate. So I know at the early going, the federal pharmacy program wasn't working so well from a coordination with the local public health department standpoint. Has that improved? And do we have a sense that their criteria for who they're vaccinating is consistent with what we're doing? We know that they're supposed to, but do we have any idea of whether or not that's bearing fruit in reality? And do we have any sense as to whether or not they're capturing a large number of Arlingtonians among those that they vaccinate?
Excellent question. All I can tell you right now, Mr. Dorsey, is that they're following the general guidance of the Virginia Department of Health. So they are now supposed to be vaccinating those 65 and older and those 16 to 64 if they've got Pfizer with chronic medical conditions. Where they're coming from, that has not been dictated, because that's a federal program more than a local, and it does actually add more of a burden for those corporations, because they have their national systems, and their ability sometimes to pull off lists and so on are based on what their flexibility is. So the way I'm starting to look at it is, and hopefully I can encourage folks, is, we've got our efforts and then there's more vaccine coming in. So if more people are getting vaccinated, that's terrific. I wish I could say it was all Arlingtonians. However, we do realize that also non-Arlingtonians work here, and the more we get vaccinated as a region, the better we will be. But to your question, I can't guarantee all of those are going to Arlingtonians. And even if we've put them in certain places, like we've asked the Harris Teeters when they asked which areas I put them in, and staff and I looked at it and we said, for equity purposes, we recommended the site near the Ballston Mall, the site near Arlington Mill, and the site near Pentagon City because of the communities they were near. That's how we've approached it.
Right. But and the reason I asked the question, from what I understand, you can seek appointments through those federal partners through national online instruments, which means that there's not only no guarantee of Arlingtonians, there's no guarantee of Northern Virginians or even metro area people. Someone from Baltimore presumably could find a slot, make it a point. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You are absolutely right. But we have also learned that our folks have done the same thing and going to Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
And so,
thank you.
Great. Well, that's, I think, important point with respect to the CVS's Giants, the other providers. I want to just thank you, Dr. Varghese and Mr. Schwartz, for help on the letter that we did as Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and which really your data and Dr. Miller's made the letter a strong case that we sent to the governor on Friday. And just a big thank you there. Mr. Schwartz deserves a lot of thanks for helping to start drafting and bringing together the chief administrative officers. I was happy to put my signature on it and join a phone call and did engage, but really it's the two of you who deserve credit. We're hoping that will pay off over the coming weeks, but I think it does bear repeating for those watching who haven't heard. There's a significant increase of doses that we saw, somewhere around 3,800 first doses last week to 6,800 or a little more this week. So I think that's the second point I wanted to make. My question is one that concerns this group of individuals that we've called either the Jebiteers because of the Jebit tool. A few people online are also concerned that there's a few days that that where there's a gap. Their term black hole, I like to think of it as a gap instead. But I wondered if we had sort of two related questions. I know we're working on this. Do we have any sense of the scale of that problem right now, and then our work plan to get through it. Not that we'll get it, we're working hard on it. This is data intensive work. So I think it's a question for probably you, Dr. Varghese, but also perhaps Dr. Miller, because I know you both work on different components of it. But I think probably to you first, Dr.
Sure.
Varghese.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. So let me first try to explain what we're seeing as the problem. So JEBIT was one tool. What the state did when they created their system, they took a number of data sources, including JEBIT, but they also took the VAMS database information, which is the vaccine system from CDC, at whatever point people interacted with it before February 16th, and there are some other sources as well. They threw it all into the mix, and so they considered that any point of contact as people to register in the system. Now, I wouldn't consider all of those people pre-registered, but that's a different decision. They decided to call it that. But you also need useful information from it. So we can't actually, just based on a date, say we can invite someone, because if we don't know what the criteria is, then we're just saying you happen to interact with it. But if you're not part of 1A or 1B, you're actually then just saying because you interacted with the system, you get to be put ahead of other folks. As the state sends out emails, and that's what we need people to do, is to actually, all of those individuals should have updated information in the system, or at least enough of an email to be hearing from the state, which means all of those emails some may find annoying. What they're saying is, please update your information. Without date of birth, we can't, for example, bring people in if they're 65 and older, because we need some proof for that. Do they complete their underlying medical conditions to qualify as 16 to 64? If they've not completed that, well, then we won't have the ability to move them up based on that date into the system. They would then still functionally be in the system as someone who would maybe qualify without work experience as general public. Same thing for the workers. If they don't put their appropriate category, if it's just left blank, we can't just assume where they are in phase 1B. Obviously, if they claim phase 1B and we're now in 1C, we may move them, but we do really need to know who they are if we're going to try to make it as fair as it's possible for folks. I know people hear numbers, it's nowhere near like 10 or 12 or 20,000 people. It's some number probably under between 2,000 and 5,000 people, but we need people to complete their information. And if they don't actually qualify yet, they're not going to be invited, even if the state put them in as interacting on the earliest date on January 13th, because if they're still general public, we're not going to invite the general public person until it's their time.
Wow, that is very helpful. It's not an easy subject, and that's very helpful. So scale of the problem somewhere, we think between 2,000 and 5,000. And I know from when I've tried on some occasions to get, when there are details like this in an online system, if you just don't have one of them, it can be super frustrating for the public, but we still do need that data because we want to serve people in the order of risk. So that is very helpful between 2,000 and 5,000. I see Dr. Miller. One question eventually for the two of you. I do want to assure, I know that you've been working on this, so I think we've been making progress to bring down the number in this list, even if it's not easy. But don't know if that's a Dr. Varghese first and then Dr. Miller.
So when I said the 2 to 5, part of it is there's possible overlap between the residential number and the work number. So that's why it could be even higher. I'm just trying to give an idea. It's not this number that we believe is over 10,000, but people don't update their information, and that's what we need help with. We can't update it for them. It's a state system, and I'm going to let Dr. Miller, I think this is where he has a passion here. So please, Dr. Miller.
Yeah, this is exactly, thank you, Dr. Varghese. This is exactly what I was the information, and particularly if folks have received a communication from the state to update their information in the database, it is critically important that they do that. As Dr. Varghese said, we can pull down certain data elements from the system, but we need to have the screening questions that you answer as part of the pre-registration process answered in order to be able to effectively slide folks into the queue. Without it, it is just, it's sort of just, it's information, it's noise. It doesn't really help us in getting someone vaccinated. If we've got individuals out there who believe they fall into this category, one, they should have received information from the Virginia Department of Health in an email or a text message to update their information. Vaccinate.virginia.gov, and I've pulled it up. So, and you'll see something that says check the list and verify and update your record. And then the other thing I want to point out is you can call 877-829-4682, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., as Dr. Varghese mentioned. And essentially that the state folks at the call center there are there to help you fill out the information, complete your record, and make sure that we then at the local level can pull the information down and help get folks through it. One of the other things that I'll mention, Dr. Varghese was talking about attempting to sort of go through the list. What we're having to do right now is essentially manually reconcile, because of the different data sources, right? See to what degree we can match the records that we do have with folks that may have already been vaccinated, right? Or with folks who have pre-registered elsewhere in the system. Folks sometimes may use a different email address, right? They may use their home phone number versus their cell phone number. They may use their work address versus their home address. And all of those things make it sort of a much more manual, labor-intensive process for us to go in and match them. The easiest thing is if folks fall into this category, they've received the communication, update their information, or if they believe they are in, either visit the website or call the hotline to get some help.
So just because I don't have it pulled up, can you say one more time? Because I think that state number, many are calling our number, but it's probably most efficient in this case, often called 877.
Yeah, when it comes to the pre-registration, that is 877-829-4682.
Great, thank you. And we'll go to Ms. Crystal for questions. Just a big, really appreciate both of you. And one note, there are people who are probably watching who are still frustrated. All of us have been on the phone with someone working off an online system and wished that we had, wanted to go through the phone to the computer and say, fix this. And I can only imagine, and we can imagine your frustration, but that doesn't, we're still working on it. And I hope this set of answers from Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller help. It is also true that there are multiple public health employees and emergency management employees working on this problem. And so it's data intensive and we're working hard. I know we'll have questions from Ms. Crystal, but I know that to be the case from Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller. Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. That's a great point. Our team is doing their best to find you, but you can take matters into your own hands right now. And actually, if I had one thing, I think we could maybe communicate to everyone who may be listening to this and is interested in either their own place in line or helping the vaccination effort. Go to vaccinate.virginia.gov and verify and update your record. Even if you may not be in this category, even if you've been vaccinated, right? Because they may not necessarily have that information, especially if you were one of those folks that perhaps traveled to Pennsylvania to participate in their pharmacy program. We've heard a lot of conversation about how difficult this data is to get, and you can help us by going to vaccinate.virginia.gov, clicking verify and update your record, and letting the state know all of the information that they need to help us prioritize you in the queue and to help us try for the life of us to get better data. Okay, so we've certainly had a lot of conversations. I think it's possible folks who are watching along might have their heads spinning, which would be reasonable. But I think the sum and substance, if you could take away anything, it's that the level of data that Arlingtonians are hungry for and perhaps used to is very hard for us to offer for a variety of reasons. We don't always know the numerators of who has gotten a vaccine for all the reasons Dr. Varghese talked about. And in fact, it may surprise some people to know we don't always know the denominators. It turns out The census doesn't ask you if you have hypertension or if you volunteer at a food clinic or food bank. And so there are a lot of factors that make people eligible for 1B that we don't have data on. And so this is part of the reason we are working so hard to reach everyone in the community and get them pre-registered so that we can know how many of you are in these different groups. But I know the frustration coming from all corners of this community. There is a desire to know exactly what percent of Arlingtonians have been vaccinated, what percent of each category has been vaccinated. And I hope that we can convey through some of these discussions of the complexity of it, that it is not a lack of transparency or a lack of intent. We want this data very much ourselves, but rather some challenges in how the system has been set up. And the fact that, again, your local, state, and federal government do not keep records on your health conditions, for example, which may be good news to some or concerning to others. So all of which is a long wind up to my question, which is one of the things we encourage people to focus on instead, is how many doses of the vaccine Arlington is getting and how many of those doses we are getting into ARMS, which has consistently been 97 or 98%. But as we are hopefully, as Dr. Verghese was talking about, on the precipice of getting a lot more doses, I think you use the term floodgates being open, which sounds like a wonderful vision. I would love if we could unpack that a little bit and talk about, certainly we don't know tomorrow. We don't know how many doses we're going to be getting next week precisely. But could you talk about some of the factors that are leading to increased availability of vaccination? Whether it's more of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines that have already been with us? Is it, Johnson & Johnson releasing greater stores? When we hear the president of the United States say that everybody, there should be a vaccine for everyone in this country later this spring. What are some of the big drivers of that? And what should Arlingtonians who are interested in following that number of doses received know about how that number will, well, I'd say go up and down, but really we hope it'll just be going up in the weeks to come?
Sure.
What should we know?
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I've talked about it a little bit before, but I think it bears repeating. So Operation Warp Speed was conceived to simultaneously with the process of the emergency use authorization. There were 5 manufacturers of vaccine that the federal government promised, basically, if you will in good faith produce the vaccine simultaneous to as you're testing it, we will assure you that we will pay for that vaccine. So all 5 of those companies have actually produced vaccine to some extent or another prior to the emergency use authorization. So in many ways, what we're seeing is that pre-authorization supply that initially comes, and then of course they have to catch up to actually produce what they were promising. So Pfizer and Moderna, for example, when they were initially purchased, it was 100 million doses each, or actually 200 million doses each. Then they bought an additional 200 million doses. The problem was the first shipment was supposed to be over 1/4. The second shipment was supposed to be over the second quarter. So I think everyone assumed we were going to get it on January 1st, 2021. We didn't get that. And when President Biden got to office, he purchased an additional 200 million doses of each of those. So we have a lot coming down the pipeline, but it's when is it going to come? But obviously, as they deliver these things, we're going to see more of it coming. J&J, we originally bought only 100 million doses. They have decided to buy an additional 100 million, and where it's being produced is the question, and that's where they had gotten Merck Sharp and Dohme. I don't know if they call themselves that fully anymore, but Merck actually was agreed to help produce the vaccine because they're not in this particular vaccine game. And so, but if they have the ability to produce it under J&J, that's a terrific thing. So we've got all of these sources, but they're coming in a sense at a time when people all assumed it was going to be ready, like shovel ready way back when. And that's, I think what's happening is that people are wondering why didn't get done sooner. Obviously, we're not the only country that these pharmaceutical companies were working with. Not all of them actually have plants here in the U.S. So, people could talk about eminent domain. There have been some of those issues of, should some of these countries stop it from leaving their shores? Those are some of the things that people have to all realize are part of this vaccination effort that could take interesting turns, because I think only one of them was actually originally here. So those are just some of the things. By the end of this year, based on the amount of vaccine we are authorized to get, we will probably have more than enough to vaccinate every American twice, which is not, and that's not something that we should necessarily want to have, and hopefully those resources can go other places eventually. But that's the situation. There's been a disconnect between supply and demand. It's been delayed. And if that helps, this is why we're starting to see the floodgates open. But the flood is for the things that should have come in the first quarter and the second quarter finally arriving.
So maybe the dams are breaking, the dams that have been in place since January, February. That's really helpful. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. And I can tell our county manager's looking to get a word in edgewise.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
So I did thanks for all those questions and answers. I did want to mention we do not have a firm number, for example, for next week on the doses we're getting. This week we've got around 8,000. Next week we probably will get a similar amount. People will ask us, oh, well, that's really good. And it is good, but when we have this 2-dose regimen, I already know next week is a just 2,000 of first doses and the rest are all second doses. So people have to realize there's an ebb and flow to this. And so the people who are very anxious to get the first doses are also running into, people who need the second doses. The other point I did want to make is we received some questions. I know you had referenced the questions from Ms. Mosher. We have also a group that is diligently at work thinking about the next location that we need to open up for a vaccination site. And also we have in the past done vaccinations on the weekend. We will be doing them in the future on the weekend. As far as I really am going to encourage people and to stay tuned so that when Ms. Crystal goes through her presentation, we do have these smaller venues for the Macedonia Baptist Church and also the Arlington Free Clinic that provide some flexibility. And also there are a lot of resources which we're going to link to on our website. If people have been talking about problems with access, we also have been doing some work there. So with that, I think that's going to conclude our presentation unless you have additional questions. And I feel privileged to get the primetime slot right at the beginning. I did have one other short item, non-vaccine related.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. It's a good segue. We'll follow up with additional information and your points on the supply coming in stages are very helpful, but it's also the case that broadly over the coming 2-3 weeks, we're hopeful of additional supply. And that's part of our case as Northern Virginia regional leaders. We made that letter to really work on that. So we'll go now to Mr. Schwartz. I think you have one other item on your manager's report.
Right.
Unless colleagues have, go ahead.
Just a quick update on the new Arlington County logo process. We had a deadline of March 14th where we asked for submissions. We received about 250 submissions. And the logo review panel is right now busily, all 14 members, hard at work evaluating and reviewing those submissions. Probably later in April or early in May, we will have the first public citing of some of those choices. I'm very excited to see what happens, and we're on a pace to keep our promise to the board to come forward in June with the logo review panel recommendations. So with that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I know the board would very much appreciate your work on that. Did see a number of questions. So we will proceed. Actually, I think I'm going to ask for just a slight switch in our approach. We will go ahead, unless colleagues have concerns, we will go ahead to do commission appointments. If that works, I know that we can come back we'll come back to the chair's report and other reports. So commission appointments, and I will go ahead and make this motion. I have a number of individuals to name to different of our commissions, which are such a critical component of the partnership to help we have together to help serve our whole community. So I will move that we make the following appointments. To the Board of Equalization of Real Estate Assessments, we reappoint Mary Dooley for a term ending December 31st, 2021. We reappoint Mary Hogan for a term ending at that same time. And we reappoint William Barnes Lawson, Jose Peñaranda for a term also ending December 31st, 2021, and Mark Yates Sr. for a term ending at that same date. I will also move that we appoint to the Commission on the Arts, for the Arts, Jason Rhinelander for a term ending March 31st, 2024, Catherine Aselford for a term ending March 31st, 2024, and Sonali Sanjay for a term ending March 31st, 2022. Please excuse if there were mispronunciations. The last two women in that group, my apologies. Next, to the Disability Advisory Commission, we reappoint Leonardo Cantos for a term ending November 30th, 2022, Michael Angeloni for a term ending that same date. To the Human Rights Commission, we appoint Sean Pierce for a term ending March 31st, 2024. To the Industrial Development Authority, we appoint Rudy Burwell for a term ending February 28th, 2025. To the Planning Commission, we reappoint Gene Siegel for a term ending September 30th, 2021. To the Northern Virginia Conservation Trust, we appoint Shruti Kupa for a term ending June 30th, 2023. To the Commission on the Status of Women, we reappoint Xenia Ruiz for a term ending November 30th, 2022, and designate Julia Tanner as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2021. To the Sports Commission, we appoint Jason Despain for a term ending March 31st, 2023. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, we appoint Joshua Grissett for a term ending March 31st, 2023. And we appoint Emily Emery for a term ending that same date. To the Technology Commission, also known as the Information Technology Advisory Commission previously, we reappoint Jacqueline Snelling for a term ending March 31st, 2024. And that concludes the appointments. If the motion does not require a second, so we'll go ahead and I'll ask for a call of the roll. I'll go ahead and ask for votes. Ms. Garvey?
I vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye as well.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye. Congratulations to each of you. You've now been appointed to help us. We take your volunteer help, and in the Arlington tradition, we will certainly ask for a lot of your time and work. But we are grateful for your serving our community and appreciate that. So now we will go back briefly to the chair's report. I have just two items really, and I'll ask the clerk if you might pull up the PowerPoint on the ending hunger work that we are going to continue to engage in. This is just a first slide, and immediately I think we need masks for the two of them, but we will get to a time when grocery stores are safer when you're close like that. But there's a number of steps we're taking. Our seniors, we have Langston Brown has reopened its Social 60 Plus Cafe. We had a grant that we received. Arlington's only commercial farm received a $15,000 grant. There's a number of steps with respect to our schools. President Biden and the American Rescue Plan made a big difference on some of these, and other of these preceded President Biden, but electronic benefits are issued through September of 2021. APS has continued to do quite a bit. Will continue. The State General Assembly has passed HB 1820 in the House and Senate to expand SNAP eligibility. And that is huge because in Arlington, as in many other communities, SNAP eligibility is important, and having a large enough benefit is a key step. On the next page, next slide, I'll just briefly summarize. It is eminent. The Food Security Task Force we have, Stephanie Hopkins has started, and this is just a summary of what we will be doing. The last bullet point there says appointments will be announced next week. Colleagues will know I am thrilled about that, as I know are you. That covers the slide deck that I had for a chair's report. I have a proclamation to read because this month is Women's History Month, and I'm thrilled to be able to read this. I know each of us has loved the opportunity this is a particularly meaningful proclamation that I'll read a couple of the recitals, and then the other two proclamations I will summarize briefly. But this one, I hope all of us will share in being proud of this step. So whereas in 2020, the U.S. Commemorated the centennial of the 19th Amendment, which codified the right to vote for women in the Constitution, and the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, which protected the right to vote for Black women and saw a record number of women voting and pursuing elected office at all levels. And whereas in 2020, Virginia achieved a historic milestone in our nation's quest to pass the Equal Rights Amendment by becoming the 38th state to ratify the ERA. And whereas our nation made history in 2021 by inaugurating Kamala Harris, the first female, the first Black, and the first South Asian vice president, and celebrated the announcement of Stacey Abrams' nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize for her work in increasing Black voter turnout in Georgia. And whereas, despite this progress, women still encounter the glass ceiling and strive for equal pay for equal work. Violence against all women continues to plague our families and communities, and the accomplishment of American women have been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the arts, in sports, in entertainment, in literature, and in the study of American history. And whereas Arlington is proud of the many accomplishments and leadership roles local women of every class and ethnic background have assumed, making Arlington an inclusive and first-rate county contributing to the state strength of our Commonwealth, our nation, and the global community. And whereas the 2020 and 2021 National Women's History Month theme, Valiant Women of the Vote, honors women from the original suffrage movement as 20th and 21st century women, including women of color, who have played critical roles by continuing the struggle to ensure voting rights for all. Now, therefore, I, Matt DeFranti, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim March 2021 as Women's History Month in Arlington County and encourage all residents to join in honoring our history and celebrating the contributions of women. I'll certainly, if colleagues wish, we honor this many times on I think actually tomorrow we will have or Thursday we will have a session that describes this. I know last year Chair Garvey and before that, every year it's a point of real pride to get to read this proclamation, and so certainly I know we all share in it, and so happy to read that and happy to share this month. So there are two other proclamations. I know all of us care about this. If one of your colleagues wants to say something in particular, I'm not getting in your way, but I also know we all care very deeply about this. The two other proclamations are also very profound. We will make them. I will just summarize them. And one fits right with our theme. We recognize the service and sacrifice of our veterans by proclaiming last week, the week of March 14th to March 2021, Virginia Women Veterans Week in honor of the 107 women who call Virginia home. That is certainly powerful, and so that is our proclamation for the week that has just passed. We additionally proclaim March 29th, 2021 as National Vietnam War Veterans Day in recognition of the 54 Arlington County residents who lost their lives in service during the Vietnam War and the many more who served. So those two proclamations we will also read And thank you, colleagues, for working with me as I work through those important proclamations. We will now go to Ms. Crystal for the first of our board member reports, and it is on the Arts Commission Equity event, I believe. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to flag this because it is happening tomorrow evening. And so hopefully my colleagues are interested in joining, or others interested in joining. We can get this information out. I have a terrible echo. Is anyone hearing that? Okay. I don't know if we all mute ourselves. Oh, fixed. Great. Thank you so much. So tomorrow evening, this is really an exciting event hosted by our Arts Commission. I am looking forward to bringing the Arts Commissioners themselves forward for a future board report to talk about their multiple month effort to develop an equity statement. I know that every one of our commissions has been interested and thinking about and working on how our vision and our goals of racial and social equity in Arlington County intersect with their own work. And the Arts Commission, under the leadership of Chair Anika Quinana, has done just an exemplary job that I think we can all learn from, and has decided to take this equity statement that they've drafted in consultation not only with their own commissioners and the arts grantees with which they liaise, but also in conversations with other commissions throughout the county and other stakeholders. They're now opening this up to the public. They're interested in getting feedback from Arlingtonians about how they would like to see the values of equity furthered in arts for those who may participate in making art or just love and patronize the arts in Arlington County. Here's an excerpt. You can see it's labeled draft. This is just a quick flavor of what tomorrow night's event is going to focus on. This is some draft definitions, some exciting ideas about how these statements and definitions and values could be infused to the work of the Arts Commission and indeed arts organization grantees. And I know that they've given a lot of thought to facilitating some really meaningful engagement on this question. So if you care about the arts and a more vibrant and cultural Arlington County, and you care about these issues of equity, as we know so many in our community do, I hope that you will join the Arts Commission and me tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. You can visit commissions.arlingtonva.us/commission-art, or just go to arlingtonva.us and search Arlington County Commission on the Arts, and you will find your way for a link to this free event.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crystal. And I saw Ms. Quinana's invitation along with the group, and I'm interested in attending. I think we all have multiple things at multiple nights, but I'm glad that we will. And over to Mr. Dorsey for a question or a comment.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think it's a terrific statement, Ms. Crystal. So if you would relay my congratulations and thanks to the Commission on the Arts for that. However, there seemed to be an exclusion of participation in the arts from an equity lens. Is that something that's intentional?
So I am trying to take great pains. I don't know that I represented it graphically to that extent on the slide, to not be presenting the statement itself to colleagues tonight. I wanted to include it as sort of an excerpt and a flavor of what's under discussion, but it is going to be iterated and discussed with the community tomorrow night and then after, before they're ready to fully present it to us. That said, I think that is exactly the kind of feedback they're looking for tomorrow. So I can, if you're not able to make it, I can get you the full draft statement for insight, because I'm sure they'd love to have it, as someone actually who totally fits the center of that Venn diagram of interested in the arts and interested in equity. Like
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for the quick, good eye to catch that. And so we did next on our agenda is we did talk earlier in our conversation about vaccinations. We did talk about the Complete Vaccination Committee, and we'll go back to that. But I want to just make sure we're clear that in our discussion a half hour ago, we very much are all concerned about equity in vaccine doses. We intentionally are going to focus some of our conversation right now on that topic. But first, it's over to Ms. Crystal for the Complete Vaccination Committee. Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
Excellent. So I think if there was any takeaway from the prior conversation, it's that we can't get you vaccinated unless we get you pre-registered. And so at this point, that pre-registration effort has been a huge focus of the Complete Vaccination Committee. If we could go to the next slide. As a reminder, our Complete Vaccination Committee has taken on the goal of educating the public, sharing facts and timing about the process and how it works, right, is really an important phase. But also importantly, sharing the science and known information about the vaccine and building confidence in the vaccine by identifying trusted partners and helping facilitate those connections with hard to reach communities, and encourage individuals to get the vaccine when it's available to them, and share why our community leaders, especially those who are representative of and trusted by our hard-to-reach communities, are taking the vaccine themselves. We know those personal stories are some of the most important information that we can get out there. A quick reminder on the next slide about who is included in our Complete Vaccination Committee. This presents an excellent opportunity, as it always does, to thank them. Our indefatigable co-chairs, Wanda Pierce and Elisa Ortiz, who are known to all of you as the chairs of our Complete Count Committee, the forerunner after the successful efforts to get everyone in Arlington counted in the 2020 census, joined by Nancy White, the head of our free clinic in Arlington. And you can see some familiar names here are folks who have great standing in our community in areas that may not otherwise always get reached out to by the Arlington County community, whether that's residents of affordable housing, our faith communities, our student communities are well represented here, and countless others. I'm sure I'd be leaving groups out if I tried to enumerate them all. We'll go to the next one. Some of the things, one of the other important priorities of the Complete Count Vaccination Committee, which they've been doing a terrific job of, is elevating to decision makers in Arlington County. All those of us certainly here on the board and also in our public health and emergency management leadership about what the barriers are to vaccination. As you might imagine, the ones that we are seeing nationally that we anticipated in setting up this Complete Vaccination Committee are rising to the fore. And I think at this point, nearly all of us on the board have been out participating at one of the Complete Vaccination Committee pop-ups and have heard some of these things very much ourselves. English fluency and literacy in general. This is such an important element. Just because the site is in Spanish does not always mean that folks are fluent in a native language, or literate in a native language. And so the importance of having trusted partners who can help walk them through registration. Digital access, of course, remains a challenge for a number in our community. Mobility, the fact that folks are moving around this community, and maybe this is something we hear a lot at these pop-ups. I work in Maryland for my job, and some of my family lives in Prince William, and I'm here in Arlington part of the week, and so forth. And then I would say in my personal experience, I think we hear this a little less so in terms of sort of outright anti-vaccination skepticism, but there is certainly some hesitancy. I think the sort of axiomatic comment these days is, I just want to see how it works when others go first, right? So being able to communicate and respond to that. And then certainly distrust of participating in a government-run process is sadly, but not surprisingly, as much a feature in this community as it is elsewhere. If we could go to the next slide. So we have been popping up all over Arlington at affordable housing complexes, at Arlington Free Clinic, at our churches that serve the Black community in particular, and surely other food distribution sites run by PTAs, and certainly others that I'm failing to remember right now. We have registered 670 folks. Certainly we're aiming to do more. As you might imagine, the process of actually pre-registering someone, as you might know if you filled out that pre-registration form, is a little bit time intensive. So we're aiming certainly to increase those numbers with more volunteers. Importantly, distributed over 1,000 COVID health kits. Everyone we talk to gets one of those with masks, hand sanitizer, and other important PPE, and distributed over 5,000 door flyers, which is another important way to get out that information about pre-registration. Our next, and I think final slide, is encouraging you to join us, especially if you is a you on behalf of any kind of organization, be you a civic group, a PTA or Club de Madres, or other organization affiliated with our schools, or a gardening club. If there's more than one or two of you gathering, you can be a CVC partner, and we'd love to have your help. We're asking you to help share up-to-date vaccination information rather, in your community. Share personally, as I was mentioning, your own story about why you've gotten the vaccine or plan to get the vaccine. Help others pre-register, and certainly encourage those to get the vaccine when their time comes up. So just a snapshot into how hard this group of people have been working to continue to get the word out. At this point, helping folks navigate that pre-registration and then sign-up process is a big part of that effort. And as those floodgates open or dam breaks, whatever analogy we choose that we were so encouraged to hear about in the prior presentation, that conversation is going to shift more towards encouraging people to go now and get that shot once it's eligible to the general public. So a giant thank you to Dr. Bryna Helfer and everyone else on that team, Tanya Boujbrail, everyone else I'm forgetting in CAPE for being the engine and the project managers that are really helping this move forward. And that concludes my reports. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I have seen each of you yourselves popping up at these different pop-ups around the county. So very much appreciated. And we already have had one specific idea that fits with a couple of things that you've said, sort of coming off of Mr. Karantonis's last night in Spanish, your session. There's a thought that, we could get 5 or 10 local leaders who would each say in Spanish their piece. And that came from a couple of our residents. And Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot, thank enough the CVC members, the thousands of hours of volunteer work, the investment in intellectual capacity, in time, in sweat equity. I have to say, though, that having followed myself the effort on the ground, in the field, over the last maybe 15, 20 days, what I see, and this is my anecdotal experience, but it's quite constant and consistent throughout this time, is that once the groups that are in the system, in some of the systems that Dr. Varghese talked about and Dr. Miller talked about, they get vaccinated. They are front and center. This flood of vaccine, this increased supply really reaches these people. But those who are not in the system, those who are not, and these are many, they still don't have access. My problem is that out of maybe the 200 people that I personally tried to register, and I registered probably 90% of them, hardly more than 3 to 4% knew about having to register. It's also a cultural thing. You probably expect that this will pop up at your CVS pharmacy somehow magically, or you don't exactly understand how this process works. It needs really a continuous presence. I am more than excited about the pop-ups, but I really want to engage and stimulate some thinking, maybe with the county manager and Ms. Helfer and maybe our Office of Emergency Management, whether we need a small but efficient battalion of canvassers that will be in the field, for the next several weeks. And in the hot spots, we know where they are. We can cover them and on a 7-7 basis. So every day, in front of supermarkets, in front of people where people gather normally, where they take public transportation still, etc. We know we have a good understanding where these hotspots are, and I've been following also organizations that work with the CVC, but at the same time engage on their own very, very actively. SEEK, for example, the Sri Employment Center, the Ethiopian Community Development Center, they go out, they seek their communities, and they have been subscribing, registering a lot of people. So I do think that a concentrated, purpose-driven, targeted effort on our minorities, most vulnerable population will give us a lot of return on this investment, and we will get a lot of people registered. I think it's really worth thinking about that.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I think you've raised this at least, I believe, once before, and I think it's a fair question. There is a group of ASHPA, Arlington South. I don't know the acronym, but it's Miss Tanya Talento and Miss Valenzuela, and there's a group that they have worked and registered 473 people between five of them, and that's an example. But you ask us a different specific question. There's also certainly Macedonia's a benefit, and there's work to try and get one form that's shorter than the many screens you have to work through. So I know we all care about that. I think let's put a pin in that and that question and seek to follow up over the coming week to 2 weeks about that. There is, as I think all our community knows, there's so many additional things we'd love to be doing. And part of it is this concept of being canvassing and being out in the community. And part of it is also, as we get the floodgates open, there'll be more supply. And so the partnership with Free Clinic and Neighborhood Health can also loosen up. But let's come back to that. Really appreciate your raising it, and you have been leading on this. And so thank you. We will, with that, we'll go to Ms. Garvey. You've been patient, and you have, I think, a couple of reports. So thank you. Go ahead. I think the Commission on Aging to start, perhaps.
Yes, and I'll be pretty quick. I find myself thinking it's been a year, and I'll just stay on this slide for a little bit. It's a year since we've been doing this, and I attended a number of groups that a year ago this was new and people were struggling to how to figure it, and these are all going great. So the first ever, I think, Community Engagement Forum on Aging was held virtually. It went great. And this year particularly, I found myself sort of struck by, I think we're viewing older people differently this year now. In part, COVID showed the risk, and there's more, I think, appreciation sometimes about what our older members bring. And then you just look at the national leadership with, people in their 70s and 80s leading the country and really taking us through this pandemic. I think the benefits that older people can bring has kind of come to the fore, at the same time how they need support and can be at risk at times. So it was a great forum. I wasn't able to stay the whole time, but I really appreciated being able to attend. And there's just some interesting information. Next slide. And there's just a lot of information about, older people. Obviously, the over 65 is a rapidly growing group. I'm part of it. It's the baby boomers. We're continuing to work our way through the demographic system. But a lot of the older adults, while they needed help, they also provided a lot of support during the pandemic, which was really helpful. So we were really kind of celebrating getting through the pandemic as far as we have, and everything that older people have been able to do to help. And of course, the next slide, please. One of the nicer things that you can do with older programs, we're going to, I think, kind of re-energize this a little bit now that we're getting through COVID, is the connection between generations. And I think it means so much to both the younger people and older people. And they're going to try and do more of that. It's helpful all the way around. Both sides learn. And younger people are able to appreciate some of the great stories that our older folks have. I won't go into them now, but I know I've been sort of regaling people a little bit with conversations with my 92-year-old mother and what it was like almost 100 years ago now. And it's a real window onto history and to actually survival and persistence. And the last slide is just, there's one more, just kind of a cute picture. I kept that one because I liked it. And we'll go on to the next report. If that's all right, Mr. Chair, I'll just kind of keep rolling.
Sure.
we also had the kickoff for the Plot Against Hunger. And of course, this was begun by AFAC, but it's been for getting people in Arlington. We've got a lot of gardens. We had people in need that were needing food, and this is pre-COVID. AFAC decided that why don't we get them together and really started this great program, the Plot Against Hunger. And last year, with all of the need to get food to folks, AFAC turned it over to our Friends of Urban Agriculture, who've taken it over, and they ran the kickoff this time, which was great. And it's just really exciting. I think the importance, again, also of urban agriculture really came to the fore, and we're understanding that a lot more. And next picture, slide. So these are just some of the information, 16 food pantries, 9,000 pounds of produce. Oh, my heavens. From local farms and all of the economic value of all of the donations that went in. It's just amazing. And this doesn't even include the victory gardens and community gardens we've got. So we did a lot to kind of feed ourselves last year, and that's going to continue. The kickoff was great. It was on kind of one of the first spring days. Next picture, next slide, please. And then actually these slides, there's that term, if anyone heard, called forest bathing, which I think is Japanese. You go and you just feel good. I will tell you, when I sat at the, I was at home, this was virtual, and they started showing these pictures, I could just feel my blood pressure dropping. So I kind of decided I have to show these pictures. So we'll go through them quickly, but they're labeled for, these are obviously school gardens. Next slide. And here we've got the central library, and the next slide. And then this is just, general personal gardens and stuff. Isn't it just amazing? I mean, it's incredible. Anyway, I just felt good looking at it. And so I'm sharing it with you and anybody that's watching because it just made me feel better. So next slide. And this is for those, and this is for those folks watching that like to get involved. You can start your own garden. There are ways to volunteer. There are all kinds of things to do, easy to sign up. And gardeners are very friendly people and very willing to help. So even if you've never gardened before, but you'd like to give it a whirl, maybe just in a few little pots on your windowsill, they'll help you out. So encourage people to do that. I think we're going to get more and more into doing our local agriculture. And of course, as you know, I'm part of the Council of Governments group that's doing that too. It's really a phenomenon region-wide, and I think nationwide, understanding we just can't keep getting all of our food from California, which tends to go on fire, and from Florida, which tends to be going underwater. We just need to be doing more here locally. It's better for the environment, better for us, and it's a lot of fun, a fun way to do good. All right, and then the last thing I've got, I think, is next slide, please. Just to remind me, I wanted to just talk a little bit. I'm on the Advisory Committee on Transportation Choices. That's the group that's, schools and county together, coming together to work on transportation issues for our students in our schools. And it's really kind of picked up. I saw this get started years ago when I was on the school board, and it felt like it kind of limped along for a long time, but it really seems to be working well, and I'm pleased to be on this group, and just wanted to show two particular projects that we've got. This, of course, is kind of to implement our Vision Zero, and these are pilot projects to promote pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. So one, these are both aimed at school reopenings, and one is on Lorcom Lane, and it's temporary. This is really a pilot, but we'll see how it goes. And taking away some parking lanes, parking spaces that people don't need to use so much, and making it better to have a walking place for a safe walking spot for students as they go to school. Next slide, please. Carlin Springs, also a temporary lane closure on the road. This particular area of Carlin Springs has been just a problem, I mean, for decades, really. And I was so pleased, and I've been talking with parents and people about it ever since I was on the school board. And I was really just delighted to see us moving forward. We will see how this goes. This is, again, a temporary and a pilot, but this provides a buffer. That's a very narrow sidewalk. You get kids walking along and they're not careful, and you got traffic whizzing by with hardly any buffer. And this provides a safety buffer. The point is not for them to be walking in the road there, but to be continuing on the sidewalk. But if somebody kind of trips, or they're playing and they do a little horseplay and stumble out into the road, nobody gets hurt because they're protected from the cars. And I'm just delighted to see that. And that's what we're going to be giving a whirl. And we will see how that goes. And once we get back to post-pandemic traffic, see if we need to keep that going, do some more pilots, make some adjustments, and we will see. I think that might be my last slide. That's for later. Yep, that's my regional report. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I believe we will next go to our regional reports. I'm going to see if we can just step out of order a little bit to, if Mr. Dorsey, I know you've got a presentation on COG, if you're set to do that, and I will come back to the legislative update if you're set. Just seems, if you're ready, go for it, Mr. Dorsey.
Sure am, Mr. Chair, and I will try to successfully share my screen, and if any of you can let me know whether or not it ends up working, I would appreciate it if you could just give me a thumbs up, but I'll let you know when I've at least attempted to do it.
We're all set to, but not just yet. So.
Yeah, you're not seeing it yet, but that's okay. Oops.
There we go.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, so before I actually get into it, this first one is going to be on some engagement that I've had with the Housing Association of Nonprofit Developers. We more popularly know it in the community as HAND. They've been doing some work on housing, and over the last couple of months, there's been an effort to broaden the conversation beyond the activities that we engaged in at COG over the last year to set an increase in housing supply targets. Part of that work was not just to identify the level of need and to attach some regional commitment to it, but also to really enlist the support and aid and assistance of partners who could help facilitate that work. Thankfully, we've had a couple of key organizations step up. The Urban Institute, who has brought their considerable research prowess to figuring out how that allocation of 320,000 additional units above projected demand, or above projected supply, by 2030 should be met by each jurisdiction specific responsibility. And then on the side of accountability, HAND has stepped forth to develop what they're calling the housing indicator tool to really provide a jurisdiction by jurisdiction look at our progress toward meeting these targets and where we stand on the policies that can produce a greater housing supply and more equitable outcomes for people who are in housing need. So I'm just going to preview a little bit of this tool, which is a nice little dashboard. And let me just see if I could just do this efficiently. This is a lot of fun to play with, so I encourage you all to spend some time with it at any point you're interested. But first of all, it's a dashboard that looks at a number of jurisdictions in our region, not just Northern Virginia, but including the District of Columbia and suburban Maryland. And it first identifies where we stand on the number of key policies that have been tried and true and tested as best practices to achieve greater outcomes in housing. And after giving a check or an X as to whether or not a particular jurisdiction has those policies in place, it then presents on its summary dashboard page a look at how we're doing in terms of meeting the Urban Institute annual targets that are based on the COG overall assessment of supply needs. So it looks at each jurisdiction and where we stand on meeting the needs for our lowest income earners, low income earners, our low middle income earners, and then our middle income earners. And here you can take a discrete look at all of the 9 or so jurisdictions that are being studied as part of this tool, or you can do a deep dive into one particular jurisdiction. So if we take a look at Arlington County, what you can see is a little bit of a look at some basic summary data about Arlington County. And you can all see your wonderful smiling faces as elected officials to contact in Arlington. It then gives us a look at each of the policy areas and where we stand on that. And you can click on the question mark to get more information about what that means. And then you get into the data, and you can have these data presented in a variety of different graphical forms. You can just look at one locality, or you can look at a number of localities as well to do comparison analysis. So, here takeaway that we can get from all of this is that our region is struggling to meet the supply necessary to meet those targets that we've established. And you can see just where that falls among the various income bands. So in the case of the lowest income earners in our community, no one throughout the region, not just the three that I've selected for this comparison, are coming anywhere close to meeting the need. You could see as you move up and down the income, band, there are greater outcomes that are realized. But, in this particular example, while Arlington County is doing well in the low middle band for 2019 and 2020, that's the only area where we're meeting the needs. And we take no solace in the fact that we may be relatively in a better place than others. There's some other information that's presented on this dashboard that can be very useful, looking at the housing cost burden in a particular locality. And, as you all know, Arlington County, while being a very, very expensive place to live, as reflected in the median gross rent table, which is the bottom one, or the middle one, on this screen, we are the highest when it comes to median gross rent. But in terms of housing cost burden, the percent that renters apply towards their housing costs, at least compared to a couple of comparators here, we're in a relatively better off place. The employment to housing ratio, you're familiar with it, somewhere around 1.5 jobs to housing units is kind of the desirable sweet spot for a healthy place where you don't have employment pressures driving upwards your housing costs. We're right about that level, very close with, in this analysis, Fairfax County. And there's some other data presented on median household income by race. Here, there is not a good story to tell from Arlington's perspective in an equity standpoint, particularly when it comes to the category for not just Black Americans, but I should caution that these data that are presented right here also include people of Hispanic background who are considered Hispanic and Black. So these data are a little bit different than some of the race data that we may see in other places. So I won't dwell on that today, but there is greater conversation to be had on that, because certainly the numbers, regardless of who comprise the category, do not reflect where we want our community to be. So I encourage you and anybody else in our community to spend time with this tool. It's a key way to actually have these very esoteric policy conversations about housing supply targets and really what it means, not only in a local context, but a regional context, become a little bit more accessible. And that information can be found by going to HAND's website, which is handhousing.org. And Mr. Chair, I'll just continue sharing the screen and move to the next level of the presentation, which also includes a few slides. These were presented at our last COG meeting in March, and they give a sense of where we stand amid the COVID pandemic from an economic standpoint. And just to give a little bit of a baseline, we have experienced during the pandemic a dramatic change in the unemployment rate in Arlington and in the region. None of this is probably great news, but this is a slide that shows the magnitude. And what's interesting about this, while we experienced the similar rate of increase compared to the national average when we hit the worst of the pandemic, as we have gone through the recovery, something really interesting happened in October. We had a convergence of the national and the local unemployment rate, which is not something that we've seen in a number of years in this community, as the Washington metro area has performed much better than the national unemployment rate. The succeeding months after October, we've seen a little bit of a gulf grow again. but it just goes to show that when it came to the effects of this pandemic, the typical sort of insulators that we get in recessionary times, being a part of the capital region, it didn't exactly play out that way. This region was hit significantly hard for reasons that are probably well understandable when you consider our reliance on hospitality, leisure, restaurants, and other opportunities for people to gather. So we had a bad shock to our system, and we then can see that reflected in what the jobs situation was from 2019 to 2020. And there's a lot of stuff on this slide. The quick takeaway is that there was only two sectors where we saw an increase in jobs, a minor one in mining, logging, and construction, and another one in the federal government. However, all of the other areas, whether it be local and other government, hospitality, leisure, restaurants, retail, education, all the gamut, all saw a significant loss in jobs year over year. And the increase in federal jobs were driven by the temporary employment opportunities generated by the census. So these are not sustainable long-term jobs. When you think about the job loss in the sectors that were affected, certainly this was catastrophic. And, again, when you look at other recessionary times where the federal government may ramp up permanent employment to offset what's going on within the rest of the economy, we didn't have those conditions and circumstances here. And so when it comes to some of the key things for us to think about moving forward, a couple of slides that I want to present, and some of this may be a little counterintuitive, so I'm happy to share some of the conversation that we had at COG about why these may be presented as they are. But as far as office vacancy rates, at least thus far, we haven't seen a significant change. While they're all worse than they were from the year prior, we're not seeing the significant worsening. And a lot of that, at least on the office side, are longer term leases and the nature of office tenants not necessarily being so prone to shuttering the business and closing up shop, but being able to keep in some degree of suspension of operations for the time being. So not a lot of change in the office vacancy rates. Where you would expect to see a lot of change is in the retail vacancy rates. But interestingly, we haven't seen that yet. Year over year, modest increases in the retail vacancy rates. And this is true across the COG region in the district, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. So, while this is somewhat surprising, this may be a testament to the fact that there have been some supports to the retail sector, particularly restaurants. And now that will be continuing and ongoing through the rescue plan, we hope that will be an insulator against dramatic erosion in the level of retail vacancy in the months ahead. I'll move quickly to this slide. What we had a good conversation about were the public sentiment effects that will drive economic activity moving forward. And these are national poll data. And again, it's a busy slide, but I'll just summarize some of the key takeaways. half to 40% of the various, up to half, of the people in these key areas are likely to return to participating in these activities in the relative near term. That's good. But then again, as you look at the folks who are going to take at least a half year or more before they return to those activities, that ranges from a quarter to nearly 50%. And I'm sorry, the first thing I meant to mention was about a fifth, 20% to 40% plan to return immediately, but then a quarter up to nearly half are going to wait at least 6 months. So when you think about our rebounding from all of this, instead of the typical or the hoped for V-shaped recovery from a recession where you hit your define trough and then you springboard back up to activity, this is going to take a little bit longer. And if these data are to be understood in terms of what people are intending to do. And its effects on some of the things that are of a principal concern in a heavily commercial environment like Arlington, perhaps counterintuitive, but this slide looks at perspectives on what might be enduring trends. And while the bottom trend, an increase in telecommuting and work from home, while many expect that that will be an enduring effect of these COVID times, interestingly, it is not quite as strong a correlation to whether or not office tenants are going to reduce their office space footprint. In fact, what we're hearing in these data are that a lot of folks are looking at ways to provide more discrete, less cramped office environments for their actual workers. So while we may see an increase in telecommuting, it may not necessarily lead to reduced demand for office space. That's something that we need to keep our eye on regionally, but it's perhaps a bright silver lining in otherwise dark clouds. And I think the last thing that I'll just show to finish this up is, again, this has been a particularly difficult time for the Washington metro region, who hasn't had the benefit of some of the normal insulators when our country hits tough times. But the dramatic effects in our local markets, particularly office and retail, haven't been fully realized as of yet. And there is some hope that it will not get as bad as maybe we were thinking during the worst of it last year. This is ongoing work that's going to be subject to ongoing conversation and analysis. And as things become more known or more interesting to the Arlington experience, I promise to bring them back to all of you. And thank you for indulging me in that.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Particular thanks for bringing the hand work. I will not soon forget you presented at a hand event over a year ago, and certainly your economic knowledge and knowledge of housing policy is a significant asset. I can be plenty confident and also say that as a housing policy leader, we are very lucky to have that expertise that you brought with this presentation to the board. So thank you for that, and also the rest of it. Also on the COG work ongoing. So very, very much appreciate that. We'll now go to Ms. Garvey for a report, I believe, on the airport noise.
Yeah, it's actually just there's just one slide. It's just a reminder in a way. We've got a virtual community meeting coming up, and that will be joint with Montgomery County, Maryland. They're going to be hosting this time. It's coming up Monday, April 5th from 7 to 8:30, and you can go on and sign up. Also wanted to let folks know, which I talked about a fair amount the last meeting, about the FAA survey about airplane noise. And if you've got issues, they're willing to listen. And the deadline had been March 15. It's been extended till April 14, which I think is actually a good sign. So just letting people know if they would like to write in. They've still got basically close to another month to do so. And we actually took that extra time. We will be submitting something, Mr. Chair, I think you'll be signing it. It'll be up from the board. But we will be sending sort of an official letter and are waiting to have a little bit more time to kind of, we're part of the NOISE group, which is a national group, and kind of consulting a little bit and making sure that our message is as good as it can be and as strong as it can be, because this particular survey and the information they're gathering is a real opportunity that we haven't had in a long time to maybe address the issue. So that was all I had. Thank you, and encourage people to write in if they'd like to and join the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I really appreciate your continued work on this. I learned last year, not an easy area for us, but very important, and we will, as we recover economically, this will be an issue that continues to be important. You and Mr.
Carantonis is helping out. Yeah, so it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And,
good to have help.
And we're all of us are happy to allow you to continue to lead us in this area. So I did want to conclude, and hopefully, colleagues, this will save you a little time and be high level and helpful to you as well as our public looking. I'll just report briefly on the General Assembly. All of those who are watching closely are waiting for the governor to complete his task of signing, amending, or vetoing bills that the Assembly has approved. He has signed many of the bills, amended 2 of them, and they don't have, those 2 do not have local government impact, and has not vetoed any bills yet. His deadline is next week, March 31st. The General Assembly will then convene to vote on the amendments and vetoes, if there are any, on April 7th. The big pieces of legislation, most know, but just at the high level, the General Assembly abolishing the death penalty and marijuana legalization, which would allow recreational cannabis use by adults when commercial sales would begin in 2024. There's ongoing discussion of that date. Every provision except for the establishment of a new state agency to oversee the regulation will need to be approved by a subsequent session of the General Assembly before they would become law. There is speculation the governor may amend the bill. The state budget, big other topic, has been weathering the COVID crisis well, relatively. February general fund collections were up 8% from the previous fiscal year to date. Additionally, the state will be receiving funds from the American Rescue Plan to provide important funds for programs at the state level. The money will arrive in 2 tranches, 1 year apart. Congressional intent is the first tranche arrives in April, and the second half of the funding would arrive in April of 2022. And it should be targeted towards infrastructure, including broadband, which we have made a priority. There'll be some guidance from the Treasury to follow. Specific wins for Arlington. Delegate Rip Sullivan's legislation, a particular nod, credit, and thank you to Ms. Crystal for really working with Delegate Sullivan to permit the Arlington County Board to rename Lee Highway within its borders. It has been signed into law by the governor. More steps and information on this in the coming months, but that is a key piece of legislation. Delegate Alfonso Lopez also had a bill to give enforcement tools to localities to use when they're faced with issues similar to those at the Purple Lounge. That was signed into law. I know there's ongoing efforts. Several of us, but in particular, Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Carantonis have been following, and Mr. Carantonis testified at the General Assembly on that. A third victory that is legislation to ensure online travel companies pay transient occupancy sales tax on the entire cost of a hotel room. Pat Carroll has worked on this along with Arlington as a whole, our boards, for at least 11 years, and it was finally approved by the General Assembly. This will help our general fund once the economy improves and visitors are staying in our hotels again. Senator Barbara Favola introduced numerous election measures that I know we all are pleased with: no excuse absentee voting, secure ballot drop boxes, prepaid postage for ballot return envelopes, process to allow for corrections to absentee paperwork, and repeal of the voter ID law. Finally, the budget includes a record total of $125.7 million in the Housing Trust Fund. Actually, that was penultimately. There's also a victory that those of us, all of us on the board who have been following our work on trees. The budget included an amendment submitted by Delegate Patrick Hope to create a work group to develop recommendations and legislation regarding conserving and preserving urban tree canopy. That may come up later this evening. April 7th is the veto session, and with that concludes what I hope was a high level and a relatively painless summary of the General Assembly's actions. Thanks, colleagues, for all your work on that. I will say this, I think we all would share after the events of today and last week, the next steps on common sense gun safety are on our minds. We need protections to help increase our chances of keeping more Virginians and Arlingtonians safer and as safe as we possibly can. So I will now we are now set to go into closed session. We will return no earlier than 6:30 p.m. for our public hearing items. And I will need to go ahead and make a motion, and then we'll take an affirmative recorded vote in an open meeting. Madam Clerk, I'm going to play my appropriate role, and if you'll call the roll once I'm done with the motion, I'd much appreciate that. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A3 and 7 for the purpose of discussing one matter involving the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy and bargaining position, and the purpose of consultation with the county attorney regarding case number 120 CV 667 pending in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you very much.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Great. Colleagues, we are in closed session. Shall we say 5 o'clock or 5 o'clock? I see head nods. 5 o'clock, we'll come back and just look at your calendars to see logistics for which meeting, et cetera. We will be back as a board in open session no earlier than 6:30.
Different link, right?
Yep, different link.
Yep.
That's right.
Arlington County Board back in session after a closed session, and I need to call for a vote on our closed session discussion that we just had. So I'll make the motion, and then the clerk will call the roll. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was previously convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. DeFerranti.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And now we are on to our next agenda item. And Madam Clerk, would you call, I'll just provide a brief introduction for everyone who is here to speak this evening. And then we will call the next agenda item, which will be a set of agenda items. For those of you that may have joined us today to speak on our agenda items, please note as part of our normal process, all speakers for consent agenda items, that's items 1, 17, and 24, will be heard together before we consider each item. You will speak as a group. We will call on consent agenda items speakers directly after I finish these announcements. While you're waiting to speak, please keep your audio muted and your cameras off until you are called. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Please listen to the tone to indicate that your time has elapsed. Finally, after you've spoken, you may exit Teams. You can continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085, or Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. We're now ready to receive public testimony on the items that were pulled from Saturday's consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please call the first speaker? First speaker, and we'll hear the speakers in block, and then we'll go to the first item. Madam Clerk.
Yes, our first speaker is Scott Miles, followed by Carol Fuller.
Mr. Miles.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair DeFerranti and board members. My name is Scott Miles, and I'm providing comments tonight on the Pentagon Row Minor Site Plan Amendment on behalf of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, in whose boundaries Pentagon Row resides. So we understand and support most of the applicant's requests for more flexible conditions to allow a greater variety of retail. And specifically, we would welcome the office uses and daycare options, as well as a variety of spaces that could provide more support for locally owned businesses. However, we strongly recommend retaining the conditions of requiring a full-service grocery store of 40,000 square feet or larger somewhere in the development. The proposed revision that would instead allow retailers selling items traditionally found in a grocery store is simply not adequate. Now, we've had good and insightful conversations with county staff and the developer where we conveyed these concerns, and the proposal before you now includes, or that will be before you, includes our attempt at a compromise requiring collaboration with Arlington Economic Development when securing a new grocery lease. Now, although we appreciate the attempt, we don't think this is sufficient. The language around the requirements is just too vague. The pressure on the applicant is too weak to provide adequate insurance that all possible attempts have been made before giving up. So to be clear, we understand that Harris Teeter leaving is not imminent, and Federal Realty has said that they also like Harris Teeter and prefer for a grocer to remain. But what they consider necessary grocery component is not the same as what the community considers a necessary grocery component. So smaller limited assortment stores like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's are very nice, but as I think you'll hear from residents, they cannot fulfill the needs of this area. So losing a store like Harris Teeter would result in degraded grocery options in a core part of the county and significantly hinder the ability to function without a car. So even with other current and planned grocery options in the area, a large full-service grocer at the site remains an essential community service. So this may sound harsh, but we actually want the applicant to be fearful of not maintaining a large format grocer. It's not sufficient to simply ask for commercially reasonable efforts. If the need arises, we want them to go well beyond that. Every decision they make should maintain Pentagon Row as the ideal location for a full-service grocer in this area. It's that important to the community. So it was a good decision to incorporate this requirement into the original site plan. It's what the developer agreed to, and it must remain the expectation for as long as this area is underserved by full-service grocers. So please do not adopt the amendment for tonight without much stronger conditions requiring a large format full-service grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles, for your comments and your letter. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Carol Fuller, followed by Pamela Van Hine.
Ms. Fuller. Are you there, Ms. Fuller?
Fuller, if you're muted, you're going to want to click the microphone button or *6 on your phone if you're on a phone.
And Ms. Fuller, if you're having a little difficulty, we can go on to the next speaker and then come back to you if you're there. So we'll go to the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Pamela Van Hine, followed by Holly Abrams.
Ms. Van Hine.
Hi, you can hear me?
We can.
Great. Chairman DeFerranti, board members, county managers, staff, and others in attendance, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for all of your hard work. I am Pam Van Hine, a 35-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a regular shopper at the Teeters in Pentagon City. Tonight, I want to share my Teeters story and read, if time remains, a paragraph from the ACA letter. Brian and I have been accidentally car-free since last June when a car got smashed in an underground parking garage. COVID time is a great time to try to be car-free. We're not going anywhere anyway, right? But grocery shopping is really hard on foot. We are fortunate that the Teeters in Pentagon City is only about a 15-minute walk from our house. So every Thursday, we trundle off to Teeters with backpacks on our backs for our weekly groceries and 5% senior discount. It works, and it's kept us in better shape during COVID time. The Pentagon City Teeters is the only full-service grocery store within walking distance for us. We would have to give up being car-free and drive elsewhere if closed, probably outside of Arlington. We are car-free by choice, but not everyone is car-free by choice. How would they manage? And I'd like to read a paragraph from the ACA CCCA ARCA letter. As partners in the Livability 22202 Coalition, we are working to make our community as car-free or car-light as possible through creation of an environment that encourages walking and biking for commuting, for recreation, and for shopping and other errand running. Essential facilities must be within a reasonable walkable and bikeable distance. The loss of a full-service grocery store discriminates against those who are car-free, from new parents to senior citizens, forcing them to pay for transportation to fetch essential items or to have them delivered. It would certainly mean more pollution and traffic in our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Holly Abrams, followed by Donna Hansberry.
Ms. Abrams.
Arlington County Board, I really can't add anything to what Ms. Van Hine and Mr. Miles has said. I really look at the Harris Teeter as something that I have been to for 2 decades now. And from a standpoint of someone who is watching her pennies very carefully, the Harris Teeter offers pharmaceutical options that are a lot cheaper than CVS. They offer grocery options that are a lot more varied than a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's. And I think the entire neighborhood would really suffer for the lack of a full-service grocery store. That's really all I wanted to say, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams, for your comments, and you're associating yourself with earlier speakers. We certainly appreciate that as well.
Our next speaker is Donna Hansberry, followed by David Amador.
Ms. Hansberry. Are you there, Ms. Hansberry? We will, you may have to click on the microphone button or this.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Is that Ms. Hansberry? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Great, thank you. And good evening. I did send comments to the board on February 9th. I hope you've been able to take a look at them. And tonight I have 3 points to emphasize. The first is we do need more than one full-service grocery store north of 23rd Street. And I'm assuming that you know the geography of this area. There are over 22,000 people in zip code 22202, and the vast majority of which live north of 23rd Street. And while having Whole Foods in the area is great, it's not enough to support the population. And of course, it's always healthy to have competition. Having grocery stores close to the population allows for walkability, something that Arlington is known for and encourages. And having a full service grocery store reduces traffic because you can have your one-stop shopping. It seems like a no-brainer to me. I'm kind of surprised we're even talking about this. My second point is the property management company said at the March 3rd site plan meeting that its main concern with the site plan language is to mitigate the risk of Harris Teeter going dark. I don't know how much of a risk that is. I'm not sure why they do that. They do good business and they are in a good location. If instead the objective is to be better positioned for future lease negotiations with Harris Teeter or to secure another tenant or tenants, that would be more understandable to me. So I struggle with this perceived risk. And then third, regarding other new tenants for the space, I can appreciate the property management company not wanting an off-price grocery store as an anchor because that may cause a loss of tenants. I do have concerns, though, about bringing in specialty food stores, which is a possibility mentioned by the company. Arlington is known for and it encourages inclusion. It's not about the Scottish salmon fillets at $19.99 a pound, which is on the website of one of the suggested specialty food stores. And I have to say, the salmon looks delicious, but it doesn't exactly scream inclusion. Specialty anything should not be an anchor when all that is needed is a well-stocked grocery store. I wouldn't be here tonight if the issue related to anything other than a grocery store. I really don't care what goes into a shopping mall, but food access is one of those basic needs, and it's something I always thought that Arlington understood and supported. And so I ask that you take the community needs into consideration when making your decision. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hansberry. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Amador, followed by Natasha Atkins. And it's very possible that David Amador is not with us. So we may have to circle back.
Okay, do you want to, Ms. Atkins?
Hi there.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, great. Good evening, everybody. Happy spring. I am, many of you know me, I'm a long-term resident here in Aurora Highlands, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this same issue. We moved here in 1983 when there was no grocery store. Indeed, there was no Pentagon City. And I heard there was a grocery store in Safeway, but I never could find it in the bowels of Crystal City. So I had to drive to a grocery store. Shortly after we moved in, we attended a meeting about the first of the new residential buildings going up in Pentagon City, the one at the corner of 15th and Hayes. And the plans concerned us because they didn't include a parking space for every unit, which the applicant said wasn't necessary because they were located right at the Pentagon City Metro station. So I asked how people were supposed to do their grocery shopping without a car. Maybe there were plans. Did you have plans for a new grocery store? No. Well, will you provide a shuttle service to one? The answer was also no. Well, 20 years later, we got a grocery store. And now we're at a point where many residents really are car-free, and where the parking ratios can be as low as one space for every 5 units. And people who live around here love that there are more and more essential services they can walk to, including and probably especially a full-service grocery store. And yet we have before us a proposal to do away with the only real regular full-service grocery store in Pentagon City. Well, you're all familiar with Livability 22202, and that envisions a community where it's not just transient tenants of new luxury rental units who can go car-free. And I may have some self-interest here, but the community we envisioned when we scoped out livability was that it would include seniors aging in place and also being able to go car-free when they lost their ability to drive safely. And there are also people who just might not be able to afford having a car or paying for a taxi or Uber to get them to a store. So please, members of the county board, when you consider whether to approve the vague language of this site plan amendment, bear in mind that there are already moderate income folks, we hope that we can retain them, and residents on fixed incomes who depend on having a store like this with a very broad and affordable selection within easy reach and on foot. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins.
Our next speaker is Corey Peter Burcella, followed by Gerald Galloway. And we will see if Corey is with us. I don't know. Ah, there you are. Very well.
I'd just like to, I'm a local resident. I'd like to real quick go through in the agenda the arguments for making the revision and why they're wrong. The first is that the grocery store options in local trade areas expanded since 1998. I can only assume they're talking about the Whole Foods, which is not sufficient as a full grocery store. The second is a significant development activity to the east that has shifted the location of preferred retail nodes. I fail to see how shifting retail nodes is affecting accessibility to the grocery store. People still need to eat food regardless of where they're shopping for clothes. The changing merchandising strategies of large format grocery store operators with the greater incorporation of prepared foods and specialty grocery items. So this is talking about things like corner store markets or gas station markets. Again, not sufficient for a full groceries and for people being able to eat. And lastly, the concurrent and future expansion of delivery options for basic grocery commodities will likely alter the conventional grocery retail brick and mortar requirements. They're talking here about shifting to an Amazon-based grocery delivery service. Again, not sufficient for people to go and get food that they need to eat. What they're proposing here as their argument is that they want to turn this area into a food desert. There are many residents in the local area who do not have cars, myself included. I rely on the Harris Teeter supermarket to eat. If the Harris Teeter supermarket is allowed to be removed, the closest on-foot grocery store that's a full service is south of 23rd Street and would take me 30 minutes to walk there. Now, I know that they're not kicking Harris Teeter out right now, but the revisions that they're asking for make it very, very easy for them to replace Harris Teeter with a non-full service grocery store at the end of the lease term. And so I would like to very much reiterate that their arguments for being able to do so are not being put forth in good faith, and that people need to eat. And this is, for many people, their only source of reliable groceries. I would also like to reiterate that the situation in 1998, when the original agreement was made about a strong demand for new grocery options in the local trade area, is still very much the case, and that has not changed. And so given that the original conditions for having a grocery store are still there, and the arguments for removing these conditions are bad, I have to take a very strong stand against this revision. And I would urge you to not allow the revision to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burcella. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Gerald Galloway, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Good evening. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you. I am a 25-year resident of this area. I teach civil engineering and land use planning, and I was very much amazed when I came here to find out how well organized this has become. I'm very happy to have the Harris Teeter there. I want to say tonight that I think what's already been said by my colleagues and neighbors is that we have an accessible grocery store that serves the growing number of people that are in this area and who are living in the new world of less cars and more being on your feet. Having a full service grocery store is terribly important. It's walkable. There's adequate parking there, both above and below ground. People have said before, you can go to the Giant on the other side of the hill. I would invite people to walk up the hill and back down and up the hill and back down to see how really feasible that is. We have within the periphery of what you'd call the greater Aurora Hills, Arlington Ridge, from the ridge line down, a very substantial population. And ideally, we have this Harris Teeter 40,000 square feet facility there that can be used by everybody, and taking it out will only leave us having to go somewhere else, which is not what I think you really want to have. The other stores that are here are boutique and not the full service. So I would just second the motions that have been made by the others that we do not approve this and that we continue to have a Harris Teeter operating there or a full service grocery store to serve the people in an accessible manner and continue what we are now very fortunate to have is this kind of assist in walkability and parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Madeline Monroe.
Mr. Pedowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Director at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, and I am speaking in support of the proposed site plan amendment in item number 1 to provide flexibility in how to provide grocery and drugstore items in the West Post development. In evaluating this proposed amendment, I encourage the board and community to focus on the goal, which is to make available grocery and drugstore products in the northwest corner of Pentagon City. The proposed site plan amendment continues support for providing these goods and meeting the market demand. The original 1998 conditions reflected how best to do that in the context of 1998's marketplace. But the site plan conditions as written require providing that 1990s experience and could make it more challenging or even could forestall doing so in the 2020s and beyond. The original conditions are hyper-specific as to size and store type, requiring between 40,000 and 70,000 square feet for a, quote, full-service grocery store, as that was understood in the 1990s. These conditions require not just the developer, but also a tenant willing to meet those specifications. Moreover, as our retail marketplace has changed considerably since 1998 and continues to evolve, the risk exists that the site plan's strictures could make it harder for the developer to recruit tenants to provide these goods. Prospective tenants may be able to do so in a more spatially efficient way, and indeed, the market may prefer such efficiency. But such stores would not be allowed in West Post under the current. The proposed amendment maintains groceries and drugstore items in this location. Residents, workers, and guests will still be able to procure the products they desire. Federal Realty is committing to good faith and commercially reasonable efforts to ensure these uses and to partner with AED in these efforts. The supply of groceries, drugs, and personal items will continue. The proposal allows evolution in how the marketplace meets the demand. We encourage you to approve the proposed site plan amendment for all these reasons and to ensure that the provision of groceries to Arlingtonians in the future is not constrained by adherence to the marketplace norms of 1998 when I was a senior in high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz.
Our next speaker is Madeline Monroe, followed by Robert Mando.
Ms. Monroe. Are you there, Ms. Monroe? We will go on, and Ms. Monroe? We'll go on to Mr. Mandel.
Okay. Whoops. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Board. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the National Landing Business Improvement District. I'm here this evening to share the bid support for the proposed minor site plan amendment for the West Post Pentagon Row development. In full disclosure, the West Post property is not located within the bid's defined service district boundary, but it is located within the broader National Landing downtown. The amenities provided here, including the current and any future grocer, are extremely important to the quality of life of our area's residents and employees, both inside and outside of the bid boundary. In consideration of the rapidly changing trends in the retail and grocery industry, the bid believes that the increased flexibility that is provided by the proposed minor site plan amendment is the best means of ensuring the preservation of these amenities and services. Now, it could be the case that future grocery trips may look a little bit different than they do today, but without these proposed changes, we risk the ability to conduct any type of grocery trips here at all. West Post is an important destination within the National Landing downtown, and updating the site plan conditions and regulatory framework to reflect current market conditions while maintaining the spirit of its original approval and consistency with the county's retail plan will ensure that it continues to serve the local community as intended. For these reasons, we do encourage the County Board to approve this proposed amendment, and I thank you all for your time and consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel.
Our next speaker is Nancy McKinley.
Ms. McKinley.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. I've been listening to the prior speakers, and I agree with the original speakers who spoke against the taking out the Harris Teeter. You know, while I realize that conditions since 1998 have changed, we're all human beings and we need a full service grocery store. I mean, it's ridiculous. When we were in 1998, we needed a full service grocery store just like we need one now. I also am concerned that very much that some thought is not being given to the layout of some of these changes. I'll give you an example. We had a Rite Aid in the underground, which was totally crowded. You walked in there, there were tons of prescriptions that people were picking up. And then decisions were made, well, we were going to close that Rite Aid, and we're going to have street presence. And so a CVS was put on Crystal Drive. Well, I was in that CVS this weekend, and there was nobody in there. I picked up a prescription. There were no prescriptions behind the counter other than mine. And I spoke with an employee there who said, oh, I understand there was an opening here in the past. And I said, oh, yeah. I said, there was an opening here at 1550 and an opening at 1750. And they said, well, I'm just disappointed that there's not one now because people could walk through the underground and come in here. And I said, yeah. I said, and this is that, but that they wanted commercial presence. Well, that's fine, but there's no parking lot for CVS there. I hope CVS does fine because it's very convenient for me and we need a CVS. But it's just not well thought out. And I'm concerned that some of these discussions about Harris Teeter and are not needing a full service brokerage store, a full service grocery store, just like because it's 2021 instead of 1998, it's just not valid. So that's what I have to say. I just hope that people put more thought into what's happening here instead of just saying, okay, we're going to change Pentagon Row to West Post without any, why? Who knows? It doesn't matter, but who knows? So anyway, I do want to speak out in favor of keeping our full service grocery store. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McKinley. Madam Clerk, should we go back? We have 2 or 3 speakers who I think were slated for item 1, and maybe check to see if they are here.
Yes, let's check with Carol Fuller.
Ms. Fuller?
Yes, I apologize. I thought that as a civic association we were speaking last, but I guess I was wrong. I am speaking on behalf of the Crystal City Civic Association. We support the comments that are going to come or have been by the Aurora Highlands Civic Association and many other speakers against the amendment. By now, enough through emails and speaker comments, you know that the community is greatly disturbed by the potential to lose a full-scale grocery store in 22202. We understand that the grocery market may be changing. We understand that developers want to maintain flexibility to evolve with the times, and they want to maximize their investment. But the developer's desire to turn Westport into an upscale marketing area doesn't mean that the community would be happy with a replacement of what it considers to be their community grocery store by some luxury or other smaller scale version with more limited options. Harris Teeter is a full-scale grocery that meets the needs of the 22202 community. The staff report says that there has been, quote, a significant expansion of grocery store options in the local trade area, unquote. In fact, there is no other such grocery in our area that is walkable for most, and that has as much variety and many options as Harris Teeter, including fresh produce, deli, refrigerated and frozen goods, and paper products. Those who have spoke tonight so far in favor of the amendment do not live in 22202. The CCCA participated in many community consultations with representatives of the applicant. During them, we repeatedly emphasized the importance of Harris Teeter to the community as a full-scale grocery. The representatives assured us that they are pleased with the Harris Teeter store and that the lease is expected to continue for at least 5 more years. They also said that Harris Teeter has not indicated a desire to leave. Were these statements not true? If they are, then why do they need this site plan amendment now? Did the applicant increase the rental rates so that a full-scale grocery would be discouraged? Giving great flexibility to the applicant now ignores the community needs and concerns, and what we have been told is the current market situation for Harris Teeter. In sum, we asked the County Board to remove the modified wording proposed to existing site plan condition 52 that would allow the developer to remove a full-service grocery at their discretion with the size and location of a replacement to be determined by the developer. Quote, offering items for sale that are traditionally found in a grocery store with a size and location to be determined by the developer, unquote, is not an adequate substitute. Please leave the site plan wording as it currently stands until such time no other full-scale grocery wants to occupy the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller, for your comments and your longtime leadership of Civic Association. Very much appreciated. We have others, 1 or 2 other speakers. Madam Clerk.
Yes, so we'll check on David Amador.
Mr. Amador, are you there? Okay.
We'll go on to Madeline Monroe.
Ms. Monroe.
Sorry, I got disconnected earlier. I just wanted to comment briefly, perhaps from a different angle. I understand running is a business and decisions must be made as to what is or isn't relevant anymore, and such decisions may endeavor to make the shopping area better. But Harris Teeter, frankly, is the residential anchor to this area that still feels very much like a commuter city. As a 24-year-old, I am likely the target demographic for something like a non-full-service grocery store or specialty stores such as Trader Joe's or trendy retail spaces. To me, the minor site amendment plan will not make this area more appealing if that is indeed the thought behind the minor site plan. If anything, the plan only strengthens the feeling that Pentagon City is a commuter city and does not have much to offer for actual residents of this area. This is getting into a broader complaint, but no amount of co-working spaces, half grocers, or trendy retail spaces can fix the appeal of West Post/Pentagon Row when Federal Realty is constantly turning over tenants and as a result fails to cultivate a sense of identity. People either don't have the time to get to know your tenants or lose tenants that they knew well and kept coming back for. In my opinion, that's really harmful to the image of West Post/Pentagon Row when the city itself already feels like nothing. I'm not sure how you can begin to focus on appealing to future Amazon workers if that is indeed the motive behind this decision. As a personal aside, I've been struggling with sudden mobility issues and do not yet know the cause. Luckily, it is sporadic, but it has been bad enough where I've had to use a wheelchair on one occasion because I was a fall risk. The loss of a full-service grocery store would be hard for me because even if I did have my car up here with me, it would not be safe for me to drive. It is not like there's another full service grocery store within walking distance to compensate for if and when Harris Teeter goes out of service when the new tenant is incoming. Amazon-owned Whole Foods is not walkable, nor do I want to pay extra for deliveries. The other Harris Teeter is too far from the metro. That's everything. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe. I believe is that all of our speakers focused on item 1, and then we'll go on to next speaker.
Yes. Our next speaker is Nicholas Walker.
Mr.
Followed
Walker.
by Meredith Rubin. Sorry.
Mr. Walker.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Y'all have heard from me before about this. I know I sound like a broken record, but this is important to me, and I just want to get it out there. Government should not be misleading its citizens. When the Oakland Street project was proposed, the county staff made repeated assurances that parking would not be affected. I included minutes from a planning meeting, attached them to this, where a staff member told us there will be a total of 2 parking spaces lost. We heard this at other meetings. It's even in the ballot that we used to vote. People based their votes on this, where they said parking would be retained along both sides of the street. I've also attached that. Unfortunately, the planning staff forgot to consider emergency access. When the fire department heard about this and pushed back, the planning staff chose not to revise their plans. They could have found additional space for parking and the sidewalk. But against the requests of the residents, they had overbuilt with a 5-foot wide sidewalk and 4-foot utility strip. Nowhere else in our neighborhood has sidewalks that wide, including a plan on Highland Street for a new sidewalk, but it's only 4 feet there. Why couldn't the planners adjust? They could have found space. Instead, they just went back on their word. And then, to justify the bad decision, they conducted a flawed parking study. They did their count on the weekend before Thanksgiving of 2019, a holiday week. I was out of town. I'm sure a lot of families were out of town. They got cover for a badly planned project with bad, flawed data. The proposed project would remove 40% of the total parking, 77% on the west side. That's not retained. I've lived here for 7 years. I know the amount of parking we need. We have tight parking already. We have a few group homes where people, young adults, and they all have cars. We have the, right behind me here, the Buckingham Park apartment. Some of those residents park here. That's okay. There's usually enough to go around. It's not much of a problem. It absolutely will be if you remove 40%. People have talked about doing the resident parking permit program. Why would we limit a public resource and then restrict it only for certain people? No way. That's a non-starter. I know the pedestrian improvements are good. We all want safety. But this is a quiet, dead-end street where the proposed sidewalk ends at the end of the block. After this sidewalk, you still have a half mile of walking in the street to get to the metro, Unless you're going to move my doctor to this block, unless you're going to put a metro stop at Virginia Hospital Center, we still need to drive. Would I like sidewalks? Sure, but not through a process where my government makes promises and then goes back on them and misleads me. I've had enough of government lies for the last 4 years. Going forward, I'd love a process where residents can sit down and work with the planning staff. But until the county is ready to make a commitment to listen and work with residents, I urge you not to proceed with this seriously flawed project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Next.
Our next speaker is Meredith Rubin, followed by Betty Bott.
Ms. Rubin.
Hi, I want to thank you for taking the time to allow us to share some of our perspectives on this issue with the Oakland Street sidewalk and rain garden. We voted on this proposal, I believe it was 2015, and we reached out to you as county board members back in 2018 as a community to express some of our concerns about the projects at that time. Since then, the projects have been altered further. So, we welcome the opportunity to share some of our concerns as it continues to develop and as those initial concerns have yet to be addressed. I'll share our perspective was that in 2015, we voted yes, my family, for the sidewalks. We support the safety measures that Arlington County is trying to incorporate into our local neighborhoods. But the project, as Mr. Walker has stated, it has undergone significant changes since we voted, and the significant reduction in parking spaces will be detrimental to the neighborhood. I requested at a public meeting last year that the neighborhood be given the opportunity to vote on this significantly revised project, but that request wasn't accommodated, nor was my request reflected in the meeting notes at that time. Connected to the sidewalk project, separate but connected sometimes. It depends on when we ask and who we ask, is this proposed rain garden that they want to put in on our street here. We never voted on the rain garden itself. It was a clause that was listed in the original sidewalk proposal. It was a clause with a caveat of if feasible. The community was never provided an opportunity to give input into the design or the location. And so that lack of community input has really been reflected in the final design, which is going to ultimately reduce the utility of a beloved community space and could make the area less safe. We've had some incidents in that area, and we've expressed some of our concerns about how this new rain garden could further facilitate some unsafe situations. As a result, with both projects, as Mr. Walker's noted, there has been a consistent pattern of not soliciting or not incorporating community input and sometimes dismissing our concerns. As a result, these two current projects really don't support the needs of the neighborhood, and they should not proceed as planned. At a minimum, we would like to see that the neighborhood deserves the opportunity to vote on these significantly altered proposals, and both for the sidewalk and the actual plans for the rain garden that we never had the opportunity to contribute to previously. Thank you very much for listening to our concerns and taking them seriously.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
Okay, our next speaker is Betty Bott, followed by Francesca Guerrero.
Ms. Bott. Are you there, Ms. Bott?
Ms. Bott, you want to make sure you're not muted. *6 on your phone or the microphone icon.
Hear me now?
We could for a quick second. Is that you, Ms. Bott?
Yes.
Go ahead. We're listening.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. I want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak about our concerns about the parking limitations in the sidewalk on Oakland Street. This project was first introduced in October of 2014 by the staff with the Neighborhood Conservation Program. And at the time, we expressed our concerns about the traffic, the water, and the tree damage. And to avoid the tree damage, we were assured by the staff that the sidewalk would end at the present street curb, which was shown on the original plan. And then from 2015 until 2018, we did not know the status of the sidewalk, whether it was to proceed or not. We were notified about a meeting on October the 4th, 2018, with an almost new staff. We were surprised at the change in the plans. In this plan, the sidewalk was located beyond the street curb and closer to some front yard trees, which could be damaged due to construction in closer proximity of the sidewalk. Before these revised plans were made, we would have had to have had some input, but we were told this was a done deal. We were also made aware of the 28 feet wide street that would only be 14 feet wide with cars parked on each side. Knowing that the fire trucks require a 20-foot travel width, the assistant fire chief was contacted. He was totally unaware of the Oakland Street sidewalk project. After the assistant fire chief consulted with the new staff about the project, the parking was changed to fewer parking spaces to allow for the 20-foot travel needed for the fire trucks. Some of our other concerns have been addressed with the help of Laura Simpson, but some residents are upset about this parking limitation that happened to accommodate the fire department. Eliminating the utility strip and possibly the reduction of the sidewalk from 5 to 4 feet would allow for a wider street for the fire trucks and more parking. We would appreciate to have a revised plan revisited with more input from the residents on our street in order to meet the long-term needs of our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spott.
Our next speaker is Francesca Guerrero, followed by Jim Gallatin.
Ms. Guerrero.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I am a Oakland Street resident as well, and I've been the project rep on this for 10 years. We have a lot of fatigue on this street. I don't think I'm just speaking for myself. This began 2010 with an interest survey. I guess I just wanted to emphasize some of the process that's been gone through. 2011 with a petition, a clipboard petition. 2014, one vote with multiple meetings and some redesign. 2015, another vote for a certain segment of the project when it was divided. And there was overwhelming support for the design at that point. I don't think that there was any doubt after that the project was proceeding, although we did not hear anything, and as Benny mentioned, for several years. They came back with a 90% design. At that point, it was actually, with the exception of the rain garden, identical to what we had seen at the vote in, the 2015. I don't believe there was a change on the curb, and I've looked at it closely. And then, as they mentioned, concerns were raised about the fire code, and the fire chief was brought in. There was more than one meeting, but the most important one where the parking issue was discussed was in 2020. At the meeting, I think one or two people, it wasn't a huge turnout. I think there's some fatigue on this project. There were a couple people who were generally still very strongly opposed. I think by and large, there was positive feedback that the county got. So I can understand why they thought, also the feedback over the next few months in writing continued to be positive, why they thought things were looking good. So I think that there has been a lot of process. I certainly understand people's frustration with changes and new things that come up, but there has been significant community engagement through neighborhood conservation. I wanted to circle back, I've got 49 seconds, just to the reasons we really want this and why many of us are still committed to this project. We walk to the metro. We're in walking distance to the metro. There is a connection to Thomas Jefferson over Route 50. Like, we're on one side of that cemetery. Kids walk this way to get to middle school. And as much as a sidewalk might be optional for a lot of us, the elderly and handicapped really don't have, good use of the street the way it is. I know one of our neighbors who's lived here her entire 60 plus years of life said that she walks with a cane, and she's just really worried about whether she can use the street without a sidewalk. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Guerrero.
Our next speaker is Jim Gallatin, followed by Jeffrey Lee.
Mr. Gallatin.
Hi there. Can you all hear and see me sufficiently?
We can.
Thank you. I'm trying to be real short. I live at 215 North Oakland. We've been there for 40 years. We're on the side of the street that I believe will be most affected. We will lose a couple of feet of front planting and an expensive watering system. We don't have small children. We live close to Pershing Drive. And probably it's not surprising the first time around, we voted against this when it was doing the whole way up to past Pershing. This time around, we voted for it, and I thought I'd tell you briefly why. In the 40 years we've lived here, the street has become a street full of kids, as opposed to mostly retired military or active military people. There's a school bus stop right at the end of the street. We're pretty near that end, near the Pershing Drive end. I see kids from the middle school walking up and down the street pretty much all day. Obviously, the fire code stuff has to be dealt with, and we're going to lose the parking spaces down at the end of the street, whether we like it or not. But as I watched the street during the pandemic, it's clear we've had an accelerated shift to numbers of vehicles coming down the street. They're delivering takeout, weekly food, online orders. And I just did a quick count. We have Amazon, UPS, HelloFresh, Giant Express, Peapod, Uber Eats, DoorDash, and a lot of the private drivers from local restaurants who motor down the street a lot and often pretty fast. So I think the street could absolutely use sidewalks for the kids that we no longer have, or the small kids. I'd also point out that a lot of the parking spaces in the area between roughly the Fortes, not to call them out, and the end of the street at Pershing are actually currently used mostly by tradespeople vans. So those spots there are not going to be lost, at least to the residents. I think that's about all on why I think it's a good idea. I don't live near the rain garden. I would comment that I think the rain garden was not handled in the most ideal way by the county staff in terms of being more candid about the decisions they had made as opposed to we're still thinking about. But I would commend the staff, and I would particularly commend Francesca for not developing gray hair over the past 10 years as she navigated her way through this. I'm sure she understands that no good deed goes unpunished. And I thank you all for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for your comments. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Lee, followed by Ben Lawson.
Mr. Lee.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lee. I live on this stretch of Oakland Street. I'm the father of 6-year-old twins, and I'm also the president of the Hunter Oaks Homeowners Association. Hunter Oaks is a community of 17 townhomes that makes up the eastern side of Oakland Street between Route 50 and the Columbia Garden Cemetery. The original vote for the sidewalk project was taking place just as I moved into my home here more than 5 years ago. Super excited for this project ever since. I think sidewalks are a vital part of our community infrastructure. It will literally make the difference between whether my children can walk independently to the bus stop or not. In normal commuting times, I'm walking on this stretch of road every day to get to the metro. And even today, it's not unusual to see a couple dozen pedestrians an hour utilize the sidewalk in front of our townhomes, and then move into the street when they reach the unsidewalked portion. The Hunter Oaks community of 17 families has supported this project from the beginning, and there's a lot of excitement that this project is finally happening. Please help this project move forward and make our streets safer and more friendly for pedestrians. So much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Our next speaker is Ben Clausen, followed by our final speaker, Greg Forte.
Mr. Clausen.
Hi there, can you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me?
We can. You're a little soft, Mr. Clausen.
Sorry, I'm trying to speak loudly here. So thanks for letting me speak tonight. I have been living on Oakland Street for about 6 years, so I haven't been a part of the whole process here. I was not able to participate in the interest survey earlier in this process, but I did want to just reiterate some of the comments that my neighbors have made related to safety. I understand that there's some concerns about the process here, but I think it's important for us to make sure that we are keeping in mind the initial intent and of maintaining safety on the block here. I have 2 children, and as others have mentioned, there are many children, actually many of them sort of under age 10, that live on this street who will be walking to school soon and just play in the street as well. And so the sidewalk is very important, obviously, for their safety, which is of paramount interest to me. One thing I think that hasn't, or I guess Jim mentioned this a little bit, that is easy to overlook or to maybe not immediately notice, which is the traffic that's on the street. It's far more than what you might expect for a dead-end street like this. As Jim mentioned, there's lots of delivery trucks, but there's also a number of cars that come down our street mistakenly thinking that they can access Route 50, and they get to the cul-de-sac and then they turn around and go zooming back up the street. So that presents just additional traffic that you might not initially recognize, but obviously that still presents a danger to pedestrians and especially to children. So I wanted to just take some time here to lend my support to the project, and just to remind you of the importance of maintaining the safety for pedestrians, and as I say, particularly for the children on the street. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
Our final speaker is Greg Forte.
Mr. Forte.
Hi, thank you. You can hear me, yes?
Yes, we can.
Super. I want to thank, my name is Greg Forte, and I'm speaking in favor of the project. As my neighbor Jim Gallatin mentioned, I live on near the Pershing end, on the side of the street that the sidewalk will go on. And I want to thank Francesca for her work and also for her comments, as well as the three speakers preceding me. The safety issues are really real, and the traffic is intense, even though it's so-called a dead-end street. So I won't go into and what hasn't been mentioned is the access for walkability that will be vastly improved by getting over to all the retail services at Pershing and Glebe. And we're also not that far from the Foreign Service Institute and the Foreign Service Training Center on the south side. So yes, the safety thing is really real. It'll mean the end of cars and pedestrians having to dodge each other on our block, an end to caregivers pushing strollers in the path of cars. This is, I'm hoping that the county will ultimately abandon, I think if it hasn't already, this misguided system. My neighbors will shoot me for this, but what I think is a misguided system for placement of sidewalks on county right-of-way that requires voting by property owners. We lost the sidewalk on that would continue all the way on up to connect us to the metro station by a few feet of linear feet of homeowner frontage in terms of voting. Incredibly frustrating. We should instead be using good traffic and pedestrian safety design principles to add sidewalks in areas of high need. That will, even after this sidewalk is built, it will still exist on that portion of Oakland north of Pershing. So I'm very grateful that and hopeful that this project will happen and happen soon. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Forte. That is our last speaker, unless there were any that we needed to go back to that didn't on item 24, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry. No, I don't believe we missed anyone.
Great. I think you're correct.
24. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, so now that we've heard our consent agenda speakers, will you please call the first item 1 on Pentagon Row?
Yes. Item 1, Site SP 105-8 is a site plan amendment to modify existing site plan conditions number 52, 53, 56, and 58 to allow flexibility in leasing retail spaces at Pentagon Row, located at 1101 South Joyce Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's to Mr. Schwartz, the manager, or perhaps Ms. Sontag, our staff.
Well, yeah, we're going to turn it over to Ms. Sontag. We also have other staff available with us, including Mark McCauley and Aaron Schreiber. So, Ms. Sontag.
Thanks, Mark. Mm-hmm. As you've all heard, this is a minor site plan amendment request to Site Plan 105 at Pentagon Row to modify several existing site plan conditions, which would allow flexibility in leasing retail spaces at Pentagon Row, primarily as it relates to the requirement for a full-service grocery store. So this request applies to the entire Pentagon Row development, which the applicant is currently in the process of rebranding to be called West Post, and is bordered by Army Navy Drive to the north and Joyce Street to the west. The applicant's requesting a number of different simplifications to the existing condition language approved in 1998, require specific uses, sizes, and locations of retail throughout the development. Most notable item, though, for both the applicant and the community centers around the requirement for a full-service grocery store of 40,000 to 70,000 square feet to be located in Building A, which is the current location of Harris Teeter and the now vacant Bed Bath & Beyond space in the northernmost portion of the development. And I will also note that the developer did not receive any bonus density for the commitment of these uses in 1998. So Mark McCauley from the county's Economic Development Department is going to jump in here to provide some background on the 1998 market context and the current market context. Mark?
Yes, thank you, Olivia, and good evening, Chairman DeFronte and members of the County Board. As Olivia said, I'm Mark McCauley from Arlington Economic Development, and we'll be speaking to staff's perspective of the impact of past and future market conditions on this site plan amendment. The recommended changes to the existing condition language are critical to address the impact of the market shifts that have occurred since this project was first approved in 1998, while maintaining the intent of the original approval to provide grocery services within the development to serve community needs. It is also important to do so proactively, so we're not creating responsiveness and certainty hurdles for the developer to have discussions with the current grocery tenant, prepare for any future changes in tenancy, or identify future tenant opportunities. And also to provide the time for ongoing conversation with the county as warranted per the revised condition language. At first, it would be helpful to place the current site plan condition within the context of where we are today, and expect to be in the very near future relative to where we were in 1998 when the condition was approved. How consumers access grocery goods has changed since 1998 and will change at an even greater pace over the next several years. This has a direct impact on how we need to view the brick and mortar component of grocery retailing. The questions such as what is a large format grocery store and is there a demand for one used to be simpler questions to answer, quite frankly. Grocery stores were the original category killers, the result of a market shift that replaced mom and pop general and specialty stores and home delivery services such as the Milkman, with large format chain stores offering consumers an attractive alternative. A wider product choice and discount pricing under one large roof. Preferred sizes of stores have changed over the years, but have followed general industry trends. The depth of consumer demand and translating that demand into supportable sales for a new store is relatively easy. Consumers spent nearly all their food at home dollars at grocery stores, and the level of competition was known. This was the market context that informed the 1998 approval. At the time, there was a strong pent-up demand for a new large format grocery in the area, within the size range stipulating the condition, which was industry standard. The location provided strong metrics of access and visibility, which were important to grocery anchors. There was also a number of large format grocery store chains that were active in the market looking for new stores. Most notably, a very aggressive new entrant to the Northern Virginia grocery scene, Harris Teeter, which was using rapid expansion of new stores to quickly capture market share and establish brand recognition. And the curated row model, with proven success as a local and regional mixed-use shopping destination, was highly attractive to grocers looking for that next new store. With the strong confidence of the grocery tenant interest by the developer in 1998, this current site plan condition was not a barrier to successful delivery of the project, and the result was the successful meeting of the condition as written for 2 decades. In 2021, the local and regional market contexts have shifted and are now very different at this specific location than they were in 1998. Grocery store options in a 2 to 3 mile radius trade area, which is consistent with what grocery stores look at, even in mixed urban areas, have expanded. Not just in the immediately adjacent blocks and neighborhood, but in that 2 to 3 mile radius. Demand is undoubtedly still strong. Demographics are very strong, but competition exists that make any specific tenant decision less predictable. The initial long-term lease with the grocery anchor in this development has approached the end of its initial term. And this is a time in which major grocers have historically reevaluated their future needs from location, for locations, for store layouts and such. Development trends lease have created and will create more new retail nodes that are attracted to new tenants, serving the existing and growing demand base. So this is really about not that that these will be the places that only are demand, but they're potentially more attractive locations for new operators to enter and to capture the demand, including that serving the current Harris Teeter. And the row concept has gone from a truly unique concept to facing a myriad of new competitors locally and regionally that requires, as has seen as Fritz's recent rebranding, repositioning to carve out new market niches. Even more so, the broader market context relative to grocery store operating models, merchandising and store layouts, and size has shifted significantly. Into the 2000s, market shifts forced conventional large format grocery stores to re-merchandise and change store layouts in order to provide more diverse goods and experiences stave off competition from specialty options such as Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. This was often in larger store formats. At the same time, new competitors emerged as retailers such as Walmart and Target incorporated significant grocery components into their general merchandise offerings. And even retailers such as pharmacies began competing for convenience-oriented grocery spending, shaving off further sales from conventional grocers. There was a true push-pull in the size and format of grocery stores as these two trends collided. And now as we look forward, the need to provide a full suite of grocery services to consumers is not changing. So this is not about a reduction in how much people need grocery options, but how consumers will access basic grocery goods is changing and will continue to change at an accelerated rate. And that will further change the types and sizes of stores we see active in the market. In recent times, much of the real estate activity for large format grocery stores has been in the repositioning of existing stores, or new store development, essentially as replacement stores. The most active parts of the market for new grocery leasing have, however, focused around smaller format discount grocers, specialty grocers, and new innovative concepts. Big grocery operators will continue to adapt, new operators will emerge, and even some believe a rebirth of mom and pop specialty grocery retailers serving distinct markets. One segment of the grocery marketplace that will focus on disconnection from conventional retail grocery brick and mortar reliance is the move towards the efficient delivery of commodity of goods at low cost, as well as the delivery of pre-prepared or ready-to-cook meal options. This trend in and of itself, as we've seen with e-commerce and other sectors, will likely shrink total retail grocery square footage in most market areas. This is not to say physical storefront locations will go away, but we've seen some observed trends. One is that large format grocers continue to adapt store layouts and sizes to respond to new market conditions. Discount and efficiency-driven store formats will continue to capture market share, utilizing smaller real estate requirements. And many innovative operators will provide omni-channel platforms, seamlessly integrating e-commerce into store operations and in likely smaller retail footprints. The focus of many adapting and new grocery operators will be on using retail formats on defined operational elements unique to that in-person and real-time consumer interactions, customer experience, product innovation, and quality, delivery of things that don't deliver as well, like perishables, and convenience of prepared or ready-to-cook foods. Typical size, format, and merchandising of a grocery store in the next 20 years thus will be more of a mixed bag than the last 20. And flexibility will be required to capture all the potential future opportunities that meet the needs of consumers. Again, the conventional large format grocery store models that have been the industry norm in the past will still remain for some time in some form, but will continually adapt their physical footprint needs and merchandising. Will face new market realities and competition for consumer dollars that will affect their own location investment decisions. In this case, this would include existing grocery store tenants staying in place with greater flexibility to adjust store sizes and format if needed, which I think is obviously very relevant in this case. But other completely new store concepts and formats will arise that gradually replace the full-service grocery store model as we know it today. They will naturally require much less size, provide different but not insufficient level grocery services, and be integrated into a broader marketplace for how consumers access the full suite of grocery needs. Thus, the purpose of the revised conditions is to provide the level of flexibility to adapt to shifting market conditions over time and still provide a viable path for the continuance of grocery services at this location that serve the local community and was the original intent of the site plan condition. I'll now hand it back to Olivia to walk through the rest of the presentation. I'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Ms. Sontag.
Thank you, Mark. So we heard early on from the community that full service grocery services are very important in this location. And in our recommendation, we've taken care to balance these concerns with the reality of the evolving market that Mark just described. So in response to community concerns, staff held a virtual public meeting on March 3rd to discuss the proposal, get some additional community input, and also allow the applicant to respond to a lot of outstanding questions. There are a number of considerations that have been taken into account by staff, and we have worked with the applicant to further modify condition language to address these issues since the application was first submitted. So the first consideration, which we certainly understand, is the community's expressed importance of grocery and drugstore services in this location, particularly due to its walkability and range of services that are currently provided. So as reflected in the recommended conditions, the developers agreed to keep these retail uses offering items for sale that are typically found in a grocery store, but it allows the developer to choose the size and location within the development. And the goal here was to maintain these grocery services, but provide enough flexibility on the format to avoid any unintended vacancy and long-term absence of these services to residents. Other considerations by staff included the significant limitations imposed by the current size and location restrictions, including the 40 to 70,000 square feet for the grocery store and 8,000 to 20,000 square feet for the drugstore, which limits existing and future tenants who desire this flexibility. Staff proposes to remove the term full service, which is also not defined in the zoning ordinance, and remove the size and location limitations to expand the selection of potential tenants in the event that the current grocer does not renew their lease or the current grocer desires greater flexibility, and ultimately this reduces the risk of long-term vacancy. As Mark explained, market conditions have changed since the 1998 approval, and the applicant is very motivated to keep a grocery tenant, particularly the current tenant, Harris Teeter, which the applicant may speak to in just a moment. So they'd like to keep these services and that tenant within the development, and we propose coordination with AED to exhaust all reasonable efforts to keep those services there. And we think this is a great opportunity to continue dialogue with staff during the leasing process and provide county support to help maintain and secure these tenants. So lastly, the last consideration, the conditions as currently written require a very specific outcome that is out of the developer's control and out of the county's control. It also uses language such as full service and grocery store, which are not defined in the zoning ordinance and are difficult for staff to determine compliance, and also difficult for the developer to maintain compliance with these conditions. So in conclusion, the county manager recommendation is to adopt the ordinance, which provides conditions 52, 53, 56, and 58 to provide greater leasing flexibility. So with that, Mark and I are available for questions, and the applicant is also available. They don't have a prepared presentation, but I think they have a few things they would like to say.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag. So we'll now turn to the applicant for comments, as you suggested, Ms. Sontag. I believe on behalf of the applicant, is it Mr. Sharp?
Yes, that's correct. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much for making time for us this evening. We very much appreciate the time. And also, I would say that we are sympathetic to the attention this has drawn from the community. Obviously, grocery stores are an important part of the community, and we understand how important they are to the local residents. I would say that we also very much appreciate the dialogue that we've had with both staff and with the community groups through the community outreach that we've done and that staff has organized. I think that dialogue has led to forthright back and forth over the new language and the development conditions that are in front of the board this evening. And, you know, as other folks have said, it is very much our intent to maintain a grocery function on site at West Post. I would like to just take a couple minutes to respond to a couple points that have been made by others this evening, either in spoken testimony or in some of the written testimony that's been submitted to the board, just to correct a couple things that have been said. So the first item is, once again, we are not in any way looking to kick out our existing grocer, Harris Teeter. think they're a great tenant. We'd like to have them stick around. They have a long-term lease. They do have unilateral rights to terminate that lease, which we have no control over. And so that is really the issue at hand, is managing what happens to replace that tenant if they do terminate. The other challenge is that with the existing language of 40,000 to 70,000 square feet, there are very few, if not really any, grocers that we could go to replace Harris Teeter who would meet that language. Let's see, on top of that, so the picture that I would like to paint, which is something of a worst case scenario, with the current language, if Harris Teeter does elect to terminate their lease, because there is uncertainty on the landlord and tenant side around what the language means, as Ms. Sontag alluded to in her presentation, we really can't enter into negotiations with potential replacement for Harris Teeter until we have a determination from this same body about what would be permissible under the existing language. Potentially that could mean that if Harris Teeter terminates, the grocery store would go dark, there would be no grocery store, and because of co-tenancy obligations at West Post, other tenants could also leave. So that's a worst case. I'm hoping that that's not going to happen, but we are trying very much to avoid that because I think it's in neither the community's interest nor in ours for there to be a dark grocery store at West Post. Just a couple of other points that were submitted in written testimony. One person said, I'd be very interested to know what retailers the owner would be interested in attracting to the site if Harris Teeter leaves. That is absolutely the reason why we agreed to coordinate with AED, with economic development, so that we could keep the county and the community apprised of our efforts to replace Harris Teeter if we need to. There was another comment, which was essentially, don't you think future residents will want access to groceries? Yes, 100%. We acknowledge that. We think it's a great service. And that's the language that's in the development conditions right now, is that we are committing to make good faith and reasonable efforts to keep those functions on site. So having said all that, I'm available to take any questions if people have them for me.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. The conversation is now with the board. We may have questions for staff or as well as for the applicant, but we'll start. I see Mr. Dorsey, your hand. We'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of maybe not a foundational question, but Mr. Sharp, if you would indulge me for a little bit, I've been doing a little research in the last 48 hours, 24 hours, and while it doesn't necessarily seem to be common, it's not unheard of for there to be commercial leases where the rent is subject to a determination of fair market value and that there's a mediation and or an arbitration component to it. So the question really for you is, what's your sort of corporate sense of a condition not based on the vague notion of, what is a full service grocery, what is a certain amount of square footage that you're required to fill, but a notion that you will offer the existing shell at a fair market rent subject to mediation or arbitration. And I realize, I know that you'd probably have to go through a big corporate decision-making process. I'd just be interested in some immediate feedback, not that I would ever propose to do this on the fly.
In response, I would say that, of course, we're always interested in finding a fair market rent. We mostly want to avoid being put in a position where we can't get fair market rent on a space because of challenging development conditions, to be completely frank. I think that, we have to be a little bit careful because we are a publicly traded company under SEC regulation about what we can make public and disclose and what we cannot. And so while I definitely appreciate the desire to kind of find a way around, we would have to be very careful about disclosing certain things like rents for obvious reasons.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the frank response.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question and response. We're Mr. Karantonis. I think you're slow motion coming off of mute there.
Defrosting, we hope.
Are you there, Mr. Karantonis? I think you're off mute. Okay, we will continue. I actually have a couple of questions. So I'll, until Mr. Karantonis comes back, and colleagues will also, if you have questions, but I'll start with this one for Mr. McCauley. I don't know whether this is just Mr. McCauley or Mr. Sharp, and whether what qualifies here. So the question, we had a member of our public point to a date for when the current lease term expires, and I wondered if you appreciated your presentation, Mr. McCauley, and you talked about leases being renegotiated at an earlier stage, but I don't know the date when this lease ends. And so that you have context, my second part of the question is going to be related to the question of unilaterally terminating the lease. So you may be able to answer both questions, Mr. McCauley, or we may have to also ask the applicant, but first to you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman DeForte. Yes, I think that's actually a more appropriate question for Mr. Sharp to answer the questions of when the lease ends, because as he said, he can only share so much publicly, and I don't want to step on that. But I think I can, and he can also answer the technical question of what unilateral rights are. Although I could answer it, he can do it better.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Mr. Sharp. I do not want to step in the way of any pieces, but are these components there? I wonder, there has to be some pieces that are public, but I would think, but go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Sure, of course. So what I can tell you, and I think I've shared this in community meetings prior as well. So Harris Teeter's lease is a long-term lease, as grocery store leases typically are. They have quite a few years left in what we would call their base term. They also have what we call options, which is the right of a tenant to essentially enter into an extension of their lease term under certain pre-agreed conditions, particularly rent. So, for example, there was a comment earlier that this might be some sort of negotiation tactic for us. Harris Teeter's lease is essentially set going for a long time into the future, more than 10 years, frankly. So it's not the case that Harris Teeter, we're expecting the lease to essentially lapse, and this is a negotiation for us. This is more in the event that they can unilaterally terminate. Now, as to the question of under what provisions can they do that, I hate to do this, but that's not something I can really speak to candidly in public.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful regarding the term, and then also regarding I think that actually puts it, and I'll go to Mr. Karantonis. I see colleagues with lots of questions on this, but I did want to just, is there a way, Mr. McCauley, you can speak to the market in general with respect to this that is sort of consistent with that? How long in advance of termination do such items occur? And I don't have the command of markets for grocery stores that I might like. And so is it typical that is it often that there's terminations like this? Is there anything you can share with us along those two questions?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Chairman DeForte, and I can speak generally and also respond to in my presentation, the reference to ongoing discussions that allow that the developer, the owner, is allowed to have is not specific to any conversation they're having, but the idea that constantly engaging grocery stores that are on their own or thinking about their own store layouts and formats is always helpful for a property owner to be able to respond to those and have the flexibility to address those if a tenant needs more space or needs less space, depending on what their change is. And I think, as Mr. Sharp referenced, grocery stores are almost always under very long-term leases. And so over those, multiple decades and over those times, those conversations often happen in general in the marketplace. I think in terms of decisions when a grocery store decides to move, those are usually made well in advance with a lot of notice. Often because if grocery stores are often looking for a replacement store that process of opening a new store takes a long time. As we saw with the development up in Ballston, for instance, where Harris Teeter is redeveloping it, grocery stores do not like to go dark if they want to maintain their customers. So they'll often stage when they close one store to immediately the day of their opening their next. So those conversations typically in the marketplace aren't a very near-term decision by the grocery store. They're over a long conversation with the property owner about what their future needs are and what their decisions will be.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCauley. That's helpful. We'll go to Mr. Karantonis. If you're on, are you switching topics, or if we're on the same question, we may want to pursue this a little bit.
Mr. Chair, I couldn't follow very well. I heard Mr. Dorsey, and I understand that the question is about, what fair rents are and how, what is the set of conditions under which a grocery store would decide to fold and go somewhere else, and what this wouldn't be for me. That's not the question that I have.
Can we then just see if Ms. Crystal, Mr. Dorsey, or Ms. Garvey have questions that sort of build off this one and then come back?
A different topic, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Ms. Garvey, I think there's a follow-on, and then we'll come back to Mr. Karantonis, followed by Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey.
I think it's a follow-on. I hope it is. I think it's a different way of asking the same question. I think it's maybe for both the applicant and staff, but I think I'll ask Mr. McCauley. So under the current agreement, let's say Harris Teeter decides they want to leave for whatever reason. If we don't change anything, what happens?
The owner of the property would be required to search out a tenant for a grocery store between 40 and 70,000 square feet at that location. And they would be beholden to finding, at this time in the market, conditions are relatively sort of needle in the haystack of new major grocery store chains that are opening up new stores of that size. So there would be, I think, a prolonged period of vacancy during that leasing effort, and still not a strong confidence that the outcome would be a replacement for Harris Teeter in this case.
Thank you. I think that's what I heard.
That's predictive, so I don't want to say that's a certainty. It's just there aren't many of Harris Teeter's competitors that are opening up full service grocery stores in this day and age.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that's what I heard. I just kind of wanted to verify it, which is why I think it's important we do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
So I had a different topic. If you wanted to go to Mr. Karantonis, I think he was in front of me in line.
Got it. Sure.
Someone's going to change the topic. It should be
sure.
Whoever.
Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
Maybe it's a smooth transition, because another condition is the full service thing, that it's not defined in the zoning ordinance. And actually, not even the term grocery store is defined. And then there is this this proviso that in the proposed change says, and the developer would have to coordinate with AED. So we heard a lot from the community that there's a real concern that there is not enough coverage in the entire territory, in a very dense territory in Arlington with a lot of residents. So Ms. Hansberry testified to that, Ms. Fuller, Ms. Atkins, Ms. Van Hine. So there is not a lot. This is not really, it's only walkable for a part of the neighborhood, but the entire place is not really, served very well. So what would this coordination look like? What would AED's criteria or approach to such a coordinating effort be? What would our role be here?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Karantonis. Yes, I think there's a number of levels. One is that, and this is really the first step and most important step, is ongoing conversations that the developer would keep us apprised of any change in tenancy, with enough lead time for us to then engage them in conversations about what their next steps and strategies are. That would then include ongoing discussions with them on a number of fronts. One is receiving information from them about what their marketing and leasing strategies are, what tenants are out in the market, information that we could use to trust but verify, that they may not be able to tell us exactly what their negotiations are with a tenant, but they may be able to tell us the types of tenants they're looking at. We could then ask those tenants or investigate. But and thirdly, I think, which is also important, is the two-way street aspect of it, which is that they would be able to come to us and say, we have a tenant, and these are the things we may need to change from a site plan so we could get out in front of that. In terms of the criteria of what would accommodate a grocery store, I think we would certainly look at what the market was offering in terms of what full-service grocery stores were at that time, and how that had changed in the marketplace. So I think we would certainly err on the side of the market standard for a grocery store, which may look different than what we imagine a grocery store to be today, but would still be the standard for what we would consider a grocery store. So that would not include things like, small convenience stores, those sort of things. The second is we may look at it as a suite, where if they say they have 5 or 6 operators that are providing in a single walkable environment products and services that replicate that. That is a model that a lot of people have talked about and some people are excited about. This more curated, where you go back to having the butcher and the baker and the produce guy, and you have those things. That may also be a model that would work. But it's really hard to say without talking, but certainly our role would be to make sure the intent of the condition is met, which is that there is grocery services in the development that meet the needs of the community, above and beyond just segments of what people's grocery store needs are.
But would this also, include criteria like walkable access to many households, so to a number of households, easiness of accessibility, etc.? Would this or location in the urban context?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it would focus on the location, the real estate they control, but that would be part of the discussion of tenant interest, given the demographics in the area. I do think one thing important is when we look at grocery stores, this is an area that has a lot of density and then has a lot of a significant amount of single-family neighborhood adjacent. Grocery stores are typically looking at collections of 4,000 to 6,000 households as their trade area. And so when you start getting into lower density neighborhoods, the model for even a place like Arlington is still outside of our truly sort of urban cores, is still going to be the 2 to 3 miles. So a grocery store will look at their trade area differently than pure walkability, particularly for a large format grocer that has 50,000 square feet that needs those 4,000 to 6,000 households to support their sales. So that's always a challenge, is when we talk about grocery store support, they may be grocery stores that some in the community don't view as walkable, certainly, but they certainly are viewed by the tenant as part of that of their trade area. So it's that balance. So tenants will look at what that trade area is, and obviously the location to serve to serve the market share in the most effective way possible.
I see. Thank you. I yield to Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. Sort of a similar line of questions entangled in a set of observations, very much in line with what Mr. Karantonis was asking. I think the reason this is so hard is that grocery stores and their siting and their offerings are market decisions with civic and human services and community services implications. We learned from our emergency manager actually last year the term community lifeline, which is a FEMA term about the types of institutions you prioritize getting back in service as soon as possible after an emergency. And grocery stores are a community lifeline. And I think that is a term that would probably resonate with a lot of the speakers we've heard from tonight. And yet, unlike other community lifelines like fire stations or arguably parks or senior centers, government doesn't locate them. And so all of the criteria that we find ourselves, or at least speaking for myself, find ourselves wanting to apply that we would, for example, if we were talking about a fire station, such as number of households in proximity, walkability, et cetera, aren't ours to determine. They're the markets to determine. And that is why, I've been trying aggressively over the past couple of days to figure out how we can shape our Arlington County role in this condition. If I thought that keeping this condition as is, or even simply writing a new condition could be written in such a way that it was a lever that this board could pull that would mandate that Harris Teeter stayed, that would be very attractive, right? And I think we'd be having a different conversation, especially in light of the many comments. But we're trying to figure out which levers we do have to pull. I guess my query is just, Mr. McCauley, you gave us a great presentation about sort of where the future and maybe where grocery innovators are going and how the market has changed. But could you give us some insights, maybe, because as I've sort of looked into this nationally, I see different numbers, about to what degree, the market still kind of looks like it did even before the pandemic, right? So we've seen, triple, quadruple digit growth in the number of Americans who get their groceries online, but we were starting from 5 or 6% in 2019. So can you talk to us about some of the ways in which, people are still getting their groceries in the traditional model, and how, if at all, that may be influencing decisions by grocery retail tenants?
Yeah, and I'll answer it in two parts. One is just the data that we've seen on terms of the percent of grocery sales nationwide that have been classified as e-commerce. So that would be the true home delivery model. And it was around 3 to 4% in 2018, 2019, and jumped to 10% in 2020, not surprisingly. I think the industry, and I use that term as just sort of a consensus of what folks in the industry that look at, are now projecting 20% by 2025. And the reason for that is that while the pandemic shot up dramatically the sales, what the assumption is, and I think we can probably all socialize this with our own behavior, is once you get on it and you've figured out a way to use it, that fear of using something new goes away, and you become sort of, it becomes part of your behavior. And I think what I think deeper into that is what types of goods online e-commerce for grocery. I think it tends to be the things that are more of the commodity products, paper towels, toilet paper, cans of soup, things that you say, I don't need to peruse the aisle to see what I want. I know what I know I want a 12-pack of Diet Coke every week, and so I'm just going to order that, and it's easier to have it delivered to my door than carried around a grocery store. So I think it's not universally across all goods. So what has happened is the grocery stores have and will continue then to look at what part of their store space are things that will get eaten by e-commerce. And this is a story for books, for apparel, for all. They start to carve away and sort of said, we don't need that real estate because that's easier to buy online. And what are the things that we can offer that can't be replicated online? So that's customer experience. It's things like prepared foods, fresh produce. So if we go to Harris Teeter's now, they look much different than they did 10 or 15 years ago because of the way they want to interact with their customer. They want the customer to enjoy coming to the store and not just for commodity. And all that means is that those stores will continue to think differently about their real estate. And it may mean less, it may be more. But it will be different in terms of what products they begin to focus on offering the in-person consumer. The other factor is that the rise of e-commerce, we've also seen the rise of other threats to major full-service groceries, and that has been the discount and specialty grocers. And whether that be the discount Aldi and Lidl, which obviously we're proud to say is headquartered in Arlington, or things like Trader Joe's or any number of other specialty stores, moms, that compete with grocery stores, but not in a way that completely tries to replicate the offerings, but shaves off enough where the grocery stores now have market share taken away from them. So those are all factors that I think the grocery industry is thinking about what is the right store format to pursue in the future.
Okay. So with everything you were just describing about what can be bought online and what can't, again, if we were making a decision about citing or providing a civic use, we would think about something like equity, right? Who can or can't access online provision of services, right? So whether baby formula is still available in service, because even with the federal pilots to allow SNAP and WIC recipients to participate in online shopping, they still can't use those benefits for delivery fees, right? So that puts it out of reach. Or, the provision of, ensure or services and goods that seniors who probably aren't as facile with an online ordering system still rely on. Do the markets take into consideration those things at all in your experience?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I would generally answer yes. I mean, the great thing about for-profit companies is they want market share. They don't want to leave market share behind, right?
Yeah.
And so they do not thumb their nose at revenue coming in. And I do think that a lot of the idea of diversification of the grocery store market away from just solely sort of grocery store brands to more of this fragmented market has been, you have a Whole Foods where you can buy something at a certain price point, but the Aldis and Lidl's want to be near the Whole Foods because they offer, say, what if you don't want that $10 block of cheese and you just want regular cheese? And I think there's always a competitor that will come in and meet those. I share with you, however, the challenge of, as you opened up, which is that these are market-based decisions. And the idea that this condition in particular, we have an agreement with the developer. They don't have the ability to dictate who fills their space. And they also don't have the ability to dictate in the lease what that store sells, right? So there's many layers removed of how we could influence those decisions. But I do have confidence that the market will generally provide those if the market opportunity exists.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. McCauley, and I'll yield there.
My turn to be muted. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, like Ms. Crystal said, this is hard because you've got a successful grocery that a lot of people have come to not only rely on, but to enjoy. And so it's meeting people's needs, and we can't even fathom a circumstance where it would no longer be a part of the landscape. I think for the purposes of this conversation, I want to focus on whether or not our conditions were in any way contributory to making this a successful grocery experience. And my presumption is that they're not. So the question really is for Mr. McCauley. I know a lot of people have focused on what could happen in the event that the size conditions were changed. I'd like to just explore a little bit with you about what we do know about full service grocers, the ones that we could all identify as such in our market. And, it's Giant, it's Safeway, and even beyond our market, a couple of other full service grocers are the Krogers and the Publixes and the Wegmans. And it seems that if I look at all available information on those existing grocery retailers who would probably meet everyone's eye test as being full service, we have an issue with our size requirements. You've got the traditional Kroger model and the Wegmans model, which require square footage far in excess of what we're conditioning. And then for the Giants and the Safeways, we're seeing all over the place in jurisdictions like where Pentagon Row, I haven't yet assimilated the new proposed name, but in urban jurisdictions like Pentagon Row, the Giants and the Safeways are coming in at urban footprints smaller than 40,000 square feet while still delivering a full service experience. So I guess my question for you, Mr. McCauley, is it a completely outdated way of thinking about groceries to in any way go through the process of trying to attach a square footage requirement or expectation to it?
Yes, that's a good question. And just as a matter of one of the frustrating things about diving into the grocery market is it's kind of like a lot of things we now live with, that when you find out who owns who, for instance, Kroger owns Harris Teeter. So a lot of the grocery store chains were legacies and they were bought up by the bigger chains, and they kept their brand because they're a regional brand. But when you look at who makes those decisions, it all goes back to a corporate office that is looking at market share. And so Harris Teeter, the reason why there wouldn't be a Kroger in the Washington, D.C. area is Harris Teeter, that's Harris Teeter's territory, and Kroger owns it. So there's some of those challenges that impact what brands are out there looking for space because they're kind of owned by the same. But with that said, to your question, yes, I do think that the biggest challenge with this condition as written is a specific size requirement. One, because that has been the most shifting of market trends in grocery stores over the past 20 years. Sometimes they've gone through a 5-year cycle where they've wanted to get bigger. Sometimes they want to get smaller. As you said, some of the same brands during certain locations want different store layouts and different sizes, even within their own portfolio. And I do think that in a site plan condition, the fear would be any size that we guessed at, we would find out 2 years later we were wrong by 1,000 feet and have to come back to you, right? The idea that we wouldn't, but I do think that in general, the market segmented of the full service being in that now, I think 30 to 50,000 range for new urban stores. As you said, the mega stores, the Wegmans and the massive Krogers being more the superstore, 75 to 100,000. And then the discount and specialty folks are in that 12 to 18 to 20,000 range, which is kind of where it fits. And they have more flexibility because they have a little more flexibility, but that's kind of where we see the market. But again, putting that in a condition, I think we would then be subject to that factor changing over time and having a condition we had to change.
And if I could do a follow-up on this particular area, Mr. Chair. And so, Mr. McCauley, staying with you a little bit, it's also my understanding that some of the desired reduction in square footage is not tied to offering fewer items or fewer amenities, but are instead, in some cases, customer-driven, like reducing human checkout aisles, which require a lot of space to have people queue in order to do either the self-checkout stuff or even the innovation of frictionless checkout, where you kind of put stuff in your bag, you scan it into a mobile device, and then your account is charged without your ever being in line. So some of this desire for less square footage is also not about providing less stuff. Is that true?
Yes, and generally when the brands and even the discount folks have put forth their merchandising strategies, they, with the exception of a few, and then like Aldi is now moving to produce when they didn't have produce in the past. They generally don't remove entire concepts. They just become more efficient at what they think the customer needs. So maybe you don't need 30 brands of cereal, maybe the best sellers are the top 20, and so you save shelf space that way. And then counterbalancing that is a lot more. The new grocery stores formats generally have a lot more of those spaces for consumer experience, right? The cheese aisle, the cheese and deli, and are much more of a sort of expansive area. So they find ways to do that. I do think over time, as I said, with e-commerce, I think the chains will identify those things that the market is already buying online at a significant level and adjust accordingly. But I don't think that'll be a wholesale removal of goods. I think it'll be just a rethinking about how much shelf space is required to meet their consumers that come in the store.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Dorsey. The question that keeps coming up in my mind is based on Mr. McCauley, you saying the process that you would go through if the unilateral clause, whatever that is, were to be activated, there would be a lot of things that we would need to do. My question is, why couldn't we wait to change some of these conditions? I grant you that the square footage is per Mr. Dorsey's line of questioning may change. And I also think that the term full service is ambiguous, but why act now? Why is it essential that we act now? What we're doing if we act is seeking to protect the long-term possibility that we will keep this space occupied. That is an important public good, but I don't understand why we would need to act today when the legacy of the term does protect what I see in some ways as a public good in terms of grocery. Can you offer thoughts on that?
Well, yes, I think, and also I will share the applicant may have thoughts as well from their perspective. But from our perspective, from staff's perspective, I think it really comes down to the nimbleness and responsiveness of when an event happens, of how quickly we can work with the developer to begin to think about what the next step is. And I think things like site plan amendments are not short processes. They may take months. And in those months where there's no work being done on what the next strategy would be because it's uncertain, I think it's a real lost opportunity. And I think in leasing, I think lost opportunities can often be crippling because that opportunity may not come around. You may miss that window and then not have another one for a while. And so I think while it's never a there's always a potential another opportunity. I do think that not having that hurdle is a reasonable expectation of if the developer does have to think about new strategies or work with their current tenant, that they don't have to wait another several months to have certainty about what their options are.
How long does it take to vacate a grocery store then? I mean, if, is there, those are helpful points in terms of we want to be nimble, but I'm just curious if there's a market typical when you do exercise this unilateral. I would assume there's enough goods in a grocery store that would take some number of months, right? For the grocery store to want to end its lease.
Yeah, I think that's hard to say in that what the motivation of the closing is, right? A retailer that is closing because they're bankrupt will maybe out in less than a month because they are, they're essentially liquidating. Often grocery stores are looking at more of a staged timing of when they may close a store, often looking at where the other stores can capture that market share. So it does vary. We think enough lead time is going to be important. And so this will help us with that by putting the condition of the formal collaboration with AED.
Sure. No, I appreciate that and very helpful. You did mention the applicant, Mr. Sharp, if you wanted to add in there. I'm just trying to move us towards a thought as to what next, as to what might be next. And I think there are valid concerns with respect to specificity of language and keeping a tenant. I also am mindful of, right now on the dais, I don't know that I have all the market information that perhaps Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey and to be inclined to act today. But Mr. Sharp, on the shift, how long would it take for, in your estimation, thoughts on that issue?
Sure, I very much appreciate the question. So one of the points that was made earlier, and I can't remember who made it, was that corporate decisions about whether to keep a grocer open, those are long-term deliberations. Those take a while to get made, and there is often advanced, in fact, almost always advanced planning as to, what the replacement strategy is, how the store gets closed, and all that. The challenge is, we are not the same organization as the grocery store. And so we don't necessarily, and in fact, I would tell you 9 times out of 10, we don't find out, notwithstanding our relationships with all the national grocers. And so we, frequently get caught, and I hate to use the term flat-footed, when we find out from a tenant last minute, hey, we'll be out in 60 days, good luck. And at that point, the way the process would play out is, we would normally want to go and immediately market that space to other tenants. The challenge is if we have the development conditions language as it is today, as I said earlier, we cannot market the space in its current condition, and we would have to come back to the board, essentially get pre-approval. In the meantime, the grocery store would close. We would then negotiate a lease with a tenant. That a lease negotiation with a grocery store, to put it in context, would take typically 4 months. Just round numbers. Mm-hmm. And at that point, the grocery store, once we sign the lease, would start engaging with consultants, drawing their outfit plans. That's 3 to 4 months. They would then pull a building permit from Arlington County, which takes a certain amount of time without casting any aspersions. And then they would need to build out. So essentially, from beginning of lease negotiations to opening a new grocery store is about 15 months.
Okay.
And that's the timing.
Got it. That's helpful. I see Ms. Garvey's hand. Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'd like, I'd be happy to move the manager's recommendation, and we could continue to discuss. There may be some amendments that people want to make, but maybe that would kind of get us going. Would that work for folks? I'm happy to do that.
Sure. So we'll take there's the motion,
Okay.
and I see.
Yeah, thank you. Then I'll move that we adopt the ordinance attached to the board report dated March 12 to approve a site plan amendment to site plan number 10. I've got to put on my glasses. Excuse me. 105-8, subject to all previously approved conditions and revised conditions number 52, 53, 56, and 58, which is the manager's recommendation.
Got it. And I will just, since maybe on mute, I think Mr. Dorsey with the thumbs up was seconding that motion. Is that correct? Got it, for purposes of discussion. And then we'll go back to Ms. Garvey for comments on the motion, and we'll have discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I understand concerns that we're hearing. There's a limit to what we can do, and Ms. Crystal's really laid those out really well. It's kind of this intersection between, the market forces and wanting to make sure we provide what needs to be provided. Listening to various, safeguards, I think that are actually kind of built in, working with our AED and continue to work together and thinking that everybody's interests are more or less aligned. I'm pretty comfortable with this, and I am very uncomfortable with the situation that was just described, that we might end up with an empty space with nothing in it for months on end, maybe over a year. So anyway, it's not perfect, but this seems like the best approach to me. So I'm fine with moving forward on this. Again, I may not be I may not have anybody else with me, but that's where I am. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think Mr. Dorsey next, and then Ms. Crystal, and then Mr. Karantonis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with you, Ms. Garvey, that interests are more or less aligned, but I think it's clear from the public comment that we received tonight that many in this community don't think so. And one of the other undercurrents is the ambiguity of the language in the proposed conditions about good faith and commercially reasonable efforts. So I'd really like to hear from staff on this. How can you provide some level of accountability to the community that you have held the developer to a high standard of good faith and commercially reasonable efforts?
Hey, Mark McCauley, would you mind jumping in on this?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it is as Mr. Sharp referenced, there's a lot of moving parts to what details we can get into in conversations, particularly with the publicly traded real estate investment trust. But I think the standard would be knowledge of who's out there in the marketplace, what opportunities, and asking direct questions about the developer's efforts to reach out to those tenants. And to then verify, if needed, whether those conversations have actually happened as a first step. I think the second is just looking at what opportunities elsewhere have they pursued that may be new ideas, and third would be whether there are any things that the county can do to assist with commercially reasonable efforts. But I think to the first point, Mr. Dorsey, I think it's a bit of a term of art, but I think it is really about asking the direct questions about who their marketing and leasing strategies, who they've talked to, what has been the interest from the tenant community about this space, and then verifying that with what we know is going on in the market, as well as our own conversations with grocery store operators and getting their sense of their desire to open new stores in locations.
I appreciate that, Mr. McCauley. I'd say for me, though, for this to have any real meaning, if it doesn't include the developer, including you on a confidential basis, obviously not for public consumption, but about terms that are offered for you to make an assessment as to whether or not they've made good faith and commercially reasonable attempts, I don't think it's enough. I mean, and so maybe this question is for Mr. Sharp. Again, not that it would ever be subject to, losing your position status as it relates to investors, but to make this a partnership that truly matters, would you have any objection to sharing the terms on a confidential basis with county staff?
So in principle, no. But I do have to sort of add two caveats. One is the one I alluded to earlier, which is, federal requirements around publicly traded companies, which I won't bore you with anymore. And the second is, it is often the case, not always, but often the case that in order to engage in good faith negotiations with the tenant, both parties sign an NDA or a confidentiality agreement. And so we would have to say, and we can share everything that we can, except as prescribed by an NDA or regulation. But certainly I have no issue in principle with sharing as much as we can with AED and through them with the county. We just have to make sure that we're ticking the other boxes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sharp. Ms. Crystal and then Mr. Karantonis, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer what I think, Ms. Garvey, correct me if this is wrong, a substitute motion to the motion to approve the county manager's recommendation. And that is that we defer the ordinance to approve a site plan amendment to site plan 105-8 with revised conditions 52, 53, 56, and 58 to the April 17th, 2021 meeting of the Arlington County Board. I'd like to try to do this in a parliamentary way. I'd like to accompany that deferral, that motion for deferral, with some guidance to the manager that I'm going to ask our clerk to bring forward on the screen. And if I have a second, I will speak to it.
So I'll second it, but I'm trying to, could use a little parliamentary help.
Yeah.
Since that this is direction-wise, deferral is different from the manager's recommendation. And so.
Indeed. So that's why I'm offering a substitute motion to Ms. Garvey's rather than a friendly amendment.
Thank you. So substitute motion, and I guess I'll second the substitute. Then the question would be, it's possible, Ms. Garvey, that this may be agreeable to you.
Oh, that's fine. I think parliamentary, we'll work this one through, and then if it passes, we maybe have to vote mine down, but it makes mine moot, I think. Mm-hmm. So, although our lawyer or our parliamentarian, I think Mr. Dorsey's more of a parliamentarian than I, can tell us how to do that. But I'm happy to work this through.
If we adopt the substitute, then the main motion becomes moot.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So and I'm not. This is fine. This I think this may be a fine direction. I just wanted to get us going. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey and Mr. Dorsey for the Roberts Rules refresher. Let's look at the substance. And so, Ms. Crystal, do you want to talk about what you got?
Thank you. Yeah. So I mean, this is all in the spirit of. We cannot mandate that Harris Teeter stays. Although I will say, my goodness, I hope that Mr. Sharp will share the hour or more of testimony with Harris Teeter as your retail tenant that you heard tonight from shoppers who simply adore it and consider it an institution that is of great value to their lives. So in the spirit of our not being able to mandate certainly that Harris Teeter stay, and I think we've really explored some of the consequences of a failure to address the 1998 version, the existing condition, how that could actually end up in a situation with no grocery service being provided in the area, and in fact maybe even a cascading impact of more retail tenants terminating their leases, which is something we all want to avoid. What I am trying to figure out is how can we revise this language that staff has started us off with in the manager's recommendation today? I think if there is a spectrum where at one hand, the current 1998 language is so restrictive that we could end up with these negative circumstances of no tenant at all, I think the draft recommendation is notwithstanding what I do believe is the great work of AED, they are left as sort of the only safeguard that could candidly prevent the location of something like a 7-Eleven, right? Although I stipulated that's not in the applicant's interest either. So I'm trying to get somewhere in between. I believe there is a version of this condition that could be crafted that would better assuage our concerns, that would fall somewhere in the middle of that continuum. I'm not going to attempt to draft it from the dais or even wasn't going to attempt to do it this afternoon, but I did speak in some depth with our staff, and I know they spoke with the applicant that about using the next month to try to do that. I know that it would be helpful to them, and I think it would be maybe helpful to those in the community who are following along and might be interested to learn this would be, if successful, coming back next month, to be specific about what we mean when we say we'd like language that protects the interest of the community in having something akin to a full service grocery store to the extent possible. And so this is kind of my attempt to suggest what those expectations would be. And again, to be clear, what's in front of us is not a recommended, this is not language to be incorporated in the condition. This is direction to the manager as staff works on a new condition language. It would be to incorporate something like a floor in the level of service offerings from the retail tenant. I think the thing that we're all most worried about is that this full service grocery store would be replaced by something that doesn't meet the needs of the community. And so really being able to say at a minimum, a new retail tenant would need to be able to provide the following. Again, as Mr. Carantonis noticed, we don't have a definition of full service grocery store anywhere in the Arlington County zoning ordinance. So simply saying full service grocery store is not enforceable. So this is a sort of we'd like to see a condition that would name a floor in those service offerings. Again, with number 2, I think Mr. McCauley described really well. We could take a stab at what the appropriate square footage is, and we may very well be back here trying to do an amendment to accommodate 1,000 feet, square feet more or less. So this indication is let's stay away from languages about a floor, but let's be clear. The expectation here is not a square footage number. It is a footprint that is reasonable enough to accommodate, number 1, right, the actual level of service offerings we expect. And then the final point that I just wanted to make is, our retail action plan flags the grocery store policy, which sort of throughout its history in Arlington County was initially used as a thought of awarding bonus density or density exclusions in exchange provision of a grocery store. I know we've all moved away from that, but we've talked about grocery stores in context of flexibility for all kinds of elements of our site plan or planning policies, not police. Forgive me, we got to fix that one. On things like transparencies of window or parking requirements. And so I want us to be really clear that if there is anything county government, or I want this condition to be amended in a way that is really clear that if there is anything county government can do, not just AED and its marketing experience, although that is impressive, but if there's anything we can do on the planning and zoning side, that Arlington County government is interested in exploring or trying. Obviously, we can't bind the hands of future boards, but would like to pursue that. Because again, what is our role here, right? I think it's to do everything we can to keep a meaningful grocery presence in this part of the county for all the reasons that have been detailed so compellingly by residents of this part of the county tonight. So, Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind changing police to policy, I think I've got other types of policy on the brain, I guess. For me. Thank you. That is my explanation of the guidance I'm recommending. The proposal to defer a month probably is clear enough without a lot of jawboning for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I see Mr. Dorsey's hand. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsey. I also know that we may have a friendly substitute, but go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is certainly something that I can live with. While just to be fully transparent, I'm not as interested in 1 and 2, just simply because I'm coming to the conclusion that site plan conditions are really not the great tool to effectuate a retail outcome. But be that as it may, I welcome the conversation as part of our deliberations if this should meet with the majority of the board's interest. I would ask that Ms. Crystal consider a friendly addition to this, and it would be a number 4, where we would ask for staff and the applicant to discuss and really explicate what might be what we could expect from a good faith and commercially reasonable efforts at minimum. So not exclusive of everything, but we actually have some language that details what that could look like so that there's clarity for that ambiguous term. And if that meets with yours and Mr. DeFerranti's okay, I would offer that as a friendly.
It certainly does. I'm wondering, for purposes of capturing it, again, because this is guidance to the manager, I don't know that it's quite as essential that we get the language exactly right. I feel like I'm hearing what you're saying. Essentially, we'd also like to see condition number 53 tackled here, and a little more explication of what the term good faith and commercially reasonable means, right? So that seems pretty clear. I don't know that we need to get language on the board.
Yep.
I don't know if our chairman has anything as a seconder to say.
Absolutely. Let's capture what Mr. Dorsey said, and it sounds good to me. I want to be sure I'm understanding here. I think we're ending up with a deferral on. I want to be clear. Are we ending up with a deferral on all of the written conditions because they are linked, or are we just ending up with a deferral on 52? I guess that's for you, Ms. Crystal.
A deferral on the entirety, all of the conditions. Yeah.
Got it. Great. Then I see Ms. Garvey's hand and then Mr. Dorsey. Certainly that's my intent. I fully support that. I appreciate Mr. Dorsey adding, but that was meant to just explain where we're headed. Ms. Dorsey, Ms. Garvey. I think you're on mute. Sorry, I distracted you. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I mean, it seems pretty clear that everybody needs some reassurance, and we need to make sure we've worked things through and are comfortable with where we are, and have done the best job we can to kind of be as, have some safeguards in place as such as we can. So I think deferring the whole item, I think, is probably best. Maybe, Mr. Chair, you could invite the manager or others to see if this gives them heartburn for some reason or something. But I think it's fine, and we've talked about it quite a bit. So despite I put forward another motion, I'm okay to support this, and we'll come back next month and hopefully be a little more kind of reassured about where we are and make some changes that make everybody a little bit more comfortable and be ready to vote. So
Sounds
I'm
good.
okay with it.
Thank you. I see a hand and I also want to give Mr. Schwartz, go ahead, or Mr. McCauley, whoever's staff with the hand. What's up?
I don't know if it's Mr. McCauley. If he has comments, he should go right ahead. He doesn't. Okay, I would like to let you know that I think that we can work with this, and we will come back to you next month. I will tell you that as we're working through it, if we find something is particularly troublesome, I don't think it will be, we would come back to the board for further clarification, because I'd like the conversation next month not to be retreading some of the same earth. So I think this is workable for us.
That sounds good. I'm seeing no other hands. The question is on the substitute, which is deferral with the guidance to the manager as written with Mr. Dorsey's additions. I saw, Mr. Dorsey, your hand. Are you okay? Go ahead.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, I've occupied a lot of time here, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that I just want to be very clear with this very fascinating discussion that we've had tonight. There are a couple of things that I want to make sure that people who wrote in and are attending tonight walk away with. One, there is nothing that this amendment in either its proposed form or as we would consider it in April that would cause Harris Teeter to go away in an instant. In fact, Harris Teeter, if they so desire, can be there, we heard publicly, for at least 10 years, if they so desire. The second thing that I think that we probably haven't stressed enough, if we are able to get this relationship between staff and the developer right, this would actually be huge for Arlington to have Arlington County involved in helping ensure that this vital community-like resource, even though operated by a private entity, could continue to serve the community. So hopefully those pretty important takeaways from tonight, hopefully they're not lost on people who are so very much concerned about this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think it's really essential, given the number of people who spoke, to make sure that folks understand that you've been heard and and as we're working through this process. Mr. Karantonis, you may have had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a long night on an item that should have been discussed in a different manner, right? Because of course it's a contextual stress that is caused by a situation where we have too few choices, one Caristeter and one Whole Foods in the entire northern part of the neighborhood, and the next one is very deep in the south, and in between there is a huge corridor. So I believe that this context needs to be worked out, and this should guide also the way we finally decide on that. I do think that the discussion on flexibility on the square footage will be an interesting discussion to have on the coordination and the expectation and how to coordinate with AED. I'm not so sure that. I mean, I follow Mr. Dorsey here. I would be absolutely impressed if we make the kind of progress that he was suggesting. It would be really new and very interesting anyway. I do think that we need the extra time to work with staff, the community, and the applicant to fine-tune and polish these conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. And so we'll call for a vote. I will say very briefly that Ms. Fuller and Ms. Monroe's comments in particular were powerful for me. I'm happy to support the motion at this stage, but I think that my comments have revealed that I'm not quite as far along on the road towards full adoption next month, at least just speaking for me, as perhaps colleagues are. And so would certainly benefit from understanding. I appreciate our responsibility to protect the long-term investment, but I also do think that we would all act pretty darn quickly if there were concerns about attendance. So I'll want to learn more about that next week, but I'll call for next month and over the coming weeks. So maybe that helps Mr. Manager, Mr. McCauley. Probably that means a short briefing. Sorry about that, but that's where at least I am. So the question is on the substitute as proposed, which is deferral of this motion until next month, with guidance to the manager as described by Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey. And I will call for individual votes. We'll start with the maker of the motion in principle, which is a tough call, but I think it's Ms. Crystal. And then we'll start with you, Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Scarby.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye. The item is deferred until next month. Thank you, colleagues. Extensive discussion. We'll move on, and thank you to the applicant as well as staff for working this issue. So we will, and also, of course, thank you to those residents who spoke on this issue. So we'll move to the next item, and I see Mr. Schwartz has popped up on my screen. So Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Melissa Danowski to make the presentation. It's my recollection that there were no speakers on this item, I think. So I'm going to encourage Melissa to do each slide, but if this is even possible, to talk faster than she normally does. Melissa?
1 second. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Danowski, we'll go to you. I will say, just for clarity for all of us, this is item 17. And Ms. Danowski, go ahead. That will substitute, Madam Clerk. We have called item 17, so that will substitute for the typical process where you would announce it. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Danowski, go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I'll talk as quick as I can. So this is the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code Transfer of Development Rights Multipliers Proposed Amendment. And first, I would like to refresh everyone's memory on how TDR was envisioned to be implemented in the Neighborhoods Area Plan, which was adopted by the County Board in 2012. The Neighborhoods Area Plan envisioned TDR as a tool that could help preserve the buildings and affordability at the Barcroft and Fillmore Gardens conservation areas. These conservation areas are comprised solely of portions of the Barcroft and Fillmore apartment complexes and include about 1,540 total market rate affordable units. And the units within these conservation areas are significant and represent almost a quarter of the county's total goal for preserving the 6,200 market rate affordable units that were existing at the time of plan adoption. And TDR, for the purposes of affordable housing preservation, could allow a receiving site undertaking a Columbia Pike use permit or a site plan process elsewhere in the county to obtain additional density for their development from these conservation areas or sending sites. And in exchange for the density, the sending site, or Barcroft or Fillmore Gardens apartment communities, would convert the associated number of marks into committed affordable housing units through renovation and by income and rent restricting the units for 30 years. And the adopted neighborhoods area plan did contemplate 3 to 4 times as many units would need to be transferred to preserve the affordability of one unit. The multipliers are intended to help offset renovation costs and rent subsidies that are in recognition additional value may be needed to preserve units in place and renovate. And this is a map of the location of the Columbia Pike receiving and sending sites. The areas in blue are the sending site conservation areas, so the Barcroft and Fillmore Gardens apartments. And the areas in red and yellow are the potential receiving sites along Columbia Pike. Potential receiving sites in the rest of the county would include those sites being redeveloped under a site plan process that would choose to utilize TDR to receive additional density for their projects. And the county board adopted a multiplier in the neighborhood form-based code that allows 3 times the units to be transferred to a Columbia Pike receiving site for every 1 unit preserved at the Barcroft or Fillmore Garden conservation areas, and 2 times the units could be transferred to a receiving site elsewhere in the county for every 1 unit preserved at Barcroft or Fillmore sending sites. And note that the receiving site units can and most likely will be market rate. The affordability is preserved at the Barcroft and Fillmore sites. The units that are preserved at Barcroft and Fillmore would be converted from marks to committed affordable units. And because TDR was relatively untested in regards to being used for committed affordable housing, and there was an initial concern the tool might be overutilized, the sunset period was initially created to ensure the county monitored the tool within a conservative time frame. And the sunset period was later extended to December 31st, 2020. And this is an example of how TDR would work. The example assumes a receiving site on Columbia Pike needs bonus height, translating into 30 units for their development. The receiving site owner would negotiate an agreement with the sending site owner for the purchase of their density. In exchange, 10 units must be committed affordable at the sending site. And the receiving site developer would then enter the public process and obtain a use permit approval. Concurrently, the sending site enters the public process and obtains a use permit approval, and the density would be certified concurrently with the approvals. If the receiving site is located outside of Columbia Pike, then 15 units would need to be committed affordable at the sending site to send 30 units to the receiving site. This is because for every 1 unit preserved at the sending site, 2 units could be sent to the receiving site if located elsewhere in the county. Receiving and sending sites would then obtain their site plan or use permit approval, and the density would be certified. Since adoption of the neighborhood form-based code, TDR has not been used at Barcroft or Fillmore Gardens apartments. Through recent meetings with Barcroft and Fillmore property owners, staff learned that TDR is not a likely tool for these property owners due to the affordability term and restrictions that would be placed on their units. So in other words, they would not want to sell their density to another developer because they don't want the 30-year income and rent restrictions that would be placed upon their units due to the transfer. But although TDR has not been used to date to preserve conservation area units, staff recommends reinstating the multipliers to ensure their availability as a potential preservation tool can remain into the future. And staff would need to reinstate rather than extend the multipliers as they technically expired December 31st. And lastly, staff does recommend the multipliers apply to the conservation area properties indefinitely. Staff continuously monitors development trends and do check in periodically with the conservation area property owners. The sunset period would not affect the ability for the county board to approve amendments to the multipliers when appropriate. In other words, instead of adding another sunset period, staff instead recommends revisiting the multipliers when there is a change, if and when there would be a change in county policy or the Columbia Pike development trends that would warrant an amendment. And furthermore, I do want to note that increased development alone might not warrant a change to the multipliers. This TDR tool and multipliers are part of implementation of the Neighborhoods Form-Based Code and Neighborhoods Area Plan, which already anticipated increased development along Columbia Pike. In terms of public process, staff has met with the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group in December and provided an informational overview to the Housing Commission January 14th. Staff also met with ZOCO on January 19th. The request to advertise this amendment was approved at the February County Board meeting. And then the Planning Commission considered this item and approved unanimously. The Housing Commission met again in March, and at the March meeting voted in support of the staff recommendation, but also voted to support an edit to the staff recommendation and require a 5-year sunset period. And as mentioned previously, staff is recommending the multipliers apply to the conservation area properties indefinitely. In conclusion, staff recommends adopting the attached ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County zoning ordinance, the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code District Appendix B, Section 204D, Transfer of Development Rights, to reinstate the TDR multipliers available to the 2 conservation area properties along the Columbia Pike corridor, which sunset on December 31st, 2020. Thank you. That concludes the staff presentation on the recommendation to reinstate the multipliers, and happy to respond to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Danowski. Appreciate your quick speaking so that we can get to our commissions. We do have 2 commissions here to speak. We'll go first to our Housing Commission, followed by our Planning Commission. If that's okay, Mr. Weir. We'll go to Mr. Berkey. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was described at our March 11, 2021 virtual public meeting, the Housing Commission did approve a recommendation for staff's proposal with the amendment that it be sunsetted in 5 years, consistent with what had been done previously. This wasn't a unanimous vote. Some folks did not think that a 5-year cap was necessary, but the overall vote on the motion was 9-1. And I think this is not very controversial. I think folks are curious to see how this could work out on Columbia Pike, are excited about the potential of a TDR, and want to see what happens in the next 5 years. But I think this is a small ask. We learned that the Pike Presidents Group and residents along the Pike are looking for a 5-year sunset because the TDRs are so new. It is an unexplored policy, and it's really just a check-in, 5 years from now. Other than that, not aware of any opposition or anything. It's really just the time limit here. And that's it. And I appreciate your time, and hopefully this wraps up soon for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. I don't know that we'll have questions, but we'll go to Mr. Weir, and I don't know that we're going to have a lengthy discussion on this while being respectful of all perspectives. Mr. Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the County Board. My report will be brief. As Ms. Danowski noted, the Planning Commission heard this item on March 8th. There were no public speakers, and the Commission endorsed the staff recommended motion unanimously. Candidly, this was among the most uncontroversial items that I've seen on my time on the Commission, and I think that commissioners were fairly satisfied with the extension. We did raise a few questions, none that seemed to me to indicate any potentially material pause in support for the ordinance. Commissioners did ask about what other tools might incentivize committed affordable housing along Columbia Pike, as well as why the sunset provisions were originally adopted, learning interestingly that the concern at the time was that they might be too aggressively utilized, which obviously has not proven to be the situation. Commissioners noted that, if anything, the ordinance serves as a marker of the importance to the county of promoting affordable housing, especially along Columbia Pike. So that's my report. You have our letter. If you do have any other questions, I will be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. So let's start with a motion, and I see Mr. Karantonis. We will still, I think, have dialogue, although perhaps not as extended as the grocery store market. But go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
Yes, so we don't want to start with discussing TDRs. We will end up in April. So I would like to make the motion to adopt the ordinance that's attached to the staff report to this item, to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, Article 11.2, Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, Appendix B of the Zoning Ordinance, Section 204D, transfer of development rights, to reinstate the transfer of development rights multipliers available to the 2 conservation area properties along the Columbia Pike corridor, with sunset on December 31st, 2020. And to all this, I make this motion actually with a sad feeling. Okay. Yes.
Second
discussion. I mean, with a kind of a sad feeling because, indeed, I sat many days, nights through the TDR discussions for, to support the goals of this TDR. But already back then in 2012, 2011, we understood that a lot more of other conditions have to be in place so that, sending and receiving density rights can transfer and actually produce economic incentives to support the preservation economics in the sending side. So I don't see a reason. I understand Mr. Burkey's and the Housing Commission's and the Pike presidents, queasy feeling about what is wrong with this tool. Why is it not working? What maybe still there is an imponderable aspect. But the board can always act on that, and I believe that this is for now safeguard enough. Thank you. Great.
So just to clarify, you're not proposing the sunset, the full manager.
No, I move the staff's and the county manager's recommendation not to sunset it.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
Thank you. A brief question, and then once that's resolved, I can roll into a closing comment. Ms. Danowski, would there be any reason why housing staff couldn't memorialize checking in with the associated stakeholder groups in 4 years, 5? Well, you could do that, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by memorialize. I wouldn't recommend
just to make sure you don't
4 days
forget.
code, but certainly, absolutely can check in. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So with that, the multipliers, the substantive part of this are not an issue at all. Really, the only issue is whether or not there should be a sunset. And from my policy background, sunsets are really to serve two purposes. You either have an adverse impact that will occur if the policy should continue, or if you want to make sure that some future body has an opportunity to relitigate an issue free of any hassles or bureaucratic hurdles which might prevent them from doing so otherwise. Neither condition is in place here. And so putting a sunset is really not the vehicle to do what can very easily be achieved, and that is by Ms. Danowski and housing staff, building into the work program to check in with the community at some reasonable interval. So for all of those reasons, very happy to support Mr. Karantonis's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also happy to support it, and I would suggest to folks if they, if Ms. Danowski for some reason doesn't reach out and check in with you, you check in with her or with the board, whoever has on the board then. I mean, there are a lot of different ways to get together and check things out and talk them through. So I'm comfortable doing this and pleased to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Similarly, please support it. And I'll say too, I mean, I think it's a fair enough question from the Housing Commission or maybe from the Pikes President's Group as well, who wrote us also supporting this coming back in 5 years of kind of why not as market conditions change. I think the reason why not for me anyway is the opportunity cost. This is a tool to me that it's worth keeping on the books in the off chance that this provides a path to do something that we are all Pike residents and county board and county staff alike so committed to, which is trying to preserve the thousands of affordable market rate units. But in the meantime, I'd really love to see our staff dedicate their time instead, which, believe it or not, as hard as they work, is a finite resource, to other tools we can explore to serve that goal. Because I think, at least based on what we've experienced over the last decade, it's probably going to take alternate approaches that require extensive exploration and analysis. So rather than the significant amount of time put into preparing an update, bringing it before the board, bringing it before our commissions, and doing stakeholder engagement on a tool that's we're keeping around sort of on a wing and a prayer, I'd love to see them put that energy towards exploring additional approaches. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So I'm prepared to support the motion. Ultimately, two issues lead me to that and to steering towards the motion as opposed to Mr. Berkey's concern and the Pike President's concern. On the substance, we haven't seen overinvestment, and so I feel like the sunset. We want to encourage investment. I think there's another issue which is related to sort of the trust that the board and the staff will continue to engage and heed the concerns both of the Pike presidents as well, mostly of the Pike presidents, but also of the Housing Commission. And on that, I would just allude to our past consideration of some housing issues on Columbia Pike 6 months ago, where we, as a board, listened very carefully and reached a conclusion that was in accordance with a lot of our Pike presidents. So for those, happy to support. The question is on Mr. Karantonis's motion to approve the county manager's recommendation. We'll go again, call by person. So Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. Thank you to all those on that item. We'll go on to the next item. Madam Clerk, will you call the next item for us, please?
Item 24 is an award of contract number 21 CPHD ITV 475 to Sagres Construction Corporation for the construction of the Neighborhood Conservation Program street and stormwater improvements from North Oakland Street from North Pershing Drive to the cul-de-sac.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I saw Mr. McIntosh, Mr. Schwartz. Is that? Should we go to Mr. McIntosh?
Tim McIntosh is here with 6 people to support him to hopefully answer any of the questions you can come up with. Tim?
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Tim McIntosh. I manage the Neighborhood Conservation Program. Go through a quick presentation and then happy to answer questions afterwards. So. The North Oakland Street Neighborhood Conservation Project. It's located in the Ashton Heights neighborhood. The proposed scope is for a new sidewalk, curb, and gutter on the east side of the street, which extends from property 113 Oakland Street to the intersection of Oakland Street and North Pershing Drive. Regarding the sidewalk, just to make a note regarding one of the comments earlier about the fire code and the width of the roadway. The fire code calls for a 20-foot clear. That would, and parking on both sides requires 7 foot on each side. That's 34 feet. I just wanted to note that taking away 1 or 2 feet away from the sidewalk and or the utility strip doesn't get us there with the math and the numbers we need to make sure that we could reduce that. The last bullet I want to note was that we partnered with the Office of Sustainability and Environmental Management staff on a rain garden that is to be incorporated in the county's right-of-way, which is also will be located on North Oakland Street. Will be constructed with the NC sidewalk project. This is just a brief overview. We may have to show this later, but the top portion shows where the sidewalk starts, and then it continues down. On the bottom there, you'll see it continues down to Pershing Drive. So the bid information, the total award is approximately $575,000, $500,000 of which is for construction, $75,000 for contingency. It is for Sagres Construction. We had 5 bidders. Sagres was found to be a responsible bidder, and the bid amount was lower than the engineer's estimate, which is always good for the county. So the recommendation from staff is to approve award of the contract and authorize purchasing to execute the contract documents. That's all I have, so I'll save time for questions, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. Madam Clerk, do we have commissions on this issue or not?
No, we do not.
Okay, so the discussion is, do we have speaker? We already had speakers, sorry. Do we have, we'll have discussion on this issue. Colleagues, open to a motion to start for discussion, or if folks have individual questions. And I can also, I'll start with one question, and then I'd ask if perhaps I can also do it, but if a colleague might be willing to make a motion after the question, that'd be great. My question is for Mr. McIntosh. If you can describe a little bit your point on the 1 to 2 feet is very helpful. I know that we've had discussions in the past, and the board has, on the width of sidewalks, and there's lots of opinions and history on the width of sidewalks, but the 1 to 2 feet addresses some of the constituent questions that people had. I wondered if you had any thoughts on the rain garden and the process that led to the rain garden being part of this NC project. There was a couple of comments that said that originally this wasn't part of it. It may be that this is, that it was sort of more speculative language on this. I guess we may have learned between 2013 and 2020 about we've definitely learned about the concerns with respect to stormwater. Can you speak to that at all?
Sure thing. Happy to do so. And one of my colleagues can also jump in. So when we do our petitioning effort is a two-step process. And the first step is a general interest survey. We rarely have list exactly what those improvements are because it's mostly inchoate at the time, and we're not sure what those improvements are. We know we want to get a sidewalk installed, but we also know there are going to be other items that we'll probably need to include. So as part of that general interest survey, we tend to include language that says we may include this, we may not include this. The rain garden, the actual design of the rain garden was not a part of the final design, although it was noted that we were looking at a rain garden and we were to place a rain garden in specific locations. So once we had that meeting, we met on site with several folks to talk about the rain garden, talk about what it entailed. We made several modifications to the rain garden to address some of the residents' concerns. So we had quite a bit of follow-up with NC staff and also OSM staff to address some of the concerns that they had about the rain garden. Certainly it was a point of discussion in the final meeting that we had in it was in February of 2020. So we did discuss it at two separate meetings, and it was fully disclosed what we were doing and where the location was.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. I appreciate that. That's helpful background. I am, colleagues, any questions? Or are we ready to move to a motion? And if so, Mr. Dorsey, see your hand if you're willing with a motion or a question. Go ahead.
Totally ready to make a motion. Move that the board approve the county manager's recommendation in the staff report number 24 dated February 25th, which includes approving the award of contract for the construction of the neighborhood conservation program, street improvement project, and stormwater management water quality project on North Oakland Street from North Pershing Drive to the cul-de-sac, the amount of $500,376.90, and allocating $75,056.54 for contingency, and that we also authorize the purchasing agent to execute the contract documents subject to legal review by the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So we can go to concluding comments if folks have them. In no particular order, we'll start with Ms. Crystal because I see your hand first.
Thanks, Mr. DeFrenti. I just wanted to thank the number of neighbors who came to speak and to share pretty divergent viewpoints on this. One of the benefits of the neighborhood conservation program historically has been that it allows these very real disagreements about the future of the neighborhood to be hashed out at the neighborhood level. It does mean that oftentimes at the point of a contract award, we hear them again as the county board. And one of the downsides, of course, of the neighborhood conservation program, and I know we'll be talking about this apropos of the next item in Donaldson Run, is that they take so many years to realize that I think as Ms. Guerrero put it, the appetite for continuing engagement can certainly wane. So thank you for bearing with us. I do very much appreciate the viewpoints of those who are opposed. I do think that your neighbors, especially those who have tried to kind of manage this at a neighborhood level process for well nigh a decade now, do compellingly explain how this has been vetted throughout with the neighborhood. And so for that reason, as with most NC projects, I am prepared to support it. I just wanted to end by, in particular, thanking Mr. Gallatin. I cannot recall the last time I had a public comment. We heard a public commenter with a plot twist to tell us about how you changed your mind. And in specific, the way you described this being a project for the small children that you no longer have was very moving to me. And I hope that'll be an inspiration for all of us as we think about the role of projects in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I'm not sure who's next. I'll go to Mr. Karantonis, if that's okay with Mr. Dorsey. Go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
Along the line of Ms. Crystal's remarks, it was quite surprising to me that we got the critical feedback from neighbors on this, because I, like Ms. Crystal, assumed that the neighborhood had already signed off to the project and that it was a typical neighborhood conservation project. And when we dug a little bit deeper, I found all the evidence of the persistent work of Ms. Guerrero and others over many years. The point is that the improvements that are introduced to the streets are absolutely great. And actually, it's not a very, very high price for what the upgrade that this street will experience. This is a great sidewalk. It will be a completely different feeling. It's not only safer, it's also more civil in many, many ways. This is a street right now that has absolutely no sidewalk. I mean, you have to walk basically on, in the street in order to go back and forth. I hear Mr. Walker very clearly about the miscommunication with staff, the misunderstanding of how many parking spaces will be left, and his critique on how the counts of how many parking spaces would be sacrificed for what was designed at the end. But I believe that it's still within the limit of acceptable, and the street will be still. This is a mostly single family home street. There is enough space to park the cars, off the street as well. So I do think that this is a project that is an upgrade all over, and I'm ready to support the motion for this.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
It's been well said by others, so I will be incredibly brief. For all of the ways in which we have all come together to think about how we might improve this process to hopefully make it more community building and less adversarial, and to make it more efficient, more equitable, and all those other good things. Fact remains, one of the great things about it is that you do have the community through multiple opportunities have a chance to weigh in on various iterations, and seeing no flaws in that fundamental process. I see no reason why we would be an avenue of last resort and an appellate body to mediate what are ongoing disputes, no matter how legitimate your issues or concerns may be. So I'm happy to move this forward. There will be impacts for sure. But it's certainly gone through the process of community evaluation to determine whether the benefits outweigh those trade-offs. So I'm comfortable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
And I'm just going to associate myself with everybody's comments. Absolutely agree. I appreciate Mr. Forty raising the issue that I have. I realize it used to bother me before, and I've kind of forgotten about it, and now I'm back on it again, which is that you can have one neighbor that doesn't want to do a sidewalk and there's no sidewalk built, and the sidewalks really are a safety issue. So that's an issue I'd like to explore a little bit going forward. It is worrisome sometimes that there's really something that's, as I say, a major safety issue, and one person can block it, which gets back to I think where we all are. No matter what we do, almost always there are people who are not going to be pleased with it, and I wish we could please all the people all the time, but we usually can't. I do think the process was good, and I think it will be an improvement. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. All I'd say is that it's hard to hear, Mr. Walker, the concerns you raised, and respect them. And there were also two other residents who raised concerns. I guess I appreciate Mr. Karantonis pulling this so we would have more discussion. I do ultimately, residents spoke to this with respect to the benefits of it. I agree with the majority of residents who spoke, and I'm ready to support this respectfully, understanding that there are some residents who have concern. I do feel that the safety of children is a piece of it, and Mr. McIntosh's points on the 5-foot versus 4-foot, or the parking components is another factor for me. So with that, we'll call for a vote on this. I'll start with, I'm getting a little late, so I'll start with Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti also votes aye. Item 24 passes, and we are on to our next item. Madam Clerk, will you call the next item, please?
Item 36 is an award of contract number 21 DES ITB 387 to Old Line Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Donaldson Run Tributary B Stream Restoration Project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe it's over to Mr. Schwartz for an introduction of staff with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making the presentation tonight is Kristen Jolikar, who's the lead, backed up by Demetra McBride, John Candler, and Anchor Patel, and a special appearance by Jason Papacosmo on slide 6. So pay close attention. So over to you, Kristen.
Thank you very much. Can you guys see my, sorry, Chris, can you see my screen?
We can.
Yeah,
and we can see the notes as well, Jason.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you, Jason, for running the slides. This presentation is in support of the requested contract award to Old Line Construction, Inc. in the amount of just over $1.8 million for the Donaldson Run Tributary B Stream Project. Tributary B of Donaldson Run flows through Zachary Taylor Park. In the 1950s, the stream valley was cleared in preparation for a planned extension of Yorktown Boulevard over the Potomac River. A 30-inch water main and a sanitary main were installed parallel to the stream, one to either side. The stream was rerouted and confined to one side of the narrow valley in preparation for undergrounding. The forest that has grown up since the 1950s is compromised by erosion and invasive plants. This project will prepare 1,400 linear feet of Donaldson Run stream from the outfall at North Upton Street to where Tributary B meets with Tributary A of Donaldson Run. The Tributary A section of the stream was restored by the county in 2006. The narrow valley and extensive infrastructure mean that following repair, the stream will follow much the same flow path as the current stream. The county has multiple objectives for taking action to restore streams. Primarily, stream projects protect critical infrastructure in our stream valleys that has been damaged or is at risk from stream erosion, such as sanitary sewer lines, water lines, and trails. Much of this infrastructure was located in the stream valleys as part of Arlington's early development. In addition to protecting the parallel water main and sanitary sewer previously mentioned, the Donaldson Run Tributary B project will repair several damaged storm sewer outfalls, including the 48-inch outfall at the end of North Upton Street, and will protect the parallel Zachary Taylor hike and bike trail. The county undertakes stream projects after determining that overall projects will result in environmental improvement, including a healthier streamside forest over the long term. Stabilization and regrading of eroding stream banks make a repaired stream more resilient to the increasingly more intense and more frequent storm events in our region and reduce nutrient and sediment pollution. Although the county committed to the Donaldson Run Tributary B project well before regulatory targets were enacted, nutrient and sediment reduction credits are a co-benefit of the stream repair. Erosion in Tributary B has accelerated dramatically following the July 2019 storm event and is now acute. These photos illustrate the risk of inaction. During an intense July 2020 storm, erosion in the stream and on adjacent slopes further exposed the 30-inch water main in 2 locations, resulting in emergency repair. Erosion is also compromising existing trees. Infrastructure damage and additional tree loss will occur if action is not taken to stabilize the stream. This photo of the Zachary Taylor Hike-Bike Trail illustrates the public safety concern for park users, along with the risk to nearby trees resulting from the stream erosion. The Tributary B project has included an extensive civic engagement process. There has been a 13-year partnership with the Donaldson Run Civic Association to implement this project. Engagement has included community meetings, civic association meetings at each phase of design, stream walks, and newsletter articles. Staff have made periodic presentations to C2E2 and other interested commissions as well. Opponents of the project are understandably concerned about near-term loss of trees, although those that are aware of the infrastructure concerns acknowledge the need and challenges in protecting infrastructure in stream valleys. Because of the increasing intensity and frequently of storm events due to climate change, and in consultation with the Donaldson Run Civic Association, the design for this project has been peer-reviewed. The project was designed by the respected and experienced stream design firm BHB Inc. The peer review by Wetland Studies and Solutions yielded suggestions for minor improvements, which were incorporated in the stream design. The overall design approach and modeling assumptions underlying the design were upheld by the peer review. Tools including step pools, stacked stone walls, and floodplain benches will be employed in this project to protect and stabilize the stream banks and provide the long-term stability needed to protect critical infrastructure in a constrained, steep stream valley and increasingly high-energy environment. The recently completed Windy Run project depicted here handled the July 8, 2019 storm very well. Other methods, for example, wood-based approaches, may be able to be considered in lower risk, lower energy locations. Overall, the objective is to use the right approach for the right location to provide for long-term success, reduce maintenance, and minimize risk. Stream projects, no matter the design, typically require tree removal. For this reason, stream projects are not undertaken lightly. The concerns of residents about tree removal are shared by staff. If the stream is left in its current condition, however, many trees will be impacted by erosion or weakened and made more susceptible to storm damage. Removal of large trees for this project is relatively limited. Approximately half of the trees identified for removal are less than 12 inches in diameter, and most are less than 24 inches in diameter. The project will include a significant investment in replanting, with over 300 trees to be planted, with the long-term goal of creating a healthier, more diverse native plant community. 5 years of post-construction invasive plant control and monitoring and replacement will ensure establishment of the streamside forest. Staff worked with the design engineer and the county's urban forestry team to ensure that existing trees along Donaldson Run Tributary B will be preserved wherever possible. In addition to limiting the construction area to the minimum necessary for the work, the project incorporates strategic staging and access, tree protection, and full-time construction oversight to ensure trees are protected and preserved. The Donaldson Run Tributary B project is a community partnership with the Donaldson Run Civic Association. The project natural channel design-based approach has been peer-reviewed and will provide the resiliency needed at this location to handle increasingly severe and frequent storms. The project addresses critical infrastructure protection needs, reduces erosion, provides for public safety, and as a co-benefit helps the county meet its regulatory goals. Staff understand the concerns of many residents regarding tree removal. However, the project represents a long-term investment in a more diverse, healthier streamside forest. In closing, staff are requesting that the County Board approve the contract to Old Line Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Donaldson Run Tributary B Stream Restoration Project in the amount of just over $1.8 million as specified in the submitted board report. Thank you very much for your consideration of this contract award.
Thank you, Ms. Conway-Jolicoeur.
Yes.
We will now, I do not believe we have commissions, so our next step is, I believe we have public speakers on this item. Madam Clerk, did you want to call the first public speaker?
Yes, one moment. Okay, our first speaker is Rod Simmons, followed by Charles Sims.
Mr. Simmons.
Good evening, thank you. I'm a Arlington resident and former longtime county environmental consultant who actually has worked on the Donaldson Run Tributary A, the 15-year-old natural channel design project. And I urge the board to not approve the proposed award of contract, item number 36, Donaldson Run, for the Donaldson Run Tributary B project. The 15-year-old Donaldson Run Tributary A natural design project, the first the county has used of the method, has failed miserably, well documented. The reason for this is that the natural channel design method is not appropriate for small headwater streams like Donaldson Run. In fact, natural channel design projects have been considered by Virginia Department of Environmental Quality and the stream construction industry over the past several years to be cost ineffective and not providing the greatest pollution reduction benefits and required ecosystem improvements, which are required. In contrast, there are viable, environmentally friendly, much less costly alternatives available that pass regulatory muster. These have all been presented to the county, yet the county has not seriously considered any of these. The project is also greatly overfunded. That's another issue based on bogus inflated phosphorus metrics that the county has used knowingly. In short, please do not approve the award of contract and suspend the project and send it back to be redesigned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Charles Sims. Oops. Sorry, Charles Sims, followed by Don Weber.
Mr. Sims. Are you there, Mr. Sims? Perhaps we can come back.
Yep.
Mr. Weber.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Don Weber. I live in the Waverly Hills neighborhood and used to rent in Bellevue Forest, and I'm very familiar with the Donaldson Run and its tributaries. I'm a research scientist, an insect ecologist, and also I've served on a local conservation commission in Massachusetts where our job was to regulate construction so as to protect wetlands and to prevent harmful runoff into streams and rivers. I witnessed the earlier so-called restoration of Part A of Donaldson Run. I don't see in the current proposal that the lessons have been learned from that project. That's not surprising because I think there were inadequate plans to follow up on its effects. In particular, the bulldozing that was done in there scarred several trees, and there was a large second wave of tree mortality as a result. You, as our representatives, have a chance to do the proposed Donaldson Run Tributary B project differently. And first, may I ask, do no harm. Rush into this project with an ill-considered design and none too expert contractor, and you will do harm. The study of alternatives by the expert hydrological engineer, Dr. Field, is very convincing in this regard. So step back, reject the plan proposed tonight, commission a careful study of alternatives, and come up with a better plan, which will also be a less expensive plan. In that vein, don't waste almost $2 million of our tax money. This stream does need attention, just not the sort of heavy-handed construction project proposed. This is an ecological system, not an engineering problem. Please respect that, respect our environment. Vote this plan down tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
Our next speaker is Ann Wilson-Scarlatos, followed by Richard Kelly.
Ms. Wilson-Scarlatos.
Good evening. I live in the Donaldson Run neighborhood, and I support the Tributary B Stream Restoration Project. I hope that you will approve the contract tonight so that construction can begin on this much-needed and long-awaited project. After the torrential storm in July 2019, the deterioration of the stream was dramatic, with significant erosion down-cutting the stream bed. Last summer, emergency repair work had to be made to the water main that runs along the stream. This was a significant county expense that could have been avoided if the stream project had already been completed. I hate to see trees cut down, especially large oak trees. It's something that I can get emotional about. The county staff knows that the neighbors are most concerned about this. Although tree removal is required to build this project, many more trees, albeit smaller ones, will be planted, and that will bring more diversity to a wooded area that largely consists of one type of tree. I am not a stream restoration expert, and there are no guarantees when Mother Nature is involved. I do know that the plans for this project have been thoroughly considered by a number of county and outside professionals. After the severe storm in 2019, an independent review of the plan was conducted by a firm that specializes in water projects. As a result of that review, the plans were adjusted. It is now time to approve the contract and build this project. Thank you for your time tonight, and I would like to thank the staff who have worked on this project, especially Jason Papakosma, Christian Jolicoeur, and Eileen Wincrist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Scarlatos.
Okay. Our next speaker is Richard Kelly, and I don't believe he's with us, but I'll just double checking. Richard Kelly, followed by Jeff Elder.
Mr. Kelly.
Okay. We will go on, and if Mr. Kelly joins us, we will circle back. Jeff Elder, followed by Audrey Clement.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Elder, we can.
Hi. I'm Jeff Elder. I live on North Exeter Street cul-de-sac right on Zachary Taylor Park, just upstream of the confluence of Tributary A on Tributary B, which is slated for restoration. The park and the stream were the main reasons we chose to move in this neighborhood. Since that time, I've spent over 200 hours pulling invasive weeds in the park, taking care of it, many hours studying and repairing erosion areas on the stream. It's really been a long road for me trying to figure out where I stand on stream restorations. At first, I thought it was curious how the river was so easily defeating the undersized design of the Trib A restoration. I also thought it was wrong that the county was going to destroy what many see as the beautiful meanders behind the Kelly property before it meets Trib A. And then later, as I saw large amounts of sediment erode off the banks of Trib B, feet in some places, I started to chafe at those who pointed fingers at the restoration, saying it wasn't performing as planned and did nothing to actually prevent further degradation to the stream. At that point, I became a river keeper of sorts, trying to figure out the problem spots with found river rocks before they became blowouts. That 2-year period with 60+ hours invested ended in July 2019 with the huge storm that severely damaged the restoration and the voluntary fixes. What I learned over this period was how temporary this type of restoration is and how little follow-up the county conducts in terms of repairs for these expensive projects. Their own design specs for Trib A and B are for handling 10-year storms. We now get multiple such storms every year. I believe we need to address the root causes of this issue, impervious cover and lack of green infrastructure to slow water down. At the same time, it's undeniable that the natural channel design methodology used on Trib A and will be used on the planned Trib B restoration is not at all suited to headwater streams with steep slopes. Forward-looking ecologists, river scientists, even the federal government agrees. That brings me today where I see the enormity and senselessness of the devastation NCD is wreaking on our prize parks and streams, not just here, but all over the region. And the limited science available just doesn't support these radical interventions. The county needs to pause and pursue a different approach. We should not allow the sacrificing of mid and large trees in favor of nursery-sized ones, which won't have the root structure needed to stabilize streams for many years anyway, and many of them don't survive. Mid to large trees should be viewed as allies first and foremost. They and the stream banks that support them should be protected by engineered log structures at all times. The Bureau of Reclamation says wood is increasingly used as more effective ecologically beneficial coastal restoration. So the county
Thank you.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Elder. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Mike Ingram.
Ms. Clement.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover, and welcome members of the board and the county manager. County board is poised to approve a stream bed restoration project to shore up tributary B of Donaldson Run using a technique euphemistically referred to as natural channel design. Infill dumped on the stream will destroy all aquatic life, and 83 trees will be removed to make way for the bulldozers. To a layman, this sounds like swatting a fly with a sledgehammer. At least two experts agree. Dr. John Field, a nationally recognized geomorphologist, and Rod Simmons, a respected Northern Virginia environmental consultant, have weighed in against the project. According to Field, natural channel design is premised on the existence of a natural floodplain into which floodwaters can disperse, as well as alluvial soil into which meanders can be incised. Neither of these conditions obtain in the upper reaches of Donaldson Run. Where the surface soil is packed clay, the stream bed is bedrock, and no floodplain ever existed. According to Simmons, natural channel design is intended to restore the banks of low-lying rivers, not upper headwater streams like Donaldson Run. Implementing this technique in the wrong setting will not only exacerbate erosion along tributary B, it will also cause the stream to divert around the boulders placed on the stream bed to curtail its flow. This, according to area residents, is precisely what happened to tributary A, which was redesigned in 2006, according to the same methodology. While the county touts tributary A as a natural channel design success story, a photo album produced by project opponents indicates that much of the work was washed out by a 2017 storm long before 2019. According to Flood, tributary B will likely go the same way. Quote, with the potential ramifications of increased sediment delivery downstream to the Chesapeake Bay and a return to eroding banks that threaten adjacent infrastructure, should nearly $2.5 million be invested in a project with a better than even chance of beginning to unravel in the first 10 years? End of quote. In a March 19, 2021 letter to County Board, Rod Simmons indicated that the weight of expert opinion has gravitated to Field. He reported that because natural channel design is not cost effective, quote, therefore, effective July 1st, 2021, the stream construction industry will be regionally phasing out this outmoded approach in favor of alternative methods for reducing pollutants, end of quote. Despite, or perhaps because of this news, the county has doubled down on natural channel design for tributary B, and I am confident that $1.8 million of your dollars will be squandered on it tonight. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Mike Ingram, followed by Elisa Cowan.
Mr. Ingram.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, well, I would back up all the speakers that are opposed to this project because the project is simply a waste of money, and it has been shown by the previous speakers. The reason is that it is not a solution for the problem, which is the massive storm runoff that has been created by county policies over the last 15 to 20 years. The constant increase of hardscape and removal of the tree canopy would make this project simply a Band-Aid that will not stick. I've been in the county over 70 years, and I've played and walked in virtually every park and creek that's in the county, and seeing how they've changed. And the reason that they've changed is there has been absolutely no maintenance on these areas by the county for years. There are better alternatives that have been expressed tonight than this plan that you're voting on. So I would say that you need to take it back to the drawing board and review everything with current standards and current information. I noticed that during the discussion that several firms were said to have approved this plan, but I didn't hear the names of any of them, and I don't know who they are. But I did hear the names of those people that raised good objections to what you're doing. And as far as going forward to get credits or regulatory credits or whatever it is that this plan is supposed to do, I think you better take a better look at how you can achieve the objectives of what you're supposed to achieve under the regulations than simply trying to qualify for those statements or procedures that have already been decided on, but not directly concerned with the project at hand. In other words, deal with this project on its own with that latest technology available, and don't waste the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Our next speaker is Alyssa Cowan, followed by our last speaker, Mary Glass.
Ms. Cowan.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Manager, and staff. I am Elisa Cowan, representing the Arlington Tree Action Group, ATAG. ATAG volunteers speak for the trees. We advocate for the stewardship of our tree canopy in its full and amazing diversity, as well as to protect mature trees from their destruction by the seemingly unstoppable development activity in Arlington County. Tonight, as a resident of the Donaldson Run neighborhood, I speak on behalf of the 80 trees that will be effectively executed before summer unless this project's contract is tabled. Many of these trees will be chopped down to widen and harden the existing trail, thus enabling heavy equipment to work in the stream valley. Once removed, these 80 vast root systems will not be able to stabilize the stream valley soils and slopes, nor be able to absorb stormwater. It all seems counterintuitive that for a stream restoration project intended to manage storm runoff, the project eliminates 80 mature trees that already perform that function. The Donaldson Run Stream Valley existed long before any of us were born, and it existed in equilibrium with its watershed. The significant erosion that it has experienced in the last 30 years has been established to be a direct consequence of increasingly impervious land development patterns in North Arlington and the resulting erosive power of unchecked runoff. Best practices have not and are not being implemented by Arlington County. It is time to change that. Let's consider the phrase stormwater management. In general, the working definition of management is the basic coordination and administration of tasks, resources, strategies, and actions to achieve a well-functioning and healthy system. So we have a few questions for you to consider. Has Arlington's Department of Environmental Services managed our stormwater from end to end in an environmentally appropriate manner? Or has it facilitated the speed with which raindrops are collected, concentrated, and piped to reach the nearest stream that dumps into the Potomac River? And thus, in the process of expediting rainwater's path to the Potomac, has DES managed a process that has destroyed public natural resources? In our view, this is not responsible stewardship of the environment. The contract before you tonight is based on 2007 construction practices. Since 2007, much have changed in our lives and in our understanding of natural stream systems and how to protect them in urban environments. Would you today, as the board, authorize the purchase of 2007 computers for use in our county manager's office? No, of course not. So nor should you move ahead with this 2007 Stream Valley demolition project. There are other ways to control erosion and to responsibly manage runoff by intercepting flows, slowing them down, detaining them, and discharging them after the storm surge. This best managed strategy is used elsewhere in Virginia. Why not here in Donaldson Run? Why not here in Arlington, our world-class community? ATAG requests that you save these 80 trees by staying their order of execution. Do not approve the contract before you. Thank you for allowing me to speak for the trees.
Thank you, Ms. Cowan.
Our final speaker is Mary Glass.
Ms. Glass.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. First of all, thanks for listening to me once again on this subject of Donaldson Run. You've heard my story before, and I think the previous speakers have been very effective in laying out what I think are the important issues. And I believe that it's worth, even at this late hour, we're all yawning a bit, to try to focus and really think about the importance of this decision, just like the time you've spent looking at some of the land use decisions. I think that this is a very, very important issue that shouldn't be pro forma. We really should take time to think about it. So let me tell you that I am heartsick at the devastation of the Donaldson Run ecosystem that will result from this project. But I'm even more distressed at the systemic discounting of the importance and integrated nature of the unique ecosystems in Arlington, such as Donaldson Run. Just as with denial of systemic racism, after a decade, I'm tired of trying to explain obvious systemic environmental damage from county actions such as Donaldson Run. Our government needs to dig in much deeper into the impacts of their decisions about our public lands. In hundreds of situations, large and small, multiple environmental resources are traded away in the name of progress toward a single regulatory or operational goal. The cumulative impacts are devastating, our shrinking natural resource base at a time when citizens are asking for more natural areas. And as climate change worsens, thereby requiring that we take greater, more innovative efforts to preserve all of our natural resources, not just trees. For more than a decade, concerned citizens have provided valuable information on the adverse impacts of this project and constructive suggestions on alternative methods to reach the same results. These contributions have been supported and validated by changes in the Chesapeake Bay Foundation guidelines, by trade professionals, and most recently by the analysis of Dr. Field that was provided to the board. It's a shame that despite all of this, no significant modification of the original plan has occurred. This is not, as some people would have you believe, a zero-sum game. Nature versus development. Both can coexist. To improve this dysfunctional process, the county must first stop rushing this project through to avoid impeding guideline changes that would significantly reduce the credits that you're allowed to take because the Bay Foundation is finding that they don't result in the benefits that are claimed. Second, stop misleading the public about known science, which challenges the efficacy of their current method and the viability of known cost-effective alternatives. Third, stop citizen outreach activities that advocate primarily for an approach favored by county staff rather than engaging in a hearty discussion with citizen stakeholders regarding our public lands and Donaldson Run in particular. More than 300 users of the trail have signed petitions to this board, and there are many, many others who are very distressed at this project and the impact it's going to have on their natural area. This is in contrast to only one citizen association nearby with a very small population that is sticking to the previous plan 13 years old. I urge the board to direct the county staff to, one, delay and review this project to reduce the avoidable environmental damage, two, immediately pause Gulf Branch and other impending stream restorations until a thorough program review and updating can occur, and finally, commit to a more comprehensive environmental assessments of projects and operations that systematically, even if unintentionally, degrade the environment. I really appreciate your taking the time to listen to us, and I hope that you will seriously consider the comments that you've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glass. Conversation is now with the board. Having heard all public speakers, and we certainly may have questions. I will start with a question for staff regarding the alternative, the analysis done and referenced a couple of times by Mr. Fields. I don't know if the question is for Ms. Jolicoeur or Mr. Papakosma. Could you kind of describe staff's thinking with respect to the study and views on what is leading you to proceed with this direction as opposed to, and how Mr. Fields' analysis fits with staff's consideration?
Sure, I can take that. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Yeah, I think the one of the main themes we've been emphasizing, and with the approach with Donaldson Run, is the right approach, right location mindset. You know, we've seen in streams like Tributary B, it's a very high energy environment. The flows into the system are severe, the slopes are steep, the velocities are high, and you need a corresponding design that can handle that and is robust and resilient to that type of stress. The approach that we've seen from Dr. Fields' report really seems geared towards lower energy and less constrained systems. It's not an approach that we've seen in our region in this setting. We've seen there's a similar approach, for example, out in Anne Arundel County in a very flat, wide, unconfined environment where there's not critical infrastructure at risk. So that's a key distinction that we're making. It's not that those techniques don't have applicability. They might in the right place. And we're interested in sitting down with Dr. Field and learning more about where they might be applicable, but we don't agree that they're applicable in the Tributary B stream valley.
Great. We may have follow-up questions on this topic, but first we'll start with colleagues and Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Papakosma and Ms. Jolicoeur for presenting today. We have had a lot of conversation about this item on the methods and on the initial design, etc. I think that I have my doubts about how resilient Tributary A has been so far, and I do think that the input that we have received from advocates, from the neighbors, from naturalists needs to be considered. However, I also realize that tonight we are not really having a conversation about the fundamentals of this, but about the contract, right? That the construction contract. And so my question goes directly there first. So the company Old Line Construction that has been selected, based on what? How do we evaluate that this is an appropriate and qualified bidder and construction company here?
Kristen, do you want to take that one?
Yes. So we outline a set of qualifications which are incorporated into the bid document. In this case, those qualifications included 5 years of experience and 3 projects that were comparable in size and scope. With this project, we also separately asked for qualifications for a planting related to the planting component, because we wanted to ensure that the planting was done by a qualified landscape professional who had experience with stream environments and restoration. So those qualifications were separately advertised. We check their qualifications, and then we also check references on the companies that submit bids. And in this case, there were 8 bidders, and Old Line Construction provided the lowest responsible and responsive bid.
Yes, I saw that, by quite a margin, by the way, towards the middle field of the other bidders. Is there a reason for that? I mean, I understand that this is a request for bids, right? So the design is 100% given. So basically, everybody is bidding on exactly the same project. How come that they are so different in price?
Some of it has to do with the experience of the firms, and some of it has to do with, potentially the market and wanting to get into a particular market. So they might, price their bid slightly lower so they can, make sure that they beat the competition and also can enter a particular market.
And that since this is a relatively sensitive thing, I mean, normally in this kind of construction, we want to get things right. We don't want to make mistakes because they are hardly reversible, and the consequences can be devastating, right? Also economically hard. So how do we assess the risk there? I mean, if I was a private contract giver, I would really normally go with somebody who I consider more experienced and more adequate for this project rather than the cheap. I know that the Virginia Procurement Act forces us to take the lowest bid, which is not a very comfortable position to be when it comes to sensitive and high-risk projects. But how is staff evaluating that risk of not getting the quality of work, and are we going to ensure that we monitor the contractor?
Not sure. That may be for both Mr.
Sure.
Papakosma and Ms. Chalgar.
I might say something first, and then Kristen could add on. I think I just want to make a couple points. Their bid was actually not that much lower than the next firm above them. Might have been
it was only 100,000, but the middle was like 400,000 difference.
Yeah. And they've worked, and this is really important, they've worked in sensitive utility environments for other utilities in the region. So I think it's an important point because this valley has those utilities, both sanitary and water utilities. So I think that's an important consideration, particularly in this project. We also have very tightly established and monitored limits of disturbance and tree protection. And then there's going to be full-time on-site construction inspection on a daily basis by our representative, not in addition to what the contractor provides. We will also have a representative on-site monitoring construction daily. So there's different layers of those protections to make sure that what we designed and what we want to protect, that those things are realized in the construction. I don't know, Kristen, anything you'd add to that?
No, I think that's a good response. Thank you.
Final question on this, and I will yield immediately. So, is the neighborhood are the people who live along Donaldson Run going to be at all involved during the construction time? Are they going to receive updates, to have a point of contact, somebody to discuss. I mean, I understand that our staff will be there, and I'm heartened to hear that we will be, looking very closely on what's happening there. And I hope that this is also happening in the sense and in the spirit of mitigating and reducing impact, right? Maybe it's not 83 trees. Maybe we can end up with 60 trees. Is there any requirement for the contractor to keep the communication with the neighborhood?
So the communication with the neighborhood is usually done through the construction manager, who is a county staff person. So the outreach team for this project will make sure that the county construction manager's information is shared with all the adjacent neighbors, and then he will be their primary point of contact because he is the one who is, primarily responsible for the activities of the contractor on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, I yield, Mr. Chair, for now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and for the answers on each of the questions. There is a degree to which our role is to the expertise. There are some protections that the decision regarding contractor would be made under some protections, so that we're sort of process focused, not choosing who would receive the award. But certainly fair questions. And Ms. Garvey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a number of questions, but I'll just ask one now because I assume you're going to be kind of going around a little bit. And I think I'd like to pick up on the issue of Tributary A. And I'm not sure, Mr. Papakosma or Ms. Jolie could, if it's you, which one of you it is. But people have. I believe that you think that Tributary A has actually performed pretty well. I'm sure it's not perfect. You get a huge storm, things happen. But would you like to talk a little bit about why you think Tributary A, is performing well? And I think you also mentioned Windy Run, which has had a similar approach. So if you just talk about that a little bit, because when you listen to people, it sounds like, we don't know what we're doing. I think we do. So if you would talk about that a little bit, it'd be helpful.
No, thank you. I'd like to think we do, and I appreciate that as well. I think the story of Tributary A has to start with before and after. And I think depending on, your perspective and how long you've been here and whether you saw Tributary A before the work we did, Tributary A was a story of 6-foot-high eroding stream banks, unsafe trail areas, and breaking sewer lines. It was a similar story as Trib B, a little bit different in a little bit different setting, but that same state of failure where decades of stream erosion and decline and widening and deepening of the stream really caused a lot of problems. There were trees falling in the stream. It's a lot of the narrative you heard today about why we'd intervene with Tributary B. So when you look at Tributary A today, 15 plus years later, the storms we've had, certainly more recently, but over 15 years, we've seen a lot. And the sewers are protected. The stream banks are not 6 feet high. They're relatively stable. It is a natural dynamic system. And I think that's an important point, that we don't maintain it like you would a manicured landscape. It's a natural system. It is dynamic. Things do move around. So we kind of take that bigger lens. When do we need to intervene because it's no longer stable? It wants to change course. And there's some work we're going to do in there. We're at a point after some severe storms where there's some areas that need some work, some relatively minor repair and adjustment based on in the severe storms we've had. I'd also emphasize that all that sediment that's come out of Tributary B has deposited in Tributary A and really altered its function. And that's causing problems. It's smothering trees that were planted. It's overflowing its banks down by the pedestrian bridge. So dealing with Tributary B will also help Tributary A. But you're right. We don't think it's perfect. It's a stress system. It's still a stress system, but it's a much more resilient system as a result of what we did 15 years ago. Windy Run. Do you want to know about Windy Run as well?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Well, Windy Run was really Kristen's doing in terms of getting that into and through construction. Kristen, do you want to talk about Windy Run a little bit?
Yeah. So Windy Run had just basically finished construction when the July 2019 storm came through. And, I was actually really impressed with how it fared during that storm event. It's the time right after construction is the most sensitive time for one of these stream projects because the vegetation hasn't yet had a chance to put down root systems and stabilize the soil. But the project design held, and we were very pleased with that.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful. And, I'll pass it on. One of the things that struck me too is we're talking about streams, and we keep thinking these are sort of natural. I mean, stream brings all kinds of images, and yet we're also talking about sewer lines and, other kinds of utility water lines in the stream bed. I mean, clearly these are not, this is an urban stream that we're trying to manage. So thank you. And I'll have some other questions, but I'm happy to let other colleagues ask some for now. Thanks.
Great. I'm not quite sure if you could show me a hand, whether it's Ms. Crystal or Mr. Dorsey next. Ms. Crystal, go ahead. Oh, I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Hadn't done that all night, and here we are after 10. The wheels come off the wagon. Thank you, guys. Those were some really productive lines of questioning so far, and I appreciated the answers. Maybe to follow up on the good line of inquiry about how we manage our contractors, I'm interested to follow up on one of the, or maybe something a couple of the commenters raised, which are county maintenance practices. So after the contractor is gone, what does our maintenance process look like? How frequently do we revisit these projects? Here's a very basic layperson question. What does maintenance of a stream resiliency project of this magnitude look like, as well as any ongoing evaluation that we might do?
You want to start off, Kristen, with the plants, et cetera?
Sure. So most construction projects, I guess almost all, have a 1-year warranty period. So if there is a failure during that initial 1 year, then the contractor is responsible to come back and make repairs. So there's that. In addition to that, with the Tributary B project, we've designated 5 years of post-construction maintenance for the vegetation components specifically. So that is, care and feeding of the vegetation, making sure if plants don't succeed, they get replaced, some watering up on the upland slopes if necessary, deer protection, invasive plant control as needed, so that we give the vegetation a chance to really get established and be successful. In terms of more intense maintenance, it's kind of on an as-needed basis. We do have funding that is set aside for capital stream maintenance, and that we'll be using to work on Tributary A in the near future.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is just reinforcing the comment earlier about focusing on large-scale integrity of the project. So have things changed in such a way that it's going to compromise the integrity, particularly in relation to infrastructure and safety, public safety. So, points of erosion, things moving around, minor areas, that's not call for intervention because it is an environment that we're trying to restore over time. Trees grow back, plants. So we don't want to go in there to deal with because there's some erosion. It's really at that scale of, is the integrity overall at risk for what we're trying to achieve in terms of infrastructure protection and public safety?
Thank you. That's actually a really helpful insight, that we don't want to be going to disrupt the vegetation in the name of maintenance, unless there's got it. Speaking of trying to minimize disruptive impacts, there was an interesting request, or maybe a question posed by somebody who wrote us a letter, Karen Jones, specifically urging us to of the contractor, in particular, request smaller and more agile earth-moving equipment for the project. Is there anything that you can speak to in terms of, I think we heard words like bulldozing and clear cutting tonight. Can you give us more of an insight into what type of equipment is used for the removal of trees that need to be removed, or otherwise, how is forgive me, given the late hour, struggling to articulate this right. How is the potential impact of that sort of construction work, for lack of a better term, minimized, and is there an opportunity to minimize it further, given the sort of delicate ecological environment in which this work will be done?
That's a really good question. Kristen and I have talked a lot about that over the years. It's come up a lot. I was going to let Kristen speak to that first, and I might chime in on a couple points as well, depending.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, the most important thing is that what we call tracked equipment is used, because that helps disperse the weight of the machinery. And what that does is reduce compaction on root systems and helps preserve trees. So that's very important. And then there's also metal tracked equipment or rubber tracked equipment, and rubber is much more delicate on the environment. But these projects where we require stability to protect infrastructure require us to use stone of a particular size. And so you need equipment that can handle that. So there's also a balance between the number of trips you have to make with machinery versus the size, and how much navigation equipment has to do. So there's kind of a sweet spot with, using the right sized equipment for the job that will also minimize the number of times you have to go back and forth to reduce impacts. So is there anything you'd like to add, Jason, to that?
The only chime in I'll add is, the limits of disturbance are set in the plans and specs. So those are set, and everything outside of that is protected. So within that, the contractor is going to use, as Kristen said, the right equipment for the job. So larger equipment doesn't mean that there's more disturbance. That part is set by us in the construction documents that we put out for bid. And then the contractor uses the equipment necessary to do the work.
Okay. Thank you both for that insight. Sure. I can yield here for other questions.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I had not known about tracked type of construction, so appreciate that addition. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, throughout this entire process, the learning experience facilitated by staff, principally Mr. Papakazma, and the community, principally Ms. Mary Glass, has been incredibly beneficial for me. I think this question is for staff that I'd like to ask, and I think it really gets at the heart of what may be some community concerns. So, Mr. Papakazma, I think it was you who said that, in many ways, this is the solution that from experience with Trib A and from best practices, that to deal with the acute impacts that affect Trib B, you need this kind of intensive solution, or what people see as an intensive solution. But I'd like to flip that to make sure that the question was asked, at least internally in deliberations. Did you sort of ask the inverse? If we could find some way to modulate the impacts, could we get by with a less intensive solution? So if you're following what I'm saying, I'm barely following given the late hour. But if the problem that you're trying to solve is an acute impact, we can certainly see that an intense solution would be desirable. But if you could figure out how to make those impacts less acute, maybe you could have a less intensive remediation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to try to help you, I think. Are you asking about the sort of upland contributions to the stream channel from the watershed?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's an area of also of focus. So a couple things I'll say about that. And we've tried to, we've had a lot of conversations about stormwater over the past few years. And I think one of the phrases we've used is trying to come up with a lot to river stormwater program. We work from the lot scale at development scale to the river scale and everything that's in between. So you have to deal with all of it, but there's no one solution, particularly in the watershed, given how heavily developed it is and all the developments that occurred before there were any rules to deal with runoff. And the impacts in the streams are so severe. I mean, one of the things we pointed out, it's interesting when you think about it. I mean, we've had steady development over the past few decades, but it was much more intensive in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And yet the streams are still declining, because once they start eroding and getting out of equilibrium, they keep eroding. They get deeper, they get wider. The water's trapped in the channel in more and more storm events, and it can't get out and kind of slow down into a floodplain or a flood-prone area. So it's sort of like pulling yarn out of a sweater. Once it starts, it just keeps happening. And so these streams continue to unravel, and climate change is supercharging that as well. And so even if we could get into the watershed more intensively to try to reduce inputs, which is a longer term proposition, the streams wouldn't fix themselves. They'd still be stressed, they'd still be degraded, there'd still be a lot of energy that they're dealing with. So you need to do both, but the time frames for the dealing with the inputs are longer. There's a lot of legacy, just like in the flooding conversation we've been having, a lot of legacy development that's happened that can't be mitigated and addressed overnight. It's a longer term set of investments. So we look at it as you have to do both. And the stream stuff is intervention now to create that resiliency while you work in the watersheds over a longer time period. So I know I went a little off track and started using analogies about sweaters, but I hope that answers
You didn't go
your
off
question.
track at all. I thought that was very responsive.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. The points about impervious cover and the points about climate change are ones that we also have to address. So that occurs to me as an additional step. But Mr. Papakosma, that description helps me. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to kind of wrap two questions together to try to sneak them in, Mr. Chair, real quick. So I know, because I'm on the Chesapeake Bay, committee, and I know you serve there too, Mr. Papakosma. Other jurisdictions are dealing with this same issue. I mean, it's not just us. Is there somewhere else in the region that has used the kind of method that folks are advocating, the people who think that we should be doing something different? They have a certain, kind of method that they've been advocating. Has that been used in a situation like this anywhere in the region that you know of? And then the associated question is, which kind of gets to it, is somebody said that you hadn't named the experts or the outside people you talked to, and I think actually their logos and names were there. But if you would talk a little bit about who you went to outside to kind of review the work you've done, because there have been a lot. I think you have done a lot of reviews to get outside folks commenting on how you're planning to proceed. Is that sort of clear? Two questions together?
Yep, I think so. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the Chesapeake Bay Policy Committee and the Council of Governments. So as part of I'll start with this, and I promise I'll answer the question. As part of my work at COG on our Water Resources Technical Committee, which is a regional, group of, colleagues and peers that work on similar issues, we recently formed a subgroup looking particularly at these stream projects and how we're all dealing with similar challenges, the need for these types of projects, and understandable concerns about disturbance and particularly tree impacts that go with these projects. So there's a real benefit. There's multiple benefits to this, but we're sharing information and best practices with each other. What's working, what techniques are you using, what consultants are you using, how are you addressing ecological concerns, how are you dealing, with contractors and construction techniques. So we're sharing information with each other and learning with each other. And what we're finding is, and I think we knew this, but it's helpful, we're using similar approaches. They're evolving over time, and we're certainly doing that too. But there's a similar approach to dealing with these stream systems that our peers are also using, particularly in the higher energy and confined systems that Tributary B is. And that's really a distinction we've been focusing on, because the example that you asked about, Libby, have other techniques been used, like the wood-based techniques in the region, not in these high energy environments that we're talking about? Yes, in a lower energy, unconfined environment. I mentioned over in Anne Arundel County, there's an approach where they're able to reuse trees and wood and create these structures to help control stream energy, but it's a very wide, flat environment. And Tributary B is the opposite of that. It's very narrow and it's steep. And so, by looking through this region, having this regional dialogue, I think we really can make sure that we're all keeping up to date and applying the right tools in the right places. The firms that we mentioned, so the firm that did the tributary B design is VHB, and they're a very well-known firm in the stream field. And then the firm that did the peer review is Wetland Studies and Solutions, and they do a lot of work in the region for a lot of local governments. They're one of the leading firms in stream and wetland work regionally as well. So they're the firm that did the peer review. Did that get to your two questions?
It absolutely did. Thank you. And thank you for talking about the work you're doing in the region. I think it's really important. We are all facing the same kinds of situations. And I think it's very helpful to know that it's not like we're just doing this on our own. Right. You're connected with a lot of other places. And I appreciate you mentioning that the wood-based was used in Anne Arundel, and that, obviously there are conditions where that works, but that so far nobody in the region with this kind of situation has chosen to do that. So that's helpful to know. That will do it for me for the moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I have a question that kind of builds a little bit on Ms. Garvey, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Karantonis. Colleagues, for your awareness, maybe I'm thinking one more round, or think of those last questions, and we may move towards a motion. But first, I wanted to ask, on the peer review, can you talk about what we learned from the peer review and incorporated based on the peer review? It's my impression that there were some changes, maybe not complete changes in approach, but I'd love to get your thoughts on what we learned and what we may have incorporated and what we may have decided not to incorporate from the peer review.
Okay, no, that's a good question, and I'll probably lean on Kristen on the details. I can just mention a couple of things up front. One of the things we wanted to look at were sort of the underlying assumptions about the basis of design and the inputs from the watershed and those sorts of things. So that was a key area that the peer review looked at. And in fact, I think what they found is they thought maybe we had been a little too conservative in some of the flow estimates. We felt comfortable keeping it that way because of what we're dealing with and the need for not just looking at today's stresses, but tomorrow's stresses. But that was one area that we asked the peer review to look at. And Kristen, if you could chime in on some of the other key pieces that the peer review revealed and that we incorporated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the suggestions were relatively minor, and the majority of them we incorporated. For instance, they suggested to increase the longevity of some of the stone structures, that we add additional foundation for them. So we changed that. They had some suggestions for increased tree protection, which we welcomed, and so we incorporated those. They also had some recommendations for how the project specifications that the contractor uses to purchase materials were developed to make it a little more accessible. So they're also, part of that is on the plans. So making those things a little more accessible throughout the process, looking at both the construction documents and the specifications. And those are the major ones that come to mind at the moment.
Thank you very much for those specifics, as well as the big picture perspective on maybe we had been even perhaps too conservative on the amount of flow that might have resulted. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no doubt about the professionalism and the good practices that have informed so far the development of the project. Even if there are doubts and opposing opinions on that, that's not unusual. It happens when thinking evolves, knowledge evolves. One question for me is, so the pollution reduction benefits. I understand that we have the big issues with the protection of infrastructure, the restoration of the stream, and the pollution reduction benefits. How do they factor in the deliverables of the project? So how well do we expect Tributary B to improve in pollution reduction? Well, of course, as opposed to today, but how well did Tributary A work, and what is exactly the measurable benefit for Tributary B as it is designed right now?
Okay. And think as part of the answer, I'll get into the regulatory crediting conversation as well, because I know that has come up. So as Kristen mentioned when she was laying out just sort of the project overview, the regulatory credits are a co-benefit of doing this work. We're not doing the work just to get the credits. I mean, it would be a lot of effort to try to get regulatory credit. So we do it for the resiliency reasons we mentioned, infrastructure protection, but we also get regulatory credits, which help us make progress towards, I think, as you know, very difficult to meet requirements in our stormwater permit to support the requirements for the cleanup of the Chesapeake Bay. So all the localities in the region have to make progress towards those requirements, and working in these highly eroding streams where they're highly eroding and contributing a lot of sediment can get us a lot of credit. So the way that it works, and I did want to clarify something, I think it came up in one of the comments, is EPA and the states set the way, you know, sort of the cookbook or recipe about how you calculate the credits for stream projects. And until recently, there were, you know, and this isn't getting too far in the weeds, but I do want to mention it. That part of that recipe was you could just use some sort of basic estimates that they provided to determine how much nutrient, particularly nutrient pollution, your project was, your particular stream was generating. So localities have used that so-called default credit, you know, set by the state and EPA. If they wanted to. There was a recommendation, you know, as a best practice, you probably should take site-specific samples so you really have a better sense of what's going on in your stream, but you don't have to. But we chose to do the best practice site-specific sampling for tributary B to calculate the credits that then we will then be claiming when this project is completed. So I did want to clarify that. I think there was an implication that we didn't do that, but we definitely did do that. We think that's the right way to go, and that's the way we chose to go. In terms of defensibility. So there are techniques to estimate. You can see, if you've been out to Trib B, you can see the erosion that's occurring. And if you've been out to Trib A, you can see the difference. And so you can estimate that. There's a technique that's provided in the EPA methodology that then the state implements to actually estimate the rate of erosion. And then, as I just mentioned, how much nutrients are associated with that erosion. So we do that. We did that for Trib B. We've done it for Trib A. And it does tell us that the erosion rate in Tributary B is substantially higher than Tributary A. Then after the project is completed, you have some documentation you provide over time that the project remains stable. And you can take some measurements and determine that to claim the credits that you reported with the project. It gets a little weedy and wonky. I know it does make my head hurt sometimes too, trying to keep up with it all in terms of how EPA and the state have laid it out. But it is a pretty involved process that has a lot of parameters and conditions attached to it.
Thank you, Mr. Papakosma and Mr. Karantonis. Good. Okay. We are ready for a motion, Ms. Scarvey.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and make a motion if I might. And I would move that we approve, as per the board report of March 1st, 2021, we approve the manager's recommendation to award the contract number 21 DES ITB 387 to Old Line Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Donaldson Run Tributary B stream restoration. And I'm not going to read all the numbers unless the lawyer says we need to. And then we will authorize also the purchasing agent to execute the contract document subject to legal review by the county attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I'll go ahead and second that. And we'll have, do you want to speak to your motion? And
Sure, I'll speak to my motion, and probably these will be my concluding comments. You know, this has been such a long, drawn-out, difficult issue. And I want to thank everybody. I know the folks that have come from ATAG and Ms. Glass and has been working on this for over 10 years, I think. I think everybody is of goodwill. And that includes our staff, I think, is hardworking and of goodwill. And I believe, actually, we all have the same goal, the board, the residents, and our staff. We all have the same outcome, pretty much, that we would like. But there's a disagreement on how to get there and what's the best methodology. And then we get into warring experts, which is always a difficult place to be. I do feel confident that our staff has approached this very professionally. They have responded to the community concerns over and over and over and over again over years. All of us have walked that tributary maybe several times. I appreciate the way our staff is working with the region. It's possible that, maybe they're not correct. I realize that. But I do think that they've approached this very professionally, and the kind of feedback I get from the region, because when I'm on the Chesapeake Bay Committee, I talk with my colleagues in the region, makes me feel good about what we're doing. I think it is the right approach. I look forward to having this come to fruition, and actually it'll take a number of years. But I think it will be much improved and absolutely necessary to do. So I thank everybody for their input and everybody for their time. And hopefully we can pass this motion and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I believe Mr. Carantonis next. It's Mr. Dorsey, and then we'll go to Mr. Carantonis and Ms. Crystal. At least that's the order in which I believe folks appeared. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And these will serve as concluding comments. I've arrived at a point where I'm prepared to accept the motion, and I associate myself with really Ms. Garvey's excellent remarks. For me, as I've looked at this, it's very clear that the perspectives that are coming from the community are informed, and absolutely people are acting in good faith. For me, most compelling part of the staff visual presentation was slide number 3, which looks at the stream restoration objectives, which identify a number of key considerations when it comes to environmental protection and improvement, infrastructure protection, resiliency, and regulatory requirements. All of those combined have a very systemic approach that staff is looking at this particular project to address. And the community, all of these informed perspectives that we've heard, none of them, through no fault of their own, have that entire systematic approach that they're looking at. And so while, from their point of view, and it's certainly have been compelling to me that maybe there are other solutions that could protect or support a better outcome in a particular area, I am not at a place where I can question ultimately staff's judgment that for the systemic needs that this project needs to address, that this approach is the one that is necessary. And of course, this is the practice of figuring this all out. So there can be errors, there can be issues, but I do have every confidence through staff's engagement that they're looking at it from the right lens and perspective and are trying to get at the best sustainable solution. So with that, I'm prepared to move forward. And, we'll certainly be looking at this project to inform what happens elsewhere. And I do hope, sort of consistent with what I talked about earlier, that we're always orienting ourselves to making sure that we're not trying to reach a certain solution with these projects without considering other things that we can do to create a better systemic approach to sustainability. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I believe Mr. Carantonis was next, unless you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This time, unfortunately, I cannot support the motion. There are 2 reasons for that. I've struggled a lot with this, and this is not only the input from the community, the doubts, the discussion. This happens when projects like that take ages to mature and come to contract. In the meantime, a lot happens. Thinking is evolving, science is evolving, and in this case, I think that I have absolutely no doubt that staff was professionally absolute at the top of its game. But I do believe that the element of protecting infrastructure, and I recognize that the water main that is there and the sewer line, but especially the water main, are absolutely critical assets for Arlington. If this water main, I was told the other day, if this water main breaks for some reason, the pressure in Roslyn begins to disappear in about 3 or 4 minutes or 5 minutes, which is an important vulnerability there. Now, I do think that these considerations have been extremely important in the design and the approach to the project. Mr. Papakosma and Ms. Jolicoeur are absolutely right that this is a very high-risk area with a very high energy stream. So I understand the dominance of wanting to protect that, but on the other side, we're involved also in how we look at the intervention in critical natural assets, and it's a very high price to pay. 83 trees, even more, and I don't think that we did everything we could to minimize the impact. Now, I do hope, and I am actually pretty certain and optimistic about that we will do it in the implementation, so that the be like the march of the bulldozers, but a more careful approach to everything and more careful handling of all this. And I do believe that the entire effort of the community will find, will resonate as we think about the stream restoration, for example, of Gulf Branch and other places that we need to do that, North and South Arlington. So while I cannot support this at this moment, I do appreciate all the effort that went into that.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. Although I do reach the opposite conclusion on the motion as Mr. Karantonis, I do associate myself very much with his comments that this has probably gone on too long. This is originated, of course, in 2007. Personally, I had about a half a dozen different meetings and staff briefings and meetings with some of the very advocates who spoke tonight. A full decade later, when I joined the board and went out to walk the stream bank, as I know we all have. And now here we are another 4 years after that. And I think that time has allowed not only for more damage to this stream, but if you'll forgive the tortured metaphor, maybe more degradation to our civic dialogue on it. I don't think that's an excuse for the tenor and really accusatory language that we heard tonight from folks, but I do understand the sort of frustration and exhaustion as this has worn on. And so here we are, but I think I would like to see a way that we can move these projects through faster. Ultimately, I think we have come down to a point, as Ms. Garvey characterized it, of multiple experts weighing in with differing conclusions about the right approach to ensuring that this important feature of not only Arlington's infrastructure, but Arlington's ecology and portfolio of natural spaces becomes more sustainable. There is no going with the experts here, right? Everyone sort of has different experts lined up. I am very sorry to hear so many of our commenters tonight express that they feel that the alternate perspectives they brought forward have not been considered. I certainly can't invalidate anybody's experience or what they've perceived, but I know that our staff has taken them under advisement. I know that each of the board members has spent time wrestling with these alternative approaches. For me, not having subject matter expertise myself on environmental engineering and the details of ecological restoration, I'm applying a couple of criteria as I try to evaluate, or at least tools that I think have served me well in looking at different projects over the years. I'm looking to other examples, either from our own experience, and I think that the Windy Run restoration leading to its being one of the sort of few major flood-prone or flood damage-prone areas in Arlington to survive the floods in 2019 with minimal damage. And I look, of course, to others in the region. We often talk about this in terms of our Dillon rule limitations, but in this case, it's because we share climate and ecology or ecological features with others in the region. And I think the widespread nature of these types of approach is a way of dealing with the severe degradation like what we've seen in this project. And then, fiscal stewardship matters to me too. And I think, certainly we've heard some good comments and concerns raised about the cost of this project, but I would note, and I think what we've heard from our staff and from the independent experts that have evaluated this project, or at least some of them, is that we may have shorter term sort of fixes that feel more natural, that could stabilize in the short run, but they'd be likely need to be repeated with much greater frequency versus a greater investment up front that will hold up better over time. Again, I recognize that others have come to different conclusions and that they hold those conclusions with a passion that has led them to believe that they are being ignored or disrespected. And for that, I am genuinely sorry. I do believe this is a project not only worth doing, but imperative to do, and ultimately have reached the conclusion that the option presented to us tonight to be awarded with a contract to realize that option on the motion before us is one that I will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Appreciate all colleagues' remarks and thoughts. For me, the way I would frame my consideration ultimately is that the speakers who joined us, I agreed with many of your points, but I thought that we're in a circumstance where what we do next leads me to under a sort of a abuse of discretion standard, and that staff is proposing what needs to be done in the circumstances that we're in. So we need to work on impervious cover. We need to work on climate change, certainly, but ultimately we also lost, as I understand it, more than 20 trees since 2017 due to some of the washout that has come. So ultimately, that's what leads me to conclude that I will support the motion. Really appreciate all of the engagement and the work, respect that it's been a very difficult process for those who have raised reasonable concerns, but have done as much investigation as I think feel is thorough and appropriate. And so I will support the motion. And so we'll call for a vote. The question is on Ms. Garvey's motion. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Nay.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye. The motion passes 4-1. With that, thanks to all who came and participated, as well as to staff who did an extraordinarily large amount of work as well. Thanks to the work done by our citizens and our residents. Madam Clerk, is there anything else to come before the board?
No, there is not.
With that, colleagues, we are adjourned for this meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks, Jason.